Hello everyone, this is your favorite Murtid live once again. Salamul Masih, peace of Christ be with each and every one of you. I hope you guys are having fun. Today is like almost midweek, as we all know. It's Tuesday, and for some people, it's Wednesday. So I hope you guys are having a lot of fun for so far, and you guys are waiting for the next weekend to come. But before next weekend come, death of prophet came. So death of prophet, for that I think I have done a live stream long time ago. But today we have a new guest. We have a guest coming from another YouTube channel. His channel name is linked in the video title. As soon as you clicked his link, you will be able to go to his channel. So it's not a big deal. You can just click the title of the video and it says reasoned answers. So you can just click on there. If you cannot click it, you can go to the description of the video and the first link is his channel. His name is Thedios, and if I'm pronouncing it right. Am I? I don't know. Let's ask him. Hello, brother. How are you?
Hello. Yes, very close. Thaddeus is how you pronounce it.
Thaddeus. See, a little difficult for an Urdu speaker like me. But sorry about that if
Hey,
I
no
have
worries. No
mispronounced it.
worries.
So let's welcome a few of our guests who are already here. Hello, everyone. And we have Lloyd here. And we have Sergeant Grinch. Welcome, Sergeant Grinch. Valerius SSB. And what is his name? Romanosus? How do you pronounce his name, man?
Romanos, maybe. I'm not 100%
Romanos.
certain.
Romanos, brother. Welcome, welcome. And we have said and we have built for speed. Welcome, everyone. RJ. And we have Aham Shanti. Welcome, welcome, welcome. And we have Jesse Williams. Welcome. And we have what? Guy Knows. Hey, Guy Knows. Welcome. It is 7:07 a.m. morning, brother. Adam, welcome, welcome, welcome. This will be a good morning Wednesday for you as well, brother. Welcome. So we have quite a few people already here. Let's rock and roll. Brother Tedious, why this topic? The death of Muhammad. Why death of Muhammad is so important?
Yeah, the death of Muhammad is a great subject to introduce a subject that I've been looking into, the real historical Muhammad. What we know about Muhammad, or what we think we know about him, comes from material written between 130 and 300 years after his death, or in many cases, written all the way up to modern times. Muslims accept things that have been written very recently because they want a positive picture of Muhammad. They want him to be the best human being who ever lived. However, history paints a completely different picture. When we look at the historical sources, or even the early Islamic sources, they seem to paint a picture of someone quite different than what Muslims are familiar with. The death of Muhammad should have not been that big of a deal if he was exactly who Muslims say he was, that he was just a messenger, just brought a warning, and the Quran's the real miracle. But of course, we know that's not how Muslims act in practice. In practice, they deify Muhammad, they make him a very important figure, and they can't imagine anything bad whatsoever ever happened to him. When we look at reality, however, we're going to see something quite different.
MashaAllah, brother, MashaAllah. Yeah, unfortunately, Muhammad died. And he died how? This is what we're going to see today. But at the same time, I welcome all the rest of the people who join in. If you guys have not shared the video, now is the time. Share it with each and everyone. If you won't share it, then a ghost will come tonight just like the ghost that came to Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam, and they yarkabuna Rasulullah all night long. So if you don't want any ghost to come and yarkaboon you all night long, now is the time to share the video link right now, or it will be bad luck and you will be ridden just like Muhammad.
You actually said something very interesting there. You said Muhammad died. But who did not die according to both Islam and Christianity?
Jesus, our Lord Jesus Christ.
Amen. Hallelujah. We can see that Jesus is superior to Muhammad even in Islam, let alone in reality.
MashaAllah, brother. MashaAllah. Once again, Subhanallah. Would you like me to start your presentation so that you could start speaking and I can mute myself and I'll give you the stage?
All right.
All right, brother. This is a get ready. Let's rumble.
All right. So today we're going to be looking at the death of Muhammad, both what is history tells us and but also what Islamic myths tell us, or what Muslims call history, but in reality is myth. We'll start off with the standard narrative. Just to give you an idea of where we're going, we're going to first look at the standard narrative where Muhammad declares, "My aorta is being cut." Not a major focus of today, but no discussion of Muhammad's death would be complete without discussing that particular line. Then we're going to see that it's actually not the standard narratives, the standard narrative, singular, but rather the standard narratives, plural, that there are many different stories of how Muhammad died, even within Islamic literature. Then we're going to take a step back from the Islamic literature and say, well, what do the non-Islamic history texts tell us about the death of Muhammad? And then we're going to answer the question whether we can rely on what they have to say. Then we're going to take a look at Christian polemical sources, early Christian arguments against Muhammad, and we're going to find out that we should actually trust these sources. The first inclination is to say, well, they were just writing against the Muslims, so we can't really trust what they have to say. But when we take a close examination, we're going to find that what they have to say is based on Islamic sources, that they didn't make things up on their own. They just added their own interpretation, their own spin, if you will. And then finally, we're going to put it all together, and we're going to ask, what does this mean for Islam? Start off with...
Wow, that's a good one. Okay,
All right.
let's rumble.
We'll start off with the standard narrative, and this is not from my own opinion. This is taken from Sunnah Online's article, "The Death of the Messenger of Allah," and I summarized it for them, but everything that I say here comes directly from them, not from me. About 2 weeks before Muhammad died, he grew very ill. Then 5 days before his death, his temperature spiked, and Muhammad gave this amazing speech where he cursed the Jews and the Christians. Yes, he was very merciful right up until his last hour. 4 days before his death, he calls for a writing tablet despite supposedly not being able to read and write, and Umar declines to bring it to him for some reason, and then a dispute breaks out. Some people are mad that the tablet wasn't brought, and others said, well, why are you bringing a tablet? That kind of thing. But nonetheless, in the chaos, Muhammad gives his final 3 important commands for Muslims to follow after he dies.
Before we go to the final command, did you just said that the last speech that he gave was a curse to Jews and Christians?
Second to last speech.
Oh, second. So the last speech was in his deathbed, if I'm not mistaken. The 3 commands is in the deathbed. But before, 3 days before, he gave this last speech, in which he cursed the Jews and Christians because they have taken their prophet's grave as the place of worship. That's the hadith's clear statement, which you did not mention over here. But it says, curse of Allah be upon Jews and Christians because they have made their prophets' graves as a place of worship. My brother, can you please tell me, the biggest mosque in the world right now is called Masjid al-Nabawi. Where is the grave of Prophet Muhammad, brother?
I'm going to say in that mosque.
MashaAllah, brother, you won 1 crore. You are an owner of 1 crore. So So his curse is upon the Muslimin who put his grave inside the mosque when his last speech, last public speech says, curse be on the people, i.e. the Jews and Christians, who took their prophet's grave as a place of worship. And what did Muslims do, brother?
They did exactly what he said that the Christians and Jews were cursed for. And interest,
Mashallah.
and not only that, Christians don't have a grave of our most important prophet because he is not in the grave.
That's the only grave which is empty, brother.
Amen.
Amen, brother. Please continue, sir.
Yeah, so Muhammad gives these three commands. He says to expel all the non Muslims from Arabia. He says to honor political delegations. And then he gave some third command, which everyone forgot about. Yes, the Muslims who have perfect memories and preserved the statements of Muhammad for 200 years before they were written down couldn't be bothered to remember what the three things Muhammad said as he was dying. After this, Muhammad was too weak to lead prayers, and Abu Bakr took over that responsibility. However, two men did carry the half dead Muhammad into the mosque to lead prayer one last time. I'm sure that was a very inspirational sight, seeing this corpse come in and barely be able to move and supposedly lead prayers. One day before he dies, Muhammad sets his slaves free. Yes, Muhammad owned slaves. He most certainly did not end slavery in any way. He then gives away some money and mortgages his armor with a Jew for some barley for some mysterious reason. Continuing on, his last day was a Monday. Every Islamic source agrees on that, although they don't necessarily agree the exact day. They all agree it was definitely a Monday sometime. Muhammad tells Fatima he won't live another day and that she would be the next one to die, which makes her laugh with joy, apparently. She was so excited that she got to die next. Muhammad declares that he's dying from the poison of Khaybar. And that's strange. They did leave out one small detail here. Narrated Aisha. The Prophet in his ailment in which he died used to say, "O Aisha, I still feel the pain caused by the food I ate at Khaybar. And at this time, I feel as if my aorta is being cut from that poison." We'll come back to that phrase, which I'm sure many of the audience are well familiar with. Muhammad then brushes his teeth with some difficulty and he washes his face. He declares that death is full of agonies. Seems he had a very ordinary death, a painful death, by no means a glorious, painless, fantastic death that Muslims might like to believe he had. He dies, traditionally said to be in June 632, although we will look at that fact. And he supposedly was leaning against Aisha while he died.
But
Umar
brother,
doesn't.
brother, brother, what are the last words of Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wa alihi wasallam?
Apparently, although this particular source didn't say that, apparently his last words was that he called for a bucket so that he could urinate.
So the last action of Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wa alihi wasallam was to urinate
So it seems.
on his deathbed
Yes.
in a pot
Yes.
while his head was between the chin and the bosoms of Aisha,
So it seems.
and then
Very.
he passed away right there and then.
That's what Aisha tells us.
What a great death Allah has bestowed upon our noble Prophet sallallahu alaihi wa alihi wasallam.
Yeah, I mean, when I think of all the possible ways I could die, you're dying right after urinating while leaning against someone, half dead. Yeah, that's definitely the way. Uh, Muhammad wished that he would die as a martyr, but he was not so blessed by Allah to have
So
his
he was
wish
died as
fulfilled.
a martyr, brother. But the death was like 2 years after the poison. So that's what Siratul Nabi by Ibn Ishaq proclaims in his book. He said this is the prayer fulfillment that Muhammad died as a martyr because he was died after Khaybar by poison. So he was a martyr. MashaAllah. But brother, that's not the point. The major point is how he died and what is his last word. So Jesus' last word on the cross were,
It is finished.
Father, forgive them. They know not.
Yes.
right?
Yes. One of those last words. Yes.
And then he gave away his spirit to the Father. He
Hmm.
himself gave his spirit to the Father. That's what the biblical verses are. It doesn't say then he died. He gave away his spirit to the Father.
Yes.
What are
Into
the
your
last
hands
words of
I commit.
Muhammad? In your hands I commit my soul, right?
Hmm.
But what
Yes.
are the last words of Muhammad?
Give me a
Uh,
pot, please.
a basin of I gotta pee. And then he peed in a basin, and then he was on the bosoms. His head was on the bosoms of Aisha, and he died. What a beautiful last words, brother.
Yes, amazing stuff. And we will get to look at whether that story about Muhammad being poisoned was invented to make him a martyr. Although you think that if they're going to invent it, they might just, make him die in battle. Well, we'll get to see that as we move along. So after Muhammad died, Umar doesn't believe that Muhammad is dead. He's saying that he'll return after 40 days, and he makes some threats against people who say otherwise. Then Abu Bakr arrives on the scene and he declares that Muhammad is, in fact, dead. Before Muhammad's body even hits the floor, a fight breaks out over who will succeed him as the next caliph. And Muhammad's body is just kind of tossed aside, locked up in a room while people decide the most important question, which is who gets to take over his empire. The next day, Muhammad's body is washed, and another dispute breaks out
Come on,
over
that's
what.
not how it happened. Muhammad's body was there for 3 days until it started smelling.
We'll
Okay, you
get
are
to
reading
that.
an
We'll get to
article. Okay,
that.
okay, okay. You are reading an article. Okay, okay, okay. Keep reading.
We'll get to that. We'll get to that. Don't worry. Don't worry. A dispute breaks out over whether he should be undressed to be washed or he should have his clothes left on to be washed. Aisha
They
later
did not
remarks.
wanted to see his small little thing between the two legs. So
Well, supposedly his skin was so amazingly white that he would blind anyone who saw him naked, which
yeah, yeah. I know,
raises
I
other
know.
questions, but we'll
I know, I
just.
know. I'll tell you. I'll tell you. I'll tell you the thing. There is a story written in the Sahih Hadiths. It says that one night Aisha was swinging some clothes, right, with a needle, and the needle fell, and she couldn't find it, and she called the Prophet Muhammad. She said, "Oh Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam." Muhammad came. As soon as Muhammad came and bended his face down, because of the noor from his face, the light from his face, Aisha was able to find the needle. Mashallah, brother.
Yeah, amazing. I mean, he's just got light shining off him all the time. And you'd think that everyone just seeing a guy who has a glowing face would realize that he's clearly a prophet. But instead, they had to look at his back and see his amazing mole between his shoulder blades.
Yeah, that true as well. But he was shining in the night, brother, like a moon.
Kind of like his God. Oh, wait, that's a different subject. Sorry. Uh,
Okay, carry on.
so Aisha later remarks that if she'd known what was going on, she would have washed the body herself. Apparently, something pretty horrific was going on here. Muhammad is wrapped up in white sheets. Then yet another dispute breaks out over where they should bury Muhammad. The Muslims come to pay their respects, and then, for some reason, the body is buried in the middle of the night on Wednesday, the third day after he died. And even Aisha doesn't know what's going on. It seems there is some sort of plot to bury him in secret. Is that more or less the story that you heard as a child? I'm talking to you, Adam.
Oh, I don't know why I'm talking on mute. I shouldn't be talking on mute. How can you hear me when I'm talking on mute? Yeah, this is the kind of story we kind of hear all our lives since childhood. Yeah, and you are absolutely right, brother.
All right. So we called this the standard narrative. Let's just take a couple observations from this. Keep these things in mind as we
Except that
go.
in Pakistan we are told that he died as a martyr as well, because of the poison. So we were told that because because in Islam, when we talk about Islam, the best of the best place in heaven you can only get when you are a martyr. You die as a martyr. So Muhammad was given the death of a martyr by Allah as well. So this is also a narrative, at least in Pakistan, very common narrative.
Makes sense. Makes sense. I mean, Muhammad's the best of everything. He has to have the best death too, which means I guess we should all aspire to urinate right before we die.
Yeah, that part they don't show in the Pakistan.
Shocking, shocking. So let's just take a couple observations from this standard narrative, some things that look kind of odd, and we'll see what might explain some of these odd things as we move along. First of all, there seems to be constant disputes and lots of arguments. No one seems to know what to do. You think that Muhammad would have made his wishes known before he died, but apparently he didn't think he was going to die, or at least he didn't think he was going to stay dead, to give a little hint of what is to come. He dies in Aisha's arms, and then Aisha is inexplicitly removed from the scene. She doesn't know what's going on after that. She can only comment after the fact, apparently. She was rushed off the scene, and then some stuff went on that was rather unsavory. There was an expectation that Muhammad wasn't really dead, at least from some Muslims, and that he would return in the near future. His death is linked to Khaybar and Judaism through the poisoning story. And just on the surface, this story is pretty ridiculous.
But brother, at the same time, a lot of people were saying that Muhammad did not die. He will come back. He will come back and he will start cutting the hands and the feet of the people. You know that, right?
Yes, yes.
And it's in many, many narrations. But Ibn Sa'ad, Tabaqat Ibn Sa'ad clearly mentioned it. That he did not die, he will come back. But he will come back and do what? Start cutting the hands and the feet of the mushrikeen. Like imagine, how do you remember a prophet? A person who cuts the hands and the feet of people. Man, that's just crazy, man.
Yeah, I mean, this is his legacy, right? They expect the first thing to happen when he stops pretending to be dead is that he's going to start cutting off hands and feet. I guess they expected him to continue living his life the way he was already living it.
Yeah. He will come back alive and he will start cutting the hands and the feet of the people, man. That's even, I think, if I'm not mistaken, it's even in Sahih al-Bukhari as well. Yeah, it is in Sahih al-Bukhari. It's 3667 and 3668. And this is a very, very important hadith. I'm sorry, gonna divert as well.
Okay.
Because you said that, so I'm gonna show it as well. And it says, here, it says, Abu Bakr was at the place called Vagara Vagara. Umar stood up and said, by Allah, Allah Messenger is not dead. Umar said, by Allah, nothing occurred to my mind except that. He said, verily, Allah will resurrect him and he will cut the hands and the leg of some of the men. He'll come and he'll cut the hands and the leg of the people. Like, what is he cutting? Like, is he cutting like fish for people to eat or beef for people to eat or what? Like, what are they talking about? Start cutting the hands and the legs of people, of men? Like, this is a prophet?
Yeah, and of course that's the traditional punishment for thieves, but I don't think anyone's being accused of stealing something, so it's very interesting that he would go here.
And he said, by Allah, he's saying, Wallahi, Wallahi, nothing occurred to my mind except that he said, Allah will resurrect him and he will cut the hands and the leg of some of the men. Like, he'll go mad and he'll cut the hands and the leg of some people. Like, what is that, man? Is he dead or what? All right, let's go back. Hey,
All right.
Shimon, how are you, brother? He said, why like that? Brother, that's how Muhammad is. Like, people were remembering him that he will be resurrected like Jesus, but when he come back, he will come back and start cutting hands and legs.
Yeah, I mean, that's the way he lived his life. I would assume that's the way he would continue it, especially after coming back from the dead. I mean, he's going to be pretty angry that he almost died, or however you want to interpret that. Or you could even say that he will have tested hell if he's coming back to life now, and that's going to make him pretty angry, I think. Big, big anger. All right, before we move beyond the standard narrative, no discussion of Muhammad's death would be complete without addressing this famous line about my aorta being cut. In the Quran, Surah 69:46, we read, "If he, meaning Muhammad, had made up about us some sayings, we would have seized him by the right hand, then we would have cut him from the aorta." And in Sahih Bukhari 44:28, we read, "The Prophet in his ailment in which he died used to say, 'Oh, Aisha, I still feel the pain caused by the food I ate at Khaybar, and at this time I feel as if my aorta is being cut from that poison.'"
Mashallah, brother, you can mimic his voice very well.
That's how I imagine he spoke anyway. So, of course, we have this problem here. And then the Quran says if Muhammad's a false prophet, he's going to die by having his aorta cut. And then Muhammad's own words say that he feels like his aorta is being cut from the poison that he had. Of course, Muslims won't accept this means he has that he was a false prophet, so they'll come up with some excuses. And there's basically two common excuses. One is that it's different words. In the Quran, al-Watin, and in the Hadith, al-Abar. So this seems like a pretty bad defense, in my opinion. There's a saying in English that atheists like to say sometimes. If I'm making up lies about God, if God's real, then may he strike me by a bolt of lightning. Well, imagine that an atheist who is famous for saying this particular phrase, one day he was giving a talk inside a building and there was an electrical surge, and as a result of that electrical surge, he was electrocuted, and as he was dying, he said, "I feel as if I've been struck by a thunderbolt instead of a lightning bolt." I don't think anyone would be like, "Oh man, he totally didn't realize what was going on here."
Good one. That's good.
So I don't think the different words defense does them any good. They have the same basic meaning. They're synonyms of one another. No one can really tell what the difference is. I mean, they try, but no one has really come up with anything concrete about what the difference is. So the other excuse, and I think this one's at least in principle a better excuse, is that it's an idiom. That the phrase "my aorta is being cut" was just a way of saying I'm dying. I could accept that in principle, but Muslims need to actually demonstrate it, not just
But
assert it. They
but
need to
Muhammad actually said that by himself, that he feels that as if his aorta is being cut off. So he is
yes,
saying that. And by the way, time is fleeting is saying, couldn't he have punched the angel of death just like Moses did? No, brother. Moses was strong at that time. Muhammad was already on the deathbed and he was so weak. His punch could not affect. Remember, he just asked for a pot to pee in and then he died. So he was like so very weak. Unfortunately, his punch wouldn't have worked. So that's the problem. But Shimon again said, "But why like this?" Brother, that's how it is. What can we do? We are reading what the sources are saying. Na'uzubillah, brother. You are very Islamophobe, brother.
So as I was saying, I accept that this could be an idiom, but Muslims need to actually demonstrate that. They need to show that it's an idiom in classical Arabic texts. This defense is also, ironically, undermined by the first defense. An idiom by its nature is a phrase that means something different than the literal word by word. But if there's two different phrases with different words, that undermines the possibility it was an idiom. And more importantly, when we look at the early tafsir, they don't seem to have understood it as an idiom. They seem to have understood it quite literally. For example, Ibn Kathir says that Ibn Abbas said, "It, al-Watin, refers to the artery of the heart, and it is a vein that is attached to the heart." That sounds like a pretty literal description to me. And then, according to some other people, ultimately going back to Cobb, al-Watin is the heart, its blood, and whatever is near it. Again, a very physical description, undermining the idea that this was some sort of idiom that just meant I'm dying. It seems to be a physical description of the nature of his death. Any comments from you before we move on?
Brother, carry on. I will cut you for every comment that I need to give. I'm very bad at that. I just come in and I just jump in.
All right. So let me offer a third defense, and that is the story is made up. We'll see why I say that as we go along. But before we move on to non Islamic sources, maybe I should have called this the standard narratives, not the standard narrative, because in the Shia version of Muhammad's death, a very different picture is painted. In this picture, Muhammad is not weak and dying, he's completely in control the whole time. Gabriel and the angel of death figure prominently in the story. Aisha is nowhere to be found, but instead Ali is the person closest to him when Muhammad dies. And in some versions of the Shia tale, Aisha and Hafsa are the ones who poison Muhammad.
But brother, Shias are kafir. They are kafir. How can we take their verdict? That's not possible. We can't take their verdict.
Well, I'm not picking sides here. I'm just saying that there's multiple different conflicting traditions in existence.
Oh, so okay. So Muhammad had poison from Khaybar, but that poison did not fully affect. So Aisha had to give her some more poison, right?
Yep, I think that's what the Shias would say.
But Quran says for good moments we have good wives, and for bad moments we have bad wives. So Muhammad was a bad moment if Aisha gave him poison.
Could be, could be.
Mashallah, brother. Mashallah. Okay, okay.
And in addition to the standard Shia version, there are a wide variety of other traditions that have survived into the present day. But you don't have to take my word for it. We can just read this fatwa from Islam QA, a very popular Muslim website. It says, "It is well known to the scholars that the story of the death of the Prophet is one of the topics concerning which the most lies were told by the liars, and the people transmitted to one another many things concerning it that are not proven." Let me translate here. Islam QA admits that there's a lot of different stories about how Muhammad died. They've decided some of them are accurate and some of them aren't, but either way, they are all given by Muslims, and they all had different ideas about Muhammad died. Perhaps a clue that no one actually remembered how he died. They continue. Al-Waqidi and others quoted many reports concerning the Prophet's death that contained very strange and weird things, but we rejected most of them because of the weakness of their isnad and the oddness of their texts, especially those that were narrated by many later storytellers and others.
Yeah.
We're go-
Waqidi is a liar, anyways. Everybody says Waqidi is a liar. We don't take his narrative. Waqidi is a liar, 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 liar. Yeah, just remove Waqidi. I don't know why
oh,
Waqidi is in their text when he is such a big liar. By the way, who are here watching, Waqidi is a liar for certain things, but not for the dates, not for the tarikh, the references, and the quotations. FYI. But once again, Waqidi is a liar, 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 liar. Remove him.
Absolutely. I like to say that in Islam, every source is a lie given by liars, but Islam is still completely true. You can just say whatever you don't like is lies, but somehow the religion itself is still true. It doesn't matter what you throw out. In any case, we'll get to see what some of these very strange and weird things may have been as we move along.
By the way, our brother Sam Shimon is saying his internet went down last night, so he was not able to do the live stream. He is going to do another live stream. The link is in the live. He just posted it. So everyone who were thinking that, and I also tried to log into his live stream, but it was not working because I tried to do it later. So yeah, he's going to do another live stream, and the link is in the live chat. Yes, brother, carry on.
Absolutely. Now, before we move on to looking at non-Islamic sources, I do want to say that what we're going to be doing is looking at how actual historians do history, not how Muslims do history. They'll tell us, well, these things are untrustworthy, they don't have proper isnads, blah, blah, blah. No historian considers that of any value whatsoever. And the reason is simple. It's exactly as easy to make up a chain of narration as it is to make up a story. So the chain of narration does absolutely nothing to prove a story is authentic. In reality, not in Islam, of course, but in reality, very much so.
Hey, brother, by the way, I just realized that Sunnah.com is trying to hide the narrative what I was telling everyone. So, by the way, this is Quran chapter number 24, verse number 26. It actually says, for the evil woman, we have evil men. And for the evil men, we have evil women. Okay? Or for the good woman, we have good men. And for the good men, we have good women. Okay? Al-khabisatu.
Al-khabithatu.
Khabis means like really bad, like really, really, really bad. للخبيثين.
للخبيثين.
For the really, really, really bad men. Okay, how do Sahih International translate it? Evil words are for evil men. What the hell, man? Like, where does the evil word comes into play? How did the evil word came in? By the way, Urdu translation is much better. नापाक औरतें नापाक मर्दों के लिए. The bad women are for the bad men. But like, Sahih International word means cowl. Word simply means cowl. How did the word came in here? It's al khabisatu. Evil woman, khabis woman. I don't know. Like, how do they actually do that, man? Like, this is the miracle of the translation, anyways. By the way, Quran actually says that. So, if anybody who says that Aisha was evil, then Muhammad was khabis. If Aisha was khabis and she gave poison to Muhammad, then Muhammad was khabis as well, because that's what Quran is saying. Evil women are for evil men. Khabis women are for khabis men. Khabis is really bad word. It's like equal to a swear word. Brother, carry on.
Very good. So we're now going to take a look at some early non-Islamic texts. For some strange reason, academic scholarship has largely taken the standard Sunni narrative for granted as representing accurate history. And I say some strange reason because this is not how academics normally operate. When it comes to, for example, the approach they take to Christianity, they say we can't trust the Christian sources because those are insider sources, they're biased. Well, that's technically true that they have a bias. But for some reason, when it comes to the Islamic texts, they say, well, we can't take the outsiders' texts for granted because they weren't insiders. They couldn't have known anything. And this is completely irresponsible. This is especially, the contrast is especially stark when we look at the fact that the biographies of Jesus, i.e. the Gospels, were finalized 30 to 60 years after the time of Jesus, while the earliest, at least mostly extant biography of Muhammad, which is Ibn Ishaq, which is not directly available, but is available in later authors, was approximately 125 years after his death. So more than twice as long after, yet somehow more reliable than the Christian sources about Jesus. But actually it gets much worse than that, since Ibn Ishaq is known primarily through Ibn Hasam's condensed and edited version, which was actually recorded approximately 200 years after the death of Muhammad, and the canonical hadith and accepted biographies, because Muslims no longer accept Ibn Ishaq for the most part, those come 250 or more years after the time of Muhammad. So we got the Gospels written 30 to 60 years after the death of Jesus, completely unreliable according to certain historians. And we have the biographies of Muhammad written 250 years after his time, and they just take them for granted. They don't even think about whether they would be accurate or not.
Hey,
Now,
brother,
to
we
be
have a
fair,
Muslim over here who says Ibn Ishaq's biography is not the earliest biography. I don't know how he created another new account, because I think I blocked all of his accounts. He had like 20 accounts. I blocked almost all of his accounts because he's just a crazy guy who has no verdict. He just speaks out of nowhere. By the way, Jason Brown, Ibn Ishaq, you don't even have Ibn Ishaq. You have Ibn Hisham's narrative of Ibn Ishaq, who actually edited and removed so many bad things supposedly, because he thought, no, our prophet cannot do such an evil act, and he removed it. So you actually do not have it. So Mr. Jason Bourne, welcome to another 21st account of yours. This time around, try not to do any blasphemy, or my moderators will block you without thinking twice. So make sure next time you type something, give an evidence. Thank you so very much, brother Theodos. Carry on.
yeah, he says it's not the earliest biography, and I'm guessing he's probably not going to actually speak up on what's earlier, but if he does, he's going to cite some work which was alleged to have existed but is only known from tiny fragments. Notice what I said, the earliest extant biography of Muhammad, not necessarily the first one ever written, but the first one that we still have available today. And as I was saying, we should be consistent in how we approach history. I don't think that we should just automatically discard all of the uh, non Islamic texts, and I don't think we should just automatically discard all of the Islamic texts unless we have a good reason to believe a particular source is unreliable. We should take each source on its own merits. Likewise, when we look at Christianity, we shouldn't just automatically assume that because Christians wrote a text that it doesn't contain accurate information, nor should we just automatically assume that it does if we're looking at it from a historical standpoint, as
So why
opposed
did
to
Ibn Isham actually remove so many stuff from Ibn Ishaq? By the way, you know, Abu Huraira stated in one of his hadiths that if I would have proclaimed each and every hadith that I remember from Prophet Muhammad, you would have stoned me to death. So he was like, I can't even proclaim all these hadiths because if I would have done all of the hadiths that I know of Muhammad, you would stone me to death. So so Abu Huraira did not proclaim all the hadiths. He was scared.
mm-hmm.
That's how scared he was.
And
But anyhow,
towards the end, we're going to see that he had very good reason to be scared because we're going to see someone who was narrating what he considered authentic hadith and was nearly killed for doing so.
hmm
As we move along, we're going to take a look at some non Islamic sources. Every single source we're going to look at was written either at the same time as Ibn Ishaq or earlier than his biography. And you asked why Ibn Hassam modified it. Well, we don't have to guess. He tells us right in his own introduction to his work that he removed some of the controversial parts.
chat as well, brother, as you are the host.
Thank you very much for that super chat. Uh, we're going to focus on the conquest of the Levant, which is modern Syria, Israel, Jordan, and Lebanon. And before we do that, I have a question for you, Adam. According to the standard narrative, when did that conquest begin and who was leading it? You might be on mute.
$1 super chat. Huru bro Adam, Lord Yeshua bless you, doing a great job. Thank you so very much for your super chat and your blessing by our Lord Jesus Christ. Thaddeus, you are breaking up, brother.
I will repeat myself if I continue to break up.
Yes, now you're good.
Okay, great. So I'll just repeat myself. I don't know what was heard. We're going to focus on the conquest of the Levant, which is modern Syria, Israel, Jordan, and Lebanon. And I have a question for you, Adam. According to the standard narrative, when did that conquest begin and who was leading it?
For the Syria,
Yes, that general area.
the Syria, there are so many battles of the Syria, and some of them were done by Muhammad himself, and they are called Soraya battles, if I'm not mistaken.
Yes, so the Islamic tradition is that Muhammad led a few peripheral battles, but the conquest itself was done by Abu Bakr and Umar because Muhammad was dead. And the conquest proper, as opposed to battles from the time of Muhammad, began in 634, at least according to the standard narrative. And just one quick disclaimer before we move on, I'm just going to call the leader of the early proto-Muslims by the name Muhammad, whether that was his actual name or not. There was clearly someone in charge, so it doesn't really matter whether his name was Muhammad or not. And since everyone knows that name, I'm just going to use it. All right. We can dive into our sources. The first source we have is the Doctrina Jacobi Nuper Baptizeti. This is purported to have been written in July 634, so just 2 years after the supposed death of Muhammad. The purpose of the text is to argue that a group of Jews who had been forcefully baptized in 632 that they should accept Christianity for real because Christianity is
Brother,
the
hold on
truth.
just a second, brother. Jason Bourne is saying Kitabul Maghazi. Kitabul Maghazi is supposedly written sometime between 747 and 823 and was a historian commonly referred as Al-Waqidi, who is supposedly a liar. according to Jason Bourne and his all of his scholars. Now, if we look at Ibn Ishaq is from 704 to 767. Yet he is saying Kitab al-Maghazi is earlier than Ibn Ishaq. He is a stupid guy. He does not know. He does not know the history. He does not know the years. So somebody who was born at 704 has written something after 823. I don't know how and what, because Ibn Ishaq actually died at 767 and Al-Maghazi died, Al-Waqidi died at 833. So his narrative is such stupid narrative, it's unbelievable. Yet they think that they know more than us when we are presenting the facts. So Jason Bourne, if you have 2 pennies of guts, I would like to see your reference where it says that. There you go for Muslimin. The link is in the live stream. Let's see if he can come up. If he does not, I give him 10 minutes. Otherwise, my moderators have full choice to just block this idiot. All right, please move forward.
Excellent. So the Doctrina was likely written by a Jewish convert to Christianity because the author of the text shows considerable knowledge of the Jewish faith. He doesn't stereotype it the way that Christian works of the period usually did. The work is known for an unusually accurate history and shows considerable knowledge of the Palestine geography. It mentions the appearance of a new prophet, but which is unnamed, but in context is clearly referring to the leader of the Muslims, which we'll call Muhammad. Go ahead and read a portion of the text here. My brother Abraham wrote to me that a false prophet has appeared. Abraham writes, when Sergius the Candidatus was killed by the Saracens, I was at Caesarea and went to ship by Aesai Kamenia, and they were saying, the Candidatus has been killed. And we Jews were overjoyed. And they were saying, a prophet has appeared, coming with the Saracens, and he is preaching the arrival of the anointed one who is to come, the Messiah. And when I arrived at Sycamina, I visited an old man who was learned in the scriptures, and I said to him, what can you tell me about the prophet who has appeared with the Saracens? And he said to me, groaning loudly, he is false. For prophets do not come with a sword and a war chariot. Truly the things set in motion today are deeds of anarchy, and I fear that somehow the first Christ that came, whom the Christians worship, was the one sent by God, and instead of him we will receive the Antichrist. Truly Isaiah said that we Jews will have a deceived and hardened heart until the entire earth is destroyed. But go, Master Abraham, and find out about the prophet who has appeared. And when I, Abraham, investigated fully, I heard from those who had met him that one will find no truth in the so-called prophet, only the shedding of human blood. In fact, he says that he has the keys of paradise, which is impossible. So
All
I've
right, brother.
highlighted the important.
Just give me a second. I will go into that. But once again, this guy said, uh, Musa ibn Aqba died in 758. You ignorant, not in the 9th century. And like I said before, Mister, you do not have his works. Bye bye. The book that you were quoting were actually by Al-Waqidi, who was writing his works, supposedly writing his works. We do not have a single evidence, shred of evidence about this guy. So please do not tell me. Look at your own scholars. And by the way, this guy did not even write the whole Sira. Where did he write the whole Caesar? Al-Maghazi? When did he do that? What do you have to quote? You don't have to quote anything on that because there is none. So the only one is Al-Waqidi who used it supposedly, and that is why Al-Waqidi is called a liar, a fabricator. So don't teach the choirs. Just listen to what I'm telling you over here. You don't know Jack. You have the link in the live stream. Why don't you come up? I'll give you 10 minutes now. It's already 8 minutes remaining. So come up and provide the evidences, Jason Bourne, or your 21st account will be blocked as well. Brothers, now let's read the red highlight. A
Yes,
prophet has appeared coming with what?
the Saracens.
Wow. And he is preaching the arrival of an anointed one who is to come, the Messiah.
Yes.
and they are using this as.
So the text, the text is a Jew writing to another Jew. Keep in mind that the nominally the Doctrina is written by a uh, Jew who is arguing that Jews should accept Christ. So it's actually, of course, written by a Christian, but it's probably someone from a Jewish background. So they're kind of setting this up. They're using the invasion of the Muslims to argue that the Jews of that time are accepting the Muslims because they haven't accepted the real Messiah. That they're accepting the coming of Muhammad because they never accepted the true Messiah, and now they're being tricked into accepting the coming of a false Messiah.
Ah, okay.
So
Okay.
yes,
Brother, one more thing. I know this guy is changing our topic one by one, but let's look at this new chat. Adam Seeker, your whole church history goes back to XYZ LOL. We do not have anything for most of your church fathers, only 4th century quotes from. Now, if I can show you that the museum in the Europe has the 2nd century manuscripts, what are you going to do? Are you going to leave this filthy cult of Muhammad right now? If not, get lost. You have the link in the live stream. It is pinned. My challenge to you, if I can show you the Gospels which are written and preserved so far from the 2nd century, and we have the manuscripts, you will have to leave Islam and you have to accept Christ. If not, bye bye. This is not even the topic. So thank you so very much for all your diversion so far. Bye. Brother, carry on.
bye bye, bye bye. So just real quick, Jason, or as he usually used to post on my channel before I blocked that name and a dozen others, he used to post as Alonzo on mine. That was his preferred name there. He was given an opportunity to come on my channel and present uninterrupted a presentation as long as he liked about how Paul was a false apostle. He promised to show up on a particular Sunday. He did not show up. And then he claimed he was going to upload that presentation on Monday. He did not upload it on Monday. Then he claimed he was going to upload it on Friday. He did not upload it on Friday. Then he claimed he was going to upload it to a different channel, and he did not upload it there. So basically, he's just a habitual liar who's obsessed with me for some reason, perhaps because I've been too busy destroying his precious Islam on my channel.
Brother, why do you think I have blocked 20 of his accounts? Because I have called him up so many times, he does not come up. So he's a waste of time. That's why, because he just created another account. So I have to give him maybe 5-10 minutes, which I did. So let's go back to our presentation.
Yes,
The death of
absolutely.
Muhammad. Let's forget this idiot. We all know that he is just an idiot. He has 20 accounts and he will keep on coming back again and again. But it doesn't matter. Let him create another account. Please, brother,
Yep.
carry on.
He can create another one and we'll figure it out in 5 minutes because he's pretty dang obvious with his tactics. Getting back to our actual subject today, remember that this is a work written in 634, so way before anything written by a Muslim. As we've discussed, the purpose of the work is not polemical. There's no reason to believe that what it says about Muhammad is intentionally false, that they've distorted what was going on at that period for polemical purposes, because again, this is written to try to convert Jews to Christianity, and it's just an aside about what was going on at the time period when it was written. It claims to have heard the material from those who had met him, Muhammad, the so-called prophet. So if it actually does what it says, then this would be pretty strong evidence. And details of the story, such as Sergius, the Candidatus that had been recently killed, have been confirmed by other historical sources. And even this sensational phrase that Muhammad was claiming to have the keys of paradise can be found in other sources, including even Islamic sources. So there's no reason to discard this source as reliable. And what we're going to see in each of these sources is that they all seem to think that Muhammad was still alive at the time of the conquest of Syria and Jerusalem and so forth, which supposedly took place after his death. Our next work or set of works are based on the Apocalypse of Rabbi Shimon bar Yochai. It's a collection, this refers to a collection of literature that derives from one original text, which the original text was composed somewhere between the year 635 and 645. The original has been lost, but we can reconstruct it from the sources that used it as their inspiration. The most important of these later sources, I should say slightly later sources, because they're not like, hundreds of years later, but slightly later sources, is The Secrets of Rabbi Shimon bar Yochai, which was written in the mid-8th century. And this work purports to predict events from the time of the conquest to the Abbasid Revolution. It is a reflection on Numbers 24:21. Supposedly an angel appeared to the rabbi and gave him this interpretation, which he says is a prophecy of the Ishmaelites conquering Israel. He then the author then ties this to Isaiah 21:6 and 7, which is a well-known messianic text. He concludes with a prediction of a 2,000-year messianic reign, beginning with the start of the Abbasid Revolution. We'll read a small portion of the text here. Do not be afraid, mortal, for the Holy One, blessed is he, is bringing about the kingdom of Ishmael, only for the purpose of delivering you from that wicked one, that is Edom, which was a common euphemism for Rome to kind of disguise who Jewish people were talking about. In accordance with his will, he shall raise up over them a prophet, and he will conquer the land for them. And they shall come and restore it with grandeur. Great enmity exists between them and the children of Esau. So the Hebrew here, which is highlighted, and he will conquer the land, is ambiguous, that the he could either be God or it could be the prophet. However, we have an alternate reading of the text, a textual variant, if you will, that says he raises over them a crazy prophet possessed by a spirit, and he conquers the land for them. Now, I don't think this Jewish author is calling God a crazy prophet possessed by a spirit, although that is a very apt description of Muhammad, in my opinion. So we can conclude that the work is intending the person doing the conquering to be the prophet, which is suggesting, again, that Muhammad is still alive at the time of the conquest. We also see some other similarities between this text and the Doctrina that we already looked at. It has a similar messianic expectation that it's associating the conquest with God's work, and it will bring about the Messiah. But note that in the Secrets, the coming of the Messiah has been misplaced. It's no longer at the time of the conquest, but comes at a later date. This suggests that the Secrets borrowed this idea from the earlier work that actually came from Rabbi Shimon, and has transformed it because the conquest did not actually bring about the Messiah, so they've taken the tradition and they've moved it to a later date. Overall, the work paints a very positive view of the conquest and early Muslim rule. This is also almost certainly reflective of it deriving from an earlier text, because by the time the Secrets was actually written, the Muslim rule over the Jewish people was by no means a pleasant thing. So it suggests that the text had been borrowed from this earlier work. And overall, what we see in Secrets, according to what any historian would say, is that we have what is called a Vaticanum ex eventu, which is a prophecy after the fact, i.e. the author is recording events that actually happened, and he's put them back in someone else's mouth in an earlier time period as a prophecy of what was going to happen. Which means, yes.
Nice. So after Muhammad, these things were written to associate. Oh my goodness, that is just so crazy.
Yes. So after the conquest had happened, they pretended that it had been predicted to happen, and said that Muhammad was just being allowed to conquer the land because God was using him to destroy Rome, which is, I mean, it's plausible in the biblical narrative that quite often God uses foreign enemies of Israel to accomplish his purposes. But for our purposes, the most important thing is, since it's describing what happened historically and it's saying that Muhammad conquered the land, that means Muhammad was alive when the conquest of Jerusalem took place.
Oh, that's like crazy, man. But Muhammad wasn't alive at that time. He was already
Yeah, he's
dead.
not supposed to be alive anyway.
He was already dead. By the way, Lucy actually said, God bless you, brother in Christ. Thank you, Lucy, for your $5 super chat. But we have a very interesting super chat, brother. Imagine death of Muhammad and FGM. Brother Prashant, thank you so very much for $1.99 super chat. But like, make a video on female genital mutilation. Seriously speaking, how does death of Muhammad connects with the FGM? It's out of my comprehension. But thank you for your super sticker. I will try to make a video on that very soon. Thank you so very much. It's like it
Excellent.
doesn't make sense at all, brother. But once
No,
again, it's a
no.
super chat. I have to take it.
Very good. No problem whatsoever. Thank you all for the super chat. We always appreciate your support. These presentations are a lot of hard work, and that the little gesture, the money's not important, but the gesture is much appreciated. Now, our next source on our list of early non-Islamic texts that were written before the first Muslim biography of Muhammad is the 10 Kings Midrash. This is also derived from the same Rabbi Shimon Apocalypse. It states that at the beginning of his dominion, when he goes forth, he will seek to do harm to Israel. But great men of Israel will join with him and give him a wife from among them. And there will be peace between him and Israel. He will conquer all the kingdom and come to Jerusalem and bow down there and make war against the Edomites, and they will flee before him, and he will seize the kingship by force, and then he will die. So again, this has the same expectation, or I should say description of past history, that a portion of the Jewish people living in Israel at the time saw Muhammad's army as a good force, and they joined with him. And then he personally took place in the conquest of Jerusalem. And interestingly, it has this clear statement that Muhammad died after the conquest. And from the way it's phrased, it seems it was probably very shortly after the conquest of Jerusalem, which, again, 2 to 3 years after the time he supposedly died, according to the standard narrative. Next up, we have the Kazakhstan Chronicle. This is an anonymous Syriac chronicle, which is dated to approximately the year 660, based on its contents. That's because, it's a chronicle of events, and it doesn't list anything that took place after 652, so the assumption is it was written very shortly after the year 652. It describes Muhammad as an agent of God sent against the Persians and then against the Byzantines. The Byzantines commonly being referred to as the Romans, as we saw in the previous texts, although technically the Roman Empire commonly referred to in sources. The author source of information is unclear, but due to the proximity of time and the events it describes and the high quality of the work in general on other events that we're not looking at, there's a good chance that he was drawing from eyewitness testimony. The anonymous author writes, and Yazdegerd, who was from the loyal lineage, was crowned king in the city of Istakar, and under him the Persian Empire came to an end. And then a little bit later he writes, then God raised up against them the sons of Ishmael, like sands on the seashore, and their leader was Muhammad. And neither city walls, nor gates, nor armor, nor shields stood before them, and they took control of the entire land of the Persians. A little while later, and the Arabs took control of Mazhole and all the land. And they also went to the land of the Byzantines, plundering and laying waste to the entire region of Syria. So we see in
Wow.
this text
This is
that
very solid text, brother. This proves Muhammad was a prophet, brother.
well, it proves he was a warlord. Let's put it that way.
Oh man, this is crazy.
So this text explicitly names Muhammad, and we again see he being called an instrument of God. This time for a slightly different purpose, because this is written by Christians, not Jews. They see him as a judge against the Persian Empire. And note that he's said to conquer Syria once again. Next up, we have the chronological charts of Jacob of Edessa. These were compiled in either the year 691 or 692. There's some ambiguity about it. It states the date it was made, but there's some ambiguity because of the changing calendar system, whether it's actually 691 or 692. It incorrectly lists Muhammad's death as in either 627 or 628. So why in the world am I going to this source to suggest that Muhammad was still living in 634? Well, that's because he makes the same error on the conquest of Palestine, writing the Arabs began to make raids into the land of Palestine, saying that occurred in 625. So 2 years before the death of Muhammad. So if we just move both of these dates, if we move the conquest to its correct place, then once again, Muhammad's death is put around 634 or 635. All these sources seem to be in agreement. And the chronicle is otherwise seen as highly accurate by historians. We don't know why he got this particular date so wrong, but generally he's very highly accurate. He has very high quality sources to draw on for his chronology. Next up, we have the history of the patriarchs of Alexandria. This is a very long and complex text that has been added to many, many times during the history of the Coptic Church, because the text is intended to give the entire history of the Coptic Church. The section that we're looking at comes from no later than 717 based on the author of the text. It describes, and we'll look at the exact words in a second, but the general picture of what it describes is that Heraclius, the Byzantine Empire, had a dream, which warned him that a circumcised nation was about to come against him. And the author of the text says that Heraclius misunderstood this as a prophecy or a dream about either the Jews or the Samaritans rebelling against his rule. So he had both groups forcefully baptized to prevent the threat. The narration, which we're about to see, explains how he made this error. The text states, "After a few days, there arose a man from among the Arabs, from the southern regions, from Mecca and its vicinity, named Muhammad, and he restored the worshippers of idols to the knowledge of one God. And so they said that Muhammad is his messenger, and his nation was circumcised in the flesh, not in the law, and they prayed towards the south, orienting themselves towards a place they call the Kaaba. And he took possession of Damascus in Syria, and he crossed the Jordan and dammed it up. And the Lord abandoned the army of the Romans before him, because of their corrupt faith and the excommunication that was brought against them, and because of the council of Chalcedonia by the ancient fathers." So once again, we have a text that is not at all polemical against Muslims. Once again, it's picturing Muhammad and his armies as doing something that God is allowing. In this case, they're saying that, so this is the Coptic Church, the church of modern-day Egypt, writing that the Byzantine Church is corrupt, and that's why they were allowed to be conquered by Muhammad's army. But what's most important for our purposes, is that he's once again said to conquer Damascus and Syria and cross the Jordan River. So he's still alive at the time of the conquest. I
So
know this is getting repetitive.
all of these dates are of much later time, brother. You do realize what you're saying. Even though the narrative says Muhammad died in 632, all of these dates are much later. All the
Yes,
historians, all the extra Islamic sources are giving us dates much later. So now if we connect the dots, you realize that all the Islamic sources are actually wrong.
yes. Yes, that is what we are establishing. I know it's getting repetitive, but I want to beat this into the ground to show that the Islamic sources can't be trusted on something as simple as when Muhammad died. So then it'll give us justification for doubting everything else they say about Muhammad's death. And none of these sources are polemical. There's no reason why they would have made up the death of Muhammad in a later time period. We're almost through, and then we'll get to the really exciting material where we see all of the stuff the Muslims were trying to cover up about the death of Muhammad and why they moved his death earlier to avoid those stories. We have a couple of Spanish chronicles, yes, all the way out in Muslim Spain. The Byzantine Arab Chronicle of 741 and the Hispanic Chronicle of 754. And these two things share a single Islamic source for their history. So why am I going here? Well, these were written by Christians who had limited freedom to say what they wanted because the lands had been controlled by the Arab armies, by the Muslim armies by this time. So what we can say is what they're telling us about Islamic history is what was the accepted picture of Islam at that time. And they are likely based on an earlier source, which is why this is called the Byzantine Arab Chronicle, even though it's written in Spain. 741 reflects the assumed date of the source document. This document covers political history, not religious history, so there's no motive to change the timeline of Muhammad because it's just describing the political history of the conquest, not making a statement about whether he is a prophet or not. The text writes, when a most numerous multitude of Saracens had gathered together, they invaded the provinces of Syria, Arabia, and Mesopotamia, while one named Muhammad held the position of leadership over. Born of a most noble tribe of that people, he was a very prudent man and foreseer of many future events. Can you just feel the love they're pouring out on Muhammad? Clearly, this is a polemical source and that we shouldn't trust. When Muhammad, the previous mentioned leader of the Saracens, had finished 10 years of rule, he reached the end of his life. He is the one whom they hold in such high regard and reverence until this day that they declare him to be the apostle and prophet in all their rituals and writings. And in his place, Abu Bakr of the Saracens was chosen by them. He organized a massive campaign against the Persians, which devastated cities and towns, and he captured very many of their fortifications. As I think I've made clear, this is an extremely positive picture being painted of Muhammad here. And that's because these are being written with the watchful eye of the Muslims. But notice what the Muslims allowed them to say. They allowed them to say that Muhammad conquered Syria and Arabia and Mesopotamia, i.e. Muhammad was still alive at the conquest of Syria. And we see in this text that the campaign has been divided into two stages, that the Syria campaign is done under Muhammad and the campaign against the Persians is done under Abu Bakr. This isn't very congruent with either Islamic history or what any other sources say, which might suggest that this was an attempt by the author to harmonize the older history that said Muhammad was still alive with the newly emerging history that said Muhammad had died at an earlier date. And this work is roughly contemporary with the biography of Ibn Ishaq, which is, we will later see, proves monumental in changing the Islamic picture of who Muhammad was.
Woohoo! That's why Muslims reject Ibn Ishaq.
Exactly. Well, it's ironic because Ibn Ishaq was written as almost certainly written as propaganda to change the picture of Muhammad, and now they reject it because they changed the picture of him a second time after that work was written.
MashaAllah, brother.
And there are additional sources. I think we've seen enough, so I'm not going to read all of these sources, but there's also a Syriac common source, a Syriac chronicle, a report in Abul Faith's Samaritan Chronicle. So we've seen Jewish sources, we've seen Christian sources, we now have a Samaritan source, and we even have an Islamic source. A letter attributed to Umar, certainly doesn't actually come from Umar, but written by a Muslim pretending to be Umar, supposedly addressed to Leo. And this text says that Muhammad led his followers out of Arabia to fight against the largest empires, the most evident powerful nations whose rule over other peoples was the most ruthless, that is to say, Persia and Byzantium on the basis of receiving the glorious Quran verse of Surah 9:29. But we have, for our purpose, what's important here is we have a Muslim claiming that Muhammad conquered Persia and Byzantium.
Wow. But you do
Before,
realize 929 is very, very evil, right?
yes, I was being sarcastic.
Okay, perfect. All right. As long as you know
Yeah,
what you're saying.
yes, one of the most evil verses in a very evil book. Before we move on, any words you want to say about what we've looked at thus
You are right
far?
on spot, brother. I don't have
All
to add
right,
anything more except that 929 is very, very evil.
I agree. So far we have seen numerous sources that suggest that Muhammad was still alive during the conquest. And if we turn to Islamic sources, we find what I call echoes. Statements that are vague enough that they weren't whitewashed completely out of the history, that they weren't completely discarded as, weak and fabricated hadith, but were vague enough that they could be retained, but still are congruent with what we see in the other sources. The hadith collection of Ibn Sa'd contains a tradition that Muhammad ruled over Syria. We read that the qualities of Muhammad, may Allah bless him, in the Torah, mysteriously enough, are that Muhammad is chosen as servant. He is neither rough nor harsh. He is neither noisy in the markets nor returns evil for evil. But he forgives and pardons. His birthplace is Makkah. His place of migration is Medina. And his rule is over Syria. Very strange that his rule is over Syria when he supposedly was dead before the conquest of Syria was complete. And we also see that numerous Sahih collections record Muhammad's age at death as 63. However, other Sahih traditions record his death at 65, i.e., they say he lived 2 years longer, which is what we're seeing from these non-Islamic sources.
Wow. Crazy it is, right?
Yes. But of course, just saying that he lived to 65, that's not very apparent by itself that he died later than 632. But when we look at all the evidence together, that does suggest that he died later than 632. So we can see why this would be retained even in Sahih Muslim and whatnot. So we've seen really strong evidence of the fact that Muhammad's death date has been changed. But why? Why would the Muslims make this change? Well, one suggestion is that they wanted to make Muhammad a martyr, and that is perhaps why they invented the story of his death that they did, but that doesn't explain why they would move the date. There's no reason to move the date. If you're just going to make up a story about how he died, you can put that at any time and place. And then there are 3 other possibilities, and I think all of these are going to come into play. One is to delegitimize the Syrian, that is the Umayyad center of power. As the Abbasids were taking over the empire, they wanted to change the narrative. They didn't want previous Muslim rulers to seem legitimate. They wanted to say that, no, Muhammad wasn't in Syria. He was down further south. Another possibility is they wanted to cover up some embarrassing information, and we're going to see very shortly just how embarrassing that information may be. And the third possibility is that they were responding to Christian polemics. Christians were saying, Muhammad is obviously a false prophet because of X, Y, and Z, because these things happened at his death. And what did Muslims do in response? They changed the story.
His date of death. Wow.
And I think that by the time I'm done, I'm going to have built a solid case that all 3 of these are plausible explanations, but especially the Christian polemics. So the death of Muhammad in Christian polemics. Most historians generally just discard the Christian polemics written against Islam a priority, that is before analyzing them, which might seem reasonable to you on the surface, But actually, this isn't the way history is normally done. All historical sources are biased. This idea of a objective picture of history, that's a modern invention. No one wrote history in ancient times without a purpose. So what historians normally do is they consider the bias of the author, they consider what other sources say, and then they try to see, okay, if they were saying this biased thing, they probably weren't just making it up, but how could this match with reality? And if we do the normal historical method and we carefully analyze what the polemical texts are saying, we're going to find that they're usually based on reinterpreting Muslim tradition, i.e. they're not making stuff up, they're taking what Muslims are saying and they're applying their own theology and their own beliefs to what Muslims have to say to prove Muhammad false. But they're not just making up stories at random. And we've already seen from non-polemical sources very strong evidence that reinterpretation of at least the date and place of Muhammad's death has occurred. So why not other things as well? Then we're going to see that so-called unreliable hadith collections contain very similar stories to what the Christians say. And then finally we'll see that even the reliable Sahih hadith contain echoes of what the Christian texts say.
Can you please state Sahih once again?
Sahih!
Good one.
I'm going to run through the texts first. Similar to what I did with the sources we already looked at, I'm going to highlight some of the red phrases, some phrases in red, so keep those in mind because those are the ones that are going to closely correspond to what we find in Islamic texts. And then after we've run through all of the sources, then we'll analyze their reliability. So first up, we have the legend of Sergius Bahara. This was probably composed by a monk in what is now modern-day Iraq, right about the year 810. It survives in 4 versions that have come down to us: a Western Syrian version of the 9th century, an Arabic version of the 9th century, an Eastern Syrian version of the 9th or 10th century, and a longer expanded Arabic version from the 12th century.
By the way, his name is Bahira, FYI. That's
Bahira.
how you pronounce it. Yep.
Yes, and you know that because the same story is found in Ibn Ishaq. He talks about the Christian monk Bahira who teaches Muhammad and validates his prophethood. Of course, Muslims today tell us that Ibn Ishaq is not reliable, but we don't believe in your silly isnad nonsense, so we are going to take it into consideration. We're not going to just assume anything's true, and we're not going to assume anything's false. We're going to look at each thing individually and say what story makes the most sense of evidence. This is how history's done. You take all the evidence, you look at which theory explains the majority of the evidence, and that's the theory that you go with. You don't decide, you don't decide in advance, Muhammad's a prophet, and he's the best person who ever lived, so anything that disagrees with that is unreliable, and then we come up with our grading system based on our what we want them to say, and then we just go in circles until we get what we want. That's not how history's done.
Oh, really? I thought that's how it is done, man.
Well,
Come on, you're changing the narrative.
That's how history's done in Islam, but that's not how real history is done.
Ah, okay. Now that makes sense.
So in the Syriac versions of the legend, the account of Muhammad's death is added. This suggests that it was likely originally circulating as a separate unit in the 9th century. And here's what we read about the death of Muhammad. He, which is Ka'b, said to them, "There will be a sign for you. When Muhammad dies, he will ascend into heaven like Isa, son of Maryam, and he will be resurrected after 3 days." It happened that when Muhammad died, his kinsmen assembled, embalmed him, laid him in a house with great reverence. They sealed the door on him to see what would become of him. 3 days later, they opened the door, but nobody could enter the house because of the stench of Muhammad's body. No one need investigate what happened to him. Our next,
Wait, just a second, brother. We have Woodpecker over here. He is cursing us left, right, and center. And the Woodpecker is saying, he calls me that I do not know my father, whereas Muhammad is the one who does not know his father, FYI. And then he said, all fake Muslim, the lanat of Allah be upon all of them. So, Mr. Woodpecker, the link is in the stream. You can click on this link and you can come up live. Your comment has been muted by the YouTube itself, and I'm going to hide it by myself as well because I have the authority to hide it or show it. uh, but your abuse is welcome. But if you can prove us wrong, the link is in the live stream. It's pinned. You can join up live and have a talk. Brother, please continue. By the way, Muhammad's body was there for 3 days, and until it started smelling like a stinking whore, they did not bury him. But on the third day, they said, okay, the body of Muhammad is stinking like a stinking whore. They then buried him. Please continue, sir.
real quick, hello to many Marys. Enjoyed my chat with you a couple days ago when Adam joined us as well. So good to see you here today.
Welcome to Many Marys. Welcome.
She was on her own stream, which apparently just ended. Or, well, it was on another channel. It wasn't on her channel, but she was on another stream, and apparently that's over. So thanks for joining us after your stream ended. Our next source that we're going to look at is called the Apology of Al-Kindi. The dating of this source is somewhat controversial. It internally claims to be written in the 820s, but some scholars have doubted that date. However, recently, Christina Zailagi has shown it to demonstrate knowledge of that time period and also to be consistent with hadith of that time period. It was a very popular and influential text in medieval Christianity. It provides an extensive biography of Muhammad, covering his entire prophethood. Although the work is clearly polemical, clearly arguing Muhammad's false, the events in the biography all seem to correspond with events in the standard Islamic history, just reinterpreted. He hasn't created events wholesale, he hasn't created ideas wholesale, but rather he has changed the emphasis and added his own commentary. This is what Al-Kindi writes on the death of Muhammad. Furthermore, yet more monstrous than this and more repugnant is that he used to say in his life and enjoined them that when he died they should not bury him, because he would be raised to heaven as Christ the Lord of the world was raised, and that he was so precious to God that he would not leave them on earth for more than 3 days. This remained firmly set in their minds. And when he died on Monday, the 12th of Rabi
Rabiul Awwal.
al-Awwal,
Rabiul
yes,
Awwal.
aged 63, after having been ill for 14 days, they left him unburied, believing that he would be raised to heaven according to his claim. But when 3 days had passed, his smell had changed. Their hope in his ascension had died away, and they despaired of his vain promises. And they had uncovered his lie. They interred him on Wednesday.
Ouch.
Yes, ouch indeed. Uh, just real quick before we move on, can you confirm that that is in fact the traditional death date of
Yeah, this is
Muhammad?
written in Tabaqat ibn Sa'd as well, and Tabaqat ibn Sa'd, and it says in it very clearly, and this is referred by from Akrama, from the narrations of Akrama, and they were saying that just like Musa, when he was taken up by the God for 40 days, same as Rasulullah has not died, but he did. So Umar also was very anxious for Muhammad to come out, but Abbas said, hey, the smell of Muhammad Rasulullah's body has changed, just like any other human being who dies, his smell change. So, and hence it tells that Muhammad has died. So let us bury him. He will not come back alive. So then you just need to read their own sources, man.
Yeah, absolutely. And we're going to see that all of these parts in red clearly correspond to Islamic tradition, which suggests that Al-Kindi was well aware of Muslim tradition. I mean, he even gets the exact death date that's ascribed to Muhammad right. He's clearly not just making stuff up wholesale. Just to demonstrate a little bit further. We'll read on the rest. It's not super important for our purposes, but I do have a purpose of reading a little further on in Al-Kindi. One of them said that he was ill for 7 days with pleurisy and that he was wandering in his mind. Ali ibn
Abi
Abi
Talib.
Talib,
Ali
what?
ibn Abi Talib.
Yes. As you can see, I am not an Arabic speaker. I do struggle with the Arabic names, but I do my best.
That is fine. I always am not able to pronounce English and Hindi names anyways. So yeah, I people hate me for that, but no worries. You are doing very well, brother.
Anyway, he was angered by this and he frowned on it. When he recovered, they informed him about what had happened, and he said, "No one should stay in the house except Al Abbas." When the 7th day of his illness arrived, he died, and his belly swelled up, and his left finger, that is the little finger, turned backwards. We're going to see that there is a hadith that says that exact phrase. And then he writes that Humran said that a red cloth was under him during his illness. He died on it and was wrapped in it after his death. He was interred without washing or burial clothes. And then he records a different tradition that seems to conflict with that one. And he says he was washed and wrapped in 3 sahuli, that is Yemen white clothes. And we see, and the reason I'm pointing this out is because when he's not sure what is the correct version, whether he was not washed and was wrapped in red cloths or whether he's washed and wrapped in white cloths, he has 2 conflicting stories. So he tells us the source of them. He gives us the isnad, if you will, and he says who this is attributed to. So we can see that he's probably reading Muslim sources. He's probably reading Muslim hadith, and he knows where these varying traditions, and he's aware that there's varying traditions on this specific point, which might suggest, I'll just say it does suggest that he was being very careful about what he was doing. He wasn't just randomly taking anything and using it against Muhammad or making stuff up. Next up, we have the Kashin document. This is a late 8th or early 9th century document. It claims to be based on information from a Muslim convert to Christianity, and the writing is consistent with oral testimony, which could back up that internal claim. It contains an account of Muhammad's life and various Islamic rituals. Extant copies are written in Armenian, but the original probably came from either Syria or Iraq and was probably written in either Syrian or Arabic. The document describes Muhammad's death as follows. But we shall narrate another tale, truly worthy of derision. For when Muhammad died, they wrapped him and placed him in his garden. They did not bury him, saying that on the 3rd day he would rise, like Christ. And when the drowsy disciples were asleep, dogs entered and ate the face of the corpse.
Ouch!
Consequently, yes, bye-bye Muhammad's face. Consequently, it was prescribed by his disciples to kill dogs in that month. Observing this custom up to the present day, they kill dogs in that month.
So that is why dogs are bad, because they ate Muhammad's face.
Yes, well, we're going to see that these sources vary on what body parts of Muhammad the dogs ate, but they all will, a number of them, not all, but a number of them will say that Muhammad was eaten by dogs.
Oh man. Okay.
So next up we have the Historia de Muhammad, which was composed no later than the year 850 and probably much earlier. We know it was no later than 850 because Eulogius documents that he found it at that time, writing, when I found myself in the past in the town of Pamplona and detained at the monastery of Lyra, leafing through all the manuscripts there, incompletely known, which were worthy of reading, I suddenly discovered a part of a certain work containing this anonymous little history concerning the impious prophet. So it was written before 850. We don't know how much before. It could have been much before or just a little before. This tale, after it was recovered, proved popular and was used by several later writers. And as the name of the work implies, it's a history of Muhammad, which ends in his death. The text reads, sensing his imminent destruction and knowing that he would in no way be resurrected by his own merit, he predicted that he would be revived on the third day by the angel Gabriel, who was in the habit of appearing to him in the guise of a vulture. As Muhammad himself said, when he gave up his soul to hell, they ordered his body to be guarded with an arduous vigil, anxious that the miracle which he had promised them. When, on the third day, they saw that he was rotting, and determined that he would not by any means be rising, they said the angels did not come because they were frightened of their presence. Having found some sound advice, or so they thought, they left his body unguarded, and immediately, instead of angels, dogs followed his stench and devoured the flank. Learning of the deed, they surrendered the rest of his body to the soil.
Praise Lord, thank God. By the way, it's also stated in Tabaqat ibn Sa'd, the part 2. It says very clearly that they waited for him, and on the third day his tummy swelled like a balloon. And then they said, oh, he's not gonna come
Uh-oh.
back before his body explodes. Just bury him. He's smelling bad, and his body has like almost swelled like a balloon. Just bury him.
Absolutely. The Historia does continue a little further and says, in vindication of this injury, they ordered dogs to be slaughtered every year, so that they who were on his behalf deserved a worthy martyrdom here might share in his merit there. It was appropriate that a prophet of this kind fill the stomach of dogs, a prophet who committed not only his own soul, but those of many to hell.
By
And
the way, still in Pakistan, if you kill a dog, the stray dog on the street, like we have so many stray dogs, unfortunately, you don't have in the West. That's an unfortunate incident because all of the stray dog, you guys have taken them home and you guys have given them a home. But in Pakistan, we have so many stray dogs. So if you kill a stray dog and take his tail to the government building, you get 100 rupees. So yeah, uh, killing a stray dog is a beneficial thing and a sawab as well as financial benefit in Pakistan so far. Brother, continue.
absolutely. And I was just going to say, I agree with the Historia here that Muhammad has committed the souls of many to hell, unfortunately. Next up, we have the Annotatio of Mahomet. It's an appendix to the letter of John of Seville, written in 851. It appears to have circulated on its own unit prior to John's use of it because he calls the stories well known. He just gives this brief mention of the history of Muhammad. It's a couple pages in total, and this is what he writes on the death. When death was approaching, he promised to rise up on the third day.
Brother, hold on. You gotta rewind that. But I have Woodpecker stating something really good. Check this out. This is the same Woodpecker who abused us earlier. He said, "Too much happy, my abuse is accepted by God, not God, your Allah, who is a devil, and is returned on you so you may see my message and feel pain in your heart." Dude, we are laughing. Who told you that we are feeling pain? We are laughing at your abuse and your demonic Allah. So I challenge you to prove anything that you want to prove about Muhammad. The link is in the live stream. Let's see if you have the guts to come up and prove us wrong that Muhammad is a good prophet and not a false prophet. My challenge is there. If you prove me that Muhammad is a good prophet and not a false prophet, I will shut down my channel today, right now, and I will recite the Shahada with a very nice melodious voice. La ilaha illallah Muhammad Rasulullah. So if you want to do that, come up live. Otherwise, you are nothing more than a sissy dog who should be according to Muhammad. Thank you. Brother, continue. Rewind a little.
Yes. So John gives the following, he gives an abbreviated history of Muhammad, including the following passage on Muhammad's death. When death was approaching, he promised to raise up on the third day, but by negligence of the guards, he was discovered to have been devoured by dogs. The Historia and the Annotio likely derive from a shared Latin source, which itself is based on an earlier source, perhaps written in Greek. Got a couple more Important sources here. There are many later polemical sources, but we're only looking at material written up until the 9th century, i.e., written up until when the time when the standard narrative was being finalized in Islam, or nearly finalized, I should say, since it has continued to change even up to present day in subtle ways. The Book of Rolls is a Christian apocalypse from the early Abbasid period. It's written in Arabic. The origins are uncertain, but probably Western Syria. This book purports to be a prediction of Islamic rule given to Peter by Jesus. It writes, "Know, Peter, that when the leader of perdition, i.e. Muhammad, dies, I will send the foul animal to exhume him from his grave and eat his flesh."
Hey, why did I not read this book? Where is this book? It's not in Bible. Where did this book go? I can't see this book. I need to have this book. Hey, wait, that's just so wrong. How can Peter have this book and we don't have it in the Bible?
Well, that's probably because this is falsely attributed to Peter,
Oh, come
and it
on, you're so Islamophobe. This is the real Peter, the apostle, and he was told by Jesus. How can you say that, brother? It's just like we can't find this book. That doesn't mean his book is wrong. We just have to
right.
find it. We just have to work a little more harder, you know.
Uh-huh. Yeah, I mean, just because there's no evidence of the quote unquote original Injil that exactly matches the Quran doesn't mean it didn't exist. I mean, just because there's no evidence.
Exactly. Now you understand the whole narrative. Very late, but you did it. So that's good.
Yes. There was a question about what was the name of the book. It's commonly called the Book of Rolls. I don't think it internally has a name, but it's commonly called the Book of Rolls.
Rolls? Which
So,
rolls? The Chinese rolls? Which?
yeah, I guess. I didn't name the book. Don't give me. Anyway, so what we really have here is not something given by Jesus to Peter, but rather a prophecy written after the fact, i.e., this is describing what was accepted history at the time, that Muhammad's body had been dug up and devoured by animals.
MashaAllah, MashaAllah, Subhanallah, Subhanallah.
So we have two more sources. Everything we've looked at so far is a Christian source, and we're now going to look at a Jewish source, and then finally a Muslim source, amazingly enough. This is a commentary on the book of Isaiah by Yafat ben Eli. He was a 10th century Jewish scholar. The story in question forms an integral part of his commentary, i.e., he's not just simply retelling the story that he's heard about Muhammad, but rather he's made it an integral part of what he's saying about the book of Isaiah. On Isaiah 14:19, the words of which are, "But you are cast out of your grave like a rejected branch," he writes that this verse was interpreted to him as the man of the Spirit, and claimed that they removed him from his grave, and the lions ate him. Nothing remained of him save his heel. They took it and buried it, and said, "This is the grave of the man of the Spirit." Others say that it was done by one of the princes. They cast him out into the field, and he became like an abominable branch, and as a carcass trodden under feet. Now, if you don't know Jewish works, you wouldn't know what this man of spirit is, but it's a very common term in Jewish works to refer to Muhammad. It's a reference to Hosea 9:7.
Yeah, I understand that when you were reading it, I realized, they are. But like when Jews actually do not accept Christ, this has to happen to them, and that is why they call Tovia Singer to their websites and channels, and they make him say certain stuff. But whatever they say, it's gonna destroy their verdict left, right, and center. So thank you so very much for these references. I love those. Thank you.
Yes, and this is important because it provides independent testimony of Muhammad being, or the body of Muhammad more accurately, being devoured. Because a Jewish commentary by a rabbi is not going to be reading Christian polemical sources. He's not going to be reading what Christians say about Islam. He's going to have heard this story from other means. And finally, Before we get into analyzing these texts, we have even a Muslim testimony to the early date of this story of Muhammad being devoured by dogs.
Wallahi, it should be wrong. It's wrong. It's wrong. Wallahi, it's wrong. It's Zaif. Zaif, brother. Zaif.
Well, it's actually a legal text, so I'm not even sure the hadith grading even applies to begin with. But of course, that would just be excuse even if it did. So multiple later Islamic legal texts, they contain this curious ruling, which was attributed to Malik ibn Anas, who
Malik
died
ibn
in
As. Yes.
yes, who died in 795, and that it was then transmitted on the authority of Ibn al-Qasim, who lived from 750 to 806. So we can see that this story, assuming that it's not just made up at a much later date and attributed to these people, which I'm not really sure why anyone would do that, it has a very early date coming from the 8th century. In the ruling, it says as follows. Ibn al-Qasim said, "We asked Malik about a Christian in Egypt against whom there was a testimony that he said," so this is the Christian talking now, "Poor Muhammad, he is telling you that he is in paradise, but his wealth did not benefit his soul when dogs were eating his legs. Were he to be killed, the people would find rest from him." And now Malik answers as to what they should do if this Christian who said this thing, "I think he should be executed." So that's the legal ruling. That's why it's in the Islamic text, because the penalty for saying Muhammad is eaten by dogs is that you should be executed. But for our purposes, what's important here is that a Christian was already telling this story in the 8th century. Here's a summary of all of the polemical works that we've looked at. This comes from Christina Zalagi's work. This is her chart. I did not make this, but I thought it was very beneficial to put this up on the screen, and you can go back and review it later as a handy little guide to these sources. We'll now summarize what these sources have to say, and then we'll look at what the Islamic sources have to say on the same points. Christina herself says, we can thus conclude that the Christian story of Muhammad's death was in all probability known among Christians in the Near East during the first half of the 8th century. All of these stories, or the majority of these stories, contain a prophecy of resurrection or ascension, depending on how you want to view the text, usually put in Muhammad's own mouth, but in one case put in the mouth of Ka'b. There's an expectation that Gabriel will come in one version, but that's only in that one version. We find that the corpse was locked in a house, or in one version was placed in a garden. We find in numerous versions that guards were set to watch over the body. And virtually all versions, we see that the body begins to stink after precisely 3 days. And then in about half of the texts, we see that dogs came and ate part or most of the body. And a couple sources speak of a yearly massacre of dogs that was ordered in revenge.
But dogs will not be this nice of a dog, brother. You took a wrong picture. That's just so blasphemous. It should be a stray dog of the Arabian Peninsula. How can you put this such a nice doggy? It's just like I like kissing him. Don't do
Well,
that, brother, next time.
I liked this picture because the dog is licking his lips. He's enjoying eating Muhammad's body. That's actually why I
Mashallah,
put the picture
mashallah.
there. And here we have them disposing of the toxic body of Muhammad. They have to wear their their medical suits because his body is so decayed and disgusting that they have to get rid of it by modern means of disposing corpses.
Oh, brother, we have Woody Woodpecker again. We said sorry. We aren't accept you in Islam. So who told you to accept us in Islam, Mr. Woody Woodpecker? We don't want to accept Islam anyways. We want you shooting lifetime on Islam ass. Shooting lifetime on Islam ass? Like, does Islam has an ass? I don't know. But he's saying that. After that, God see you. I have no issue personally. Brother, whether you have issue with us personally or not, we are just showing what's written in the history and what was happened to Muhammad. And I challenge you 3 times. Let me challenge you a fourth time, Mr. Woody Woodpecker. Let me just show you these references that Muhammad's body was smelling like a stinking animal and his tummy was swelled according to the Islamic scriptures. What will you do? Will you leave Islam right now? Because Islam's heaven and hell, they are both very, very pornographic. And I will show you the pornography in the heaven and the hell both. Where in the hell, Allah will put chains from your buttocks hole, like the anus, and take it out from your nostril or from your mouth, and then roast you in the hell. And the heaven of the Allah is like women which are like whores, not houris, whores, WHORE, whores, waiting for you to come and perform the ding dong. So if this is the hell and the heaven of Allah, thank God I'm not a Muslim anymore. Brother, please continue.
Real quickly, can you put the quote of RJ up on the screen? That's a pretty funny joke there. He says he liked white meat, apparently, or the dogs liked white meat, apparently,
Oh,
joking about.
mashallah, Muhammad was very, very white. Absolutely
Exactly.
white. So white that it was just absolutely white.
All right, so continuing on, getting serious here, Zalagi remarks, yet however preposterous the Christian legend of Muhammad's death may appear, the Christians did not invent it. They borrowed almost all of its motifs from early Muslim tradition, i.e., Muslims were writing this before the Christians put it in their polemical accounts. And as we'll see, thanks to her work, the individual elements of the story have been found in Islamic texts, sometimes even word for word. We'll look at the motifs one at a time, first looking at the resurrection or ascension of Muhammad. There are numerous hadith which refer to the ascension of prophets in general, sometimes without referencing Muhammad, or sometimes in response to a question about what happened to Muhammad. And then we have this quote here from Ibn al-Muwakin's work. It is well known that the wall of the Prophet's tomb collapsed during the caliphate of Walid ibn Abd al-Malik ibn Marwan and the governorship of Umar over Medina, and a foot appeared when the wall collapsed. A foot came out from someone's grave. They dreaded that it might be the foot of the messenger of God. Its matter appalled them, and they were overcome with fear until Sa'id ibn al-Musayyab related to them, "The corpses of the prophets, may God bless them, do not remain in the earth for more than 40 days till they ascend." And then someone comes along and they claim that they recognize that this is the foot of Umar. Imagine how ridiculous that is. Oh, yes, I recognize that foot that's been buried for years. That's the foot of my grandfather.
MashaAllah, MashaAllah, Subhanallah, Subhanallah. By the way, the names are, you read the names very good, but Al Walid bin Abd al Malik, Marwan, and the governor of Umar bin Abd al Aziz over Medina. The second name is until Sa'ad al Musayyab, and then Salim bin Abdullah bin Umar bin al Khattab also came and recognized in the foot of his grandfather Umar. So, yeah, just fixing the names, so don't worry
Yes,
about
thank
that.
you. Appreciate
Um,
it.
carry on, brother.
Yes.
I know
Uh,
the foot of Allah. You know, when we Muslims go to the heaven, they also they will not be able to recognize their God, right? Until
mhm.
Allah will take the cloth up from his shin. So Allah will show his shin, and only the looking at the shin, Muslims will start prostrating, and they will start prostrating, and they say, "MashaAllah, we recognize this is our Allah. We saw the sin." So shin and foot is very important in Islamic scriptures because only with the shin and the foot they recognize who the person is. They don't recognize the person by the face. Apparently, I don't know why this is happening, but this is how it is.
And I also think it's interesting that they dreaded it might be Muhammad's foot. And I think that the reason they dreaded that is because if it was his foot, that would prove that he did not ascend and was not a messenger. And then someone thankfully comes along and says, "That's my grandfather's foot."
Man.
Continuing to look at our sources here, we have a quote that says, "Prophets possessing fortitude do not stay in the earth beyond 40 days before they ascend to heaven. The prophet of God did not stay in the earth longer than 40 days before he ascended." A version of this hadith can be credibly traced back to Sufyan al-Thawri,
Sufyan.
Johnny. Can you? Yes, go ahead and tell me his name properly.
Where are you reading from? 40 days before he. Okay.
Sorry.
What are you doing, man? 40 days
I
before he ascended, Sa'ad bin Musayyib. Okay, where is it? Okay. A version of this credibility is said to be from Sufyan al Tahwari, died 778. Dajmi.
Thank you. So that's a very early work in comparison to our accepted hadith collections. No, and another.
But like he on the third day he was already smelling. So he was ascended when he was smelling like a rotten crops.
we'll relax. We'll get to the stinking body. We have hadith for that too. But right now we're
Okay.
looking at the claim of ascension, the claim of resurrection after 3 days. We have a hadith attributed to Jafar al-Sadiq, died 765, so again, very early. No prophet or legatee remains in the earth more than 3 days before he ascends, so we have this difference between 40 days or 3 days. To heaven in his spirit, his bones, and his flesh. All of him goes up, not just his soul or whatever. His whole body goes up. There's nothing left on the earth. They should be able to open up Muhammad's grave and find nothing there, or find his body perfectly preserved, whatever. And they don't open it. Oh well, so
Our
sad.
brother Kojit. See, I can't even pronounce these names. I can pronounce Arabic names. How about you pronounce his name, please?
Cogito ergo.
See, how can I pronounce cogito in cogito? Like, it's not possible for me to actually pronounce it as cogito when it's cogito. So anyhow, my bad. See, that's the problem. When you can't read Arabic names, I can't read English names. So no offense to Orgo. So he said maybe his stink was ascending. So it is right, by the way. So yeah, that's I like the comment. So his stink was ascending.
That's great. I think we've solved the mystery. And at least for other distinct hadith, i.e., they're not just repetition, they don't just say the exact same thing or very similar thing. Four other distinct hadith with their own distinct isnads contain very similar traditions about prophets ascending. And we have this in the Sahih as well. Sahih Bukhari 3667, I think you mentioned this earlier actually. Allah's messenger died when Abu Bakr was at a place called Asuna. Umar stood up and said, "By Allah, Allah's messenger is not dead." Umar then later on said, "By Allah, nothing occurred to my mind except that." He said, "Verily, Allah will resurrect him, and he will cut the hands and legs of some men."
Mashallah! Such a peaceful prophet that he even when he comes down, come back, he'll gonna cut the hands and feet of men.
And then we have a later version of the same hadith, i.e., it's mostly the same words, but there's some variation, so it appears to derive from it from Abu Shubah's work that reads, He has not died, this is Umar speaking, but rather he has gone to his Lord just as Musa ibn Imran went, remaining absent from his people for 40 nights, after which he returned to them. By Allah, the messenger of Allah will indeed return to us, just as Musa returned to his people, and he will cut off the hands and legs of those men
But
who
brother
claimed
Musa
that
did
he had
not come
died.
back and cut the hands and feet of his people, even though that they were worshipping a cow made out of gold. But he still did not cut the hands and feet of his people. Why would Muhammad come back and cut the hands and feet of people? It's just unbelievable. Unless that's what he was doing in his life.
Indeed, indeed. And we also have a version of the same hadith in Ibn Hassam, which we'll see on a later slide for a different purpose. But we have a smoking gun, absolute proof that Al-Kindi did not invent this story that he took it from a Muslim text. The first part here is the words of Al-Kindi. Furthermore, yet more monstrous than this and more repugnant is that he used to say in his life and enjoined them that when he died, he should not bury them because he would be raised to heaven as Christ the Lord of the world was raised, and that, quote, he was so precious to God that he would not leave him on earth for more than 3 days. The Arabic is transliterated there if you want to read that
I
for
can't
us.
read the transliteration.
Oh, sorry.
I can read the Arabic. I can't read the transliteration because once again I come to the same problem which I have the problem with the reading of the English names.
All right, no worries then. You don't have to speak Arabic to see that the words of the words of Al-Kindi, and Al-Kindi is written in Arabic, are identical to the words written in this hadith, which is found with slight variations in 3 different works, which you can see on your screen there. One of these works tries to reinterpret the 3 to mean 3 decades, apparently because Muhammad did not, in fact, rise after 3 days, so they pretended that he actually meant 3 decades. I am so precious to God that he will not leave me in the earth after 3. And it doesn't specify the time
By
period,
the way,
but obviously it's days.
Imam Ghazali is not a normal name. Imam Ghazali is supposed to be the guy who according to the Muslim scholars, that they say that if you destroy each and everything about Islam, i.e. the Quran and the Hadith and everything, but just by the works of Imam Ghazali, you can recollect each and everything. So this is how big Imam Ghazali is, FYI.
And he contains this narration that Muhammad
Mhm.
said that he would not be left in the earth for more than 3 days, that he would be resurrected after 3 days. And that's what all the Christian texts said. They all said that Muhammad claimed he would be resurrected after 3 days. Gee, I wonder where Muhammad got that idea from.
From the Bible!
From the actual resurrection of Jesus, perhaps? And we pointed this out earlier, but just to reemphasize, Al-Kindi tells you basically where he's copying from. He's telling you that he got these things from Muslim texts, and he's telling you which people said them. I.e., he's kind of using the Hadith tradition, which was probably developing at this time. And he's taking their sources and he's repeating them. And he says that going back, Muhammad claimed that he would be raised after 3 days, and what do we find in surviving Islamic literature that's not acceptable? But that Muhammad was rising after 3 days. So when we have 2 texts that are identical like this, there's 3 possibilities: text A copied from text B copied from text A, or text A and B both copied from a third source. Now, here's the possibilities. Multiple Muslims decided that Al-Kindi was a reliable work and copied the hadith that he made up out of that. That seems utterly ridiculous to me. Or Al-Kindi was not the originator and Muslims were. So we have what I call a smoking gun, solid, complete proof that the Christians did not invent this claim of Muhammad that he would resurrect.
Wallahi, you are right, brother. Wallahi, you are right.
And we do find additional evidence in the Islamic texts in that Muhammad's burial was delayed for some unspecified reason. 3 days, in fact. All branches of Islam agree that Muhammad died early on a Monday. The accepted Sunni traditions are split. Some say that he was buried overnight Monday to Tuesday, or more say that he was buried overnight Tuesday to Wednesday. The Shia traditions are unanimous on a Wednesday burial. Ibn Hassam has the burial in the middle of the night on Wednesday, and other early but so-called unauthentic hadith include also the possibility of burial overnight Wednesday through Thursday or at other times of the day. So there's some confusion on exactly when he was buried, but they all agree he was not buried promptly, almost like they're waiting for something to happen.
Oh, what is they are waiting for something to happen, brother? What could that be?
I think they're waiting for his body to resurrect like he promised.
Ah, so that would be a true story because they are waiting something to happen with his body before they could bury him.
Exactly. And we'll see in my conclusion that not necessarily every Muslim believed this, but enough believed it that they wanted to wait and see what happened at very minimum. Now we get to some uh, testimony to Muhammad's body being decayed and rotting and stinking and so forth. Uh, Surviving Kufan, that is Iraqi hadith, attest to a delayed burial in various ways. They describe that Muhammad's body had changed color, that his fingernails had turned green, that he was buried only after, quote, death was apparent, that he had a bloated and bent corpse. Remember earlier we saw one of them
Tummy.
specifically talking about his bent finger?
Yeah, and the tummy is bloated.
Yes. Yes, the hadith describe bloated tummy of Muhammad, uh, which is of course the common thing that happens after death. At least in those days where there were modern facilities, that bacteria get in and they cause a buildup of gas and the stomach blows up. Um, and as you'll recall in the Christian polemics, they talked about him being bloated. They talked about his fingers being bent. And we have this. We also have this hadith that states when the Prophet died, Abu Bakr was absent, and he came after 3 days. Oh, surprise, surprise! And no one dared to uncover his face, meaning Muhammad's, until his abdomen became ashen colored. Abu Bakr uncovered his face. A Basran hadith likewise speaks of a bloated corpse. So we have hadith coming from multiple different regions of the Islamic empire, speaking of the same thing. Several of these traditions, including the one that I quoted about Abu Bakr, are quoted by Al-Tabri. Of course, Muslims will tell us, well, Al-Tabri just recorded everything. He didn't decide what was authentic and what was not. Well, again, I don't care if you consider it authentic or not. The fact that Al-Tabri recorded it means it existed. It means there was this tradition that Muhammad's body was rotting and decaying and stinking up the place. And none of these hadith quoted here are attributed to eyewitnesses. Now, a Muslim will tell us that's why we don't accept them. They're unauthentic because they don't go back to an eyewitness. But in the actual reality, the fact that they don't create a chain that goes all the way back to an eyewitness enhances their reliability because it means these weren't made up late. These were early, before the Isnad tradition had fully developed, and that everything had to be traced back to a companion to be a legitimate hadith. So these are actually probably originally derived, or were originally being said at the first names in the chain, because this was as the hadith Isnad tradition is being developed. So we have good reason to believe that actually these are earlier because they don't make up a chain all the way back to a companion. We also have testimony of the delayed burial of Muhammad in the story of Umar. We already looked at the version of Sahih Bukhari. We'll now look at the version contained in Ibn Hasan and other biographies. Umar is originally believing that Muhammad would return after 40 days. Abu Bakr arrives on the scene later. He wasn't there when Muhammad died. He came in from out of town. And then he declares Muhammad is dead. And it's Abu Bakr who convinces the people in a speech that it's all okay because he quotes the Quran as if the verse had never been heard before. Almost like it had never been given before and was made up on that spot. Ibn Hasan writes, Muhammad has gone to his Lord, as Musa ibn Imran went and was hidden from his people for 40 days, returning to them after it was said that he had died. By God, the apostle will return as Moses returned. As we've seen this a couple times, it's usually attributed to Umar acting alone, but in Ibn Sa'd's version, many Muslims shared the opinion of Umar, and in his version, it's Abbas who ultimately opposes Umar, not Abu Bakr. And it's clear that a protracted delay has taken place in the burial as these arguments took place in Saad's version of the story. Uh, in that version, or that version reads, "The messenger of God has died. He is immortal." So this is
Mhm.
Abbas speaking. I should have specified. This is
So
Abbas
basically,
speaking. Yes.
basically, they thought that Muhammad is not immortal. Muhammad is not mortal, but rather immortal.
Yes.
And they
They.
thought that they were worshipping Muhammad and they should worship Muhammad.
Yeah. I think that I'll touch on this very briefly in the end, but this is my current investigation. But my current theory is that Muhammad was probably thinking of himself as uh, either the first coming of the Messiah or the second coming of Jesus, one or the other. And thus, some Muslims absorbed that same belief that Muhammad had of himself. So Abbas states, "The messenger of God has died. He is immortal, and as with mortals, his odor changes. People, bury your master. He is so he is so precious to God that he will not let him die twice. Would he let you die once and him twice? He is too precious to God for that. People, bury your master. If it is indeed as you say, nothing can prevent God from digging him up from the earth. By God, the messenger of God did not die until he left the path plain and clear, allowed the lawful and prohibited the unlawful, married and divorced, blah, blah, blah. People, bury your master." So we see that Abbas come in this version, it's not Abu Bakr that saves the day, but rather it's Abbas who comes in and says, "Come on, guys, this body is stinking and disgusting. Get rid of it already. Bury the dang guy."
So
And
basically, they are saying, bury him. He's already smelling like a rotten corpse. Please do not do that because at the end of the day, if Allah wants to resurrect him, He will take him out of his grave. So this is how crazy it is. Muslims were not letting them bury the body of the Prophet. They were thinking he's gonna, and people have to come in and say, "Hey, bury him. If Allah wants to resurrect him, Allah will resurrect him from inside the grave." Imagine that. This is early
exactly,
Muslimin. These are the Salaf
exactly.
al Saleh. These are the Salaf al Saleh. And you guys think of us like, come on, man. Be reasonable.
Yeah, it's amazing that we get this accusation that we're man worshippers when Jesus is God incarnate according to Christianity. Meanwhile, Muslims actually worship Muhammad, who they actually say is a man, and that's all right. Amazing stuff. And in any case, we can see that this same line, "a second death will never overtake you," or a very similar line, is attributed to Abu Bakr in Ibn Hasm. So they disagree on whether it was Abbas or Abu Bakr who said this, but they both kind of contain the same story that someone comes in and they say, Muhammad's body is disgusting. Let's get rid of his body. And we
Wow.
have even more evidence of disagreement taking place. Medinan tradition depicts the community as divided over the question of whether Muhammad died or not. A Basran Hadith states the companions assembled and decided to wait on burial, saying, quote, "Perhaps he ascended." A Hadith attributed to al-Waqidi says Uthman believed Muhammad was taken directly into heaven without dying, i.e. like Jesus, and i.e. like Jesus in Islamic tradition, I should say, not the real Jesus, but the one in Islamic tradition. And another hadith also contains a similar claim, but instead of ascribing it to Uthman, it describes it to the people who demanded Muhammad not be buried accordingly. And then they threatened all those who said otherwise, who wanted to bury him. And we find echoes of this even in the accepted traditions.
Wow. Like imagine, brother, when these people are looking at Muhammad, they were worshipping him almost. Like they were literally worshipping, quite frankly. They were worshipping him. Because the hadith of Bukhari says that whoever worshipped Muhammad, know that Muhammad is dead. So this is the Bukhari hadith statement. So imagine people were worshipping him because in the Quran, there are multiple ayahs that Muhammad will be witness upon you. How can Muhammad be witness upon you if Muhammad is already dead? This is once again from the tafsir and the siras, when they are saying to Muhammad, hey, how can Muhammad be witness upon us when he's already dead? How
Hmm.
can he cannot die? And then Allah will raise him back. So people were worshipping Muhammad. This is what Muhammad did to the people. This is what the Quran is saying.
Yeah,
And
absolutely.
then he died,
And then he
and
died.
his body started to rot and smell, and his tummy blotted. And they're like, put him to the grave. That would be a very, very disturbing change of events for those Muslimin. Don't you think that's why people started to leave Islam right after the death of Muhammad?
Yes, we have the Ridda Wars, it is, I believe.
And
Uh,
then you have the Rida wars, which is called Harb Rida, and Abu Bakr actually did the Harb Rida. Harb means war, Rida means apostasy, for 1 year, and he started killing the Muslims who ever leave Islam. In the Second World War, or the Second World War, the Nazis they would have the guns shooting at their own people if they try to come back. They would
hmm
shoot them. So they
hmm
will be like, "Go fight, and if you try to come back, retreat, we're gonna kill you." So they were fighting with everything they have, because if they retreat, they're gonna have bullets from their own people. So same thing happened over here. How disturbing it is, how inhumane this is. You realize what happened? Like right now I'm feeling kind of sad instead of laughing. Like I was laughing almost the whole stream, but now I'm feeling sad. How disturbing, agonizing, heartbroken it would be for the people who actually accepted Muhammad as a true prophet who would live forever, and they started worshipping him like Jesus. But Jesus never said that um, I am just a prophet. He was
exactly.
crucified because he claimed himself to be equal to the Father. That's exactly why he was crucified. And on the third day, when people went to his grave, he wasn't there. He wasn't there. And the big rock, was removed. It wasn't on the stream, and he was ascended, and then he came back to the people. And then one of the apostle, I forgot the name, who said that unless I touch him and see him, I will not accept the narrative. And then Jesus came to him and he said, poke your hand in my hole on the side and in my hand, and feel it and see it. But the people are coming after you who will believe without touching and seeing. This is faith. This is reality. This is what happened, and it is recorded as is in many different verdicts. Yet, Muhammad was smelling like a rotten dead dog, and they had to leave Islam. Whereas when Jesus, sorry, excuse my French, when Jesus came back and showed to the apostles, their faith increased. And when the Holy Spirit descended upon them in the Acts of Apostles, chapter number 2, the Holy Spirit descending upon them, when they did the speech, 5,000, over 5,000 accepted Christ as their personal savior. This is what Christianity is. And thank you, the Christian and Gedalia. The apostle was Thomas. Thank you so very much for letting me know. Our brother over here, Christian family man, just gave an Australian $20 super chat. Said, "Wow, a lot of really helpful references in this session. I hope everyone is writing them down so they can ask Muslims about them or even post them on Muslim channels. Great work, boys. Without lies, Islam dies." Thank you so very much, brother, for your super chat and a very nice comment. Appreciate it. God bless you.
Yes, thank you very much for that. And thank you very much, Adam, for tying this back to Jesus, showing us the difference. Jesus predicted his death and resurrection, and then he followed through on that. Muhammad apparently predicted his own resurrection and did not follow through, thus invalidating all his claims. He was not who he claimed to be. Whether he believed it or not is irrelevant. He was not who he claimed to be. Jesus was who he claimed to be.
By the way, before we move forward, I know we have just a few slides left. We are almost at the end. Let me tell everyone, guys, this is the live stream. In the description, you can see Brother Theodos' channel right over here in the description. Just click on this and you will go to his channel. As soon as go to his channel, just click on subscribe. This is Brother Thaddeus's channel, so you can see his channels. Just subscribe to his channel, as I have done that. He has really great videos and you will be benefited by his videos, so please subscribe to our brother Thaddeus. The link is in the description of this video. It is the first link, you will not have to find it. So subscribe and support our brother Thaddeus. He has done extensive work and I like his work as well. And that is why I invited him over here on this channel to come and give us some more information on his great work. I know this guy cannot speak Arabic, and this guy doesn't speak very loudly like me, and I speak loudly, but he has extensive knowledge of the stuff. So please subscribe to his channel, guys.
Yeah, I mean, if you go back to my earliest videos, you'll see I've actually improved on my speaking a lot, but this is not something I would have ever imagined doing for myself. I'm very much an introvert, very much not used to talking to people, talking to a camera, uh, dealing with comments and so forth. But the Lord had other plans for me. He called me into this ministry, and who am I to say no if the Lord calls me?
Absolutely, brother.
So we've kind of looked at, the unacceptable traditions, which of course in reality were probably earlier than the accepted ones, but we even see echoes of the same kind of thing in more well accepted traditions. In Ibn Hassam, although Muslims don't accept all of Ibn Ishaq's work, they do accept this particular line, as we saw from the Muslim website I quoted at the beginning. Aisha said, "We knew nothing about the burial of the apostle until we heard the sound of pickaxes in the middle of Wednesday night." Then, for some reason, Aisha has no clue what's going on, and then they bury Muhammad in the middle of the night for some reason, almost like they were trying to cover something up. They didn't want all of the Muslim community to see what had happened to Muhammad. And we also have this hadith from Darim's Sunnah, found in slight variations in various collections and judged sahih by multiple scholars. Al-Abbas stood up and said, "Indeed, the messenger of Allah died, and he is nothing but a human being and decomposes like any human being. O people, bury your companion." We see some other connections between the Christian polemics and the Muslim tradition. When we see this idea of the body being placed in a locked room. In Ibn Hassam, he records this bizarre scene where Muhammad has just died and all the community's like, "Well, let's go over there and discuss who's going to be the next leader. We don't need to worry about his body right now. Let's just lock it up in the house." He says, now the apostle was still in the house, his burial arrangements not having been completed, and his family had locked the door of the house. See a very similar language in the Christian polemics. But even the story from the one Christian polemic that says his body was placed in a garden and the guards fell asleep and the dogs came and stole his body, we can see that there is in fact a Muslim hadith, a rare tradition found in Al-Samhudi that says the Muslim prayed over Muhammad's body in a garden for several days until he was buried. But what about the dogs?
Ah,
What about the dogs? We saw
now
the
this is
dogs.
the right kind of a dog I was expecting. Okay, that last dog was not the right kind of dog. I like that dog. Okay, not this kind. This kind of dog, I don't like it. Yeah, you can use this dog.
Yeah, so this is actually a picture of a feral dog. This would kind of be the kind of animal that would be actually pictured here. So what about the dogs, though? There isn't any direct mention in Islamic texts about dogs eating Muhammad's body. Shockingly enough, that detail was too damaging for any Islamic text to record it. However, it has, because of this, it's long been assumed to be pure polemic invention. However, this is because scholars have almost exclusively studied the Western transmission of the text, the text that developed in the Western European milieu, where the animal that ate Muhammad's body had often been transformed into a pig, and as a pig, it obviously serves a very clear polemical purpose. You know, the hated pig comes and eats Muhammad's body. What a just end to him. However, in the East, where the story originated, it's actually not that clear that the dogs added anything to the polemic. The real polemic was that Muhammad died and was buried like an ordinary human being. The fact that his body was ate, I mean, it's kind of embarrassing, but it doesn't really add anything to the polemic. And indeed, if they're writing this for polemic purposes, they would more likely choose lions than dogs, which is what the Jewish version we saw. We saw that the Jewish person, the Jewish rabbi, you know, immersed in the scriptures, thinking that the passage is about Muhammad, says that it was a lion that ate his body. And that's because in the Bible, there are numerous passages about lions eating or desecrating the bodies of sinners, but leaving the bodies of the prophets and such unharmed even after death. And which would be miraculous because, of course, a wild animal would readily eat any flesh available. And furthermore, among the educated portion of the population, i.e., the people who are actually writing these texts, the preservation of the body was not deemed essential for end times resurrection. There were some people who believed that the bodies of saints in Christian tradition did not decay because their whole body would be taken up and during the last days in the end times resurrection, their body would literally come out of the tomb. But that's not what the educated population believed. So the eating by dogs is not necessarily a very strong polemic, even though it's highly humorous to us today.
Brother,
And
even though we are a little over our time, but these are two comments which are very necessary. Maria actually said, and they thought it was better than he died from poison given by the Jewish woman, or rather than the dog verdict. And yes, Maria, you are absolutely right on that point. Now, the second one, Yeshua Noor hai, which means Yeshua is the light. And he says, in Bible, when God cured any evil person, God said that his body will be eaten by dogs.
yeah, so there is some association in the Bible with dogs. He also pointed out that Jezebel was eaten by dogs. However, the strongest association is with lions eating the bodies. But either way, the idea is a
Mhm.
wild animal eats the body. So if they're inventing it wholesale, I would lean towards them doing lions. But again, the real point here is that it doesn't really add anything to the polemic. The fact that he died and was buried is the real polemic. That's a real point. The eaten by dogs is just a humorous addition to the text, either historic or not historic. And when we see to my conclusion, I am going to say that the eaten by dogs is the least certain part of the story, but I do think it's at least reasonable. It's not something we should just dismiss wholesale. And my last point here on this slide is that it's not improbable. There's nothing unusual about a human body being eaten by wild animals in these time period, either because the body was intentionally not buried, which is what was done to criminals, or because the burial was insufficient and the animals smelled the body underground and dug it up.
And Gileadia just sent a message, 1 Kings 14:11. Anyone belongs to the Jeroboam who dies in the city will be eaten by dogs. Yeah, yeah. There's some significant level as
Yes.
well, but but you know, and at the same time, brother, why would somebody invent this story? Number one. Number two, dogs. Like seriously, uh, God has to do something for dogs to start eating the body, dead body. Quite frankly, like God has to be intervening because usually, if you see, dogs don't eat dead bodies. I don't see dogs eating dead bodies very frequently. So, yeah, there is something happening over there which is amiss, FYI.
Yes, and I will point out that none of these texts while there are biblical reference they could associate it with, none of them actually do that. which suggests to me that those texts weren't in their mind, because if they were in their mind, they would have probably associated it with those texts. I mean, they do quote the Bible for other things they say about Muhammad. So if they thought Muhammad was eaten by dogs and they had that text in mind, why not quote it? And they don't do that.
Hmm. Absolutely, brother.
And that, but we do have, a Sahih echo, if you will, of this idea that dogs were, or that something weird happened that made Muslims distrust dogs. We have in Sahih Muslim, Allah's Messenger ordered the killing of dogs, and we would send
Hmm.
men in Medina and its corners, and we would not spare any dog that we did not kill. So much so that we killed the dog that accompanied the wet she camel belonging to the people of the desert. So they even killed this highly useful dog because of their zeal to kill dogs. We also have this quote from Sahih Bukhari, which Muhammad is supposedly said, whoever keeps a dog, which is neither a watchdog nor a hunting dog, will get a daily deduction of 2 karat
Hmm.
from his good deeds. So owning a dog is a grave sin, according to Muhammad, unless it.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Even still right now, we were told every day that any house which has a dog in it, the angels of the Rahmat, blessing, do not come into that house, because there is a hadith associated that the Jibrail delayed to come into the house. And when Muhammad came out of the house, Muhammad said, "Why did you not come at the right time?" He said, "Because there's a dog inside your house. I can't come inside the house because there's a dog inside the house." So dogs are supposedly very, very evil in Islam.
Definitely. Or maybe I shouldn't say definitely based on what I'm about to say, but there are certainly hadith that suggest that suggest dogs are very disliked. We also have multiple hadith about how dogs in particular, in this hadith, a black dog and a woman uh, sever the prayer. In other ones, it's a dog, a woman, and a donkey. But these three things are signaled out as being of lower quality. And in another hadith, Aisha even says something along the lines of, "You have made women equivalent to dogs by this hadith, or by this saying." But however, compare that there are also hadith that speak neutrally or favorably of dogs. I pulled this one out in particular because, one, it's pretty dramatic, and two, it's rather humorous. My father said that during the lifetime of all his apostles, the dogs used to urinate and pass through the mosques. Nevertheless, we never used to sprinkle water on the dog urine. So the dogs come into the mosque and they pee on the wall, and no one bothers to clean it up because, they're just fine with dogs. And so this
Until
hadith is
Muhammad said, "Kill all the dogs," right?
right. So, so why this very stark, different contrast of how the people dealt with dogs? And I would suggest one possibility is that during Muhammad's actual lifetime, people didn't necessarily have a huge problem with dogs. And then he died and his body was eaten by dogs. And then now they have a huge problem with dogs. But they can't very well say that we're against dogs because they ate his body. They have to come up with other reasons. So they say, oh, yes, Muhammad ordered us to kill all the dogs. Just like the two Christian polemics saying people were ordered to kill dogs.
Man, man, that is crazy, right?
Indeed. Indeed.
So even if dogs were urinating in mosques, they had no issue. But suddenly dogs are so bad.
Exactly.
Man, so there is some significance. And all of these are narrated anyways much later.
Yes. And like I said, these are all, Sahih traditions here. So Muslims can't even reject them. And they got to explain why there's this contrast between dogs being allowed to come and go freely through the mosque, and later dogs block your prayer, and you got to kill them all. And if you own them as pets, you're having your good deeds reduced.
Absolutely, brother. Absolutely. And our Sweetie G is one of our great moderators, the Christian and all the other moderators. Thank you so very much for moderating the chat. And Sweetie G said, super amazing. So thank you, Brother Thaddeus. You have got another like from our moderator. And she said, please comment in the video after we finish the video. When you comment, it gives a push to the video as well. So please do not forget to comment after the video ends in the comment section. Thank you so very much. All right, brother, please continue.
Yes,
I think you have two more slides left.
yes, we have, I believe, one or two more slides and then my conclusions
Mhm.
about drawing a, taking everything we've learned tonight and making one relatively short uh, reconstruction of actual history. So we have this curious story of Waqi bin al Jarrah. This story takes place in either the year 800 or 801. Waqi finds himself in some trouble after narrating a hadith saying that Muhammad was not buried until his abdomen became bloated and his little finger bent, among other a hadith that he was narrating about the ordinary death of Muhammad. Al-Uthmani imprisons Waqi and orders his execution and exposure of the body, which is the traditional punishment for slandering Muhammad. So we see a scholar saying that Muhammad had an ordinary death, and then we see the ruler saying that this is slander against Muhammad. Other scholars come to Waqi's aid and persuade al-Uthmani to release him. Waqi then learns that a mob has decided to take justice into their own hands, and they want, well, execute him if he comes to their city, so he takes a different route home. After this incident, for some reason, Waqi continues to recite the offensive hadith later in his life. Apparently, he thought it was very important to preserve this tradition, even though it had grown unpopular by the year 800. In one version of this story, the following explanation is given by Waqi. He argues that, quote, several companions of the Prophet said the messenger of God did not die, and God wished to show them the sign of death, i.e., this is why Muhammad's body was allowed to decay, is to prove to people who are mistaken that he did, in fact, die. So what does this story tell us? This story tells us a number of interesting things about the development of the Islamic tradition. It suggests that the scholarly class by the year 800 still believed in an ordinary death of Muhammad, which is consistent with the oldest Muslim tradition, as I've argued for throughout this, and is also consistent with what the Quran says, that he was just a messenger and nothing special. He only came to warn people. He's nothing to be deified or venerated or whatever the case may be. However, the populace, probably in response to Christian polemics about Muhammad having an ordinary death and being inferior to Jesus, they were beginning to take a different view of Muhammad. They had created a new story that Muhammad's body did not decay, consistent with what Christians expected of their own saints. This is consistent with the theory that this is consistent with what we see in the development of Muslim doctrine in general. For example, it's beyond question that, historically speaking, all the miracle stories attributed to Muhammad that were found in later Sirah and whatnot were all attributed to Muhammad in response to Christian polemics, because one of the most popular things that Christian polemics would do is they'd say, Jesus worked this miracle, and he worked this miracle, and 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 this miracle. What did Muhammad do? And the Muslims could only respond, he brought the Quran, I guess.
That's the only miracle of Muhammad in the Quran.
Exactly. So that story, that was perfectly acceptable to early Muslims before they encountered Christian polemics. But once they encountered that, then they're like, man, our story really sucks in comparison. We got to come up with something better.
And then you have so many miracles of Muhammad in the hadiths. His hands giving water, he doing this and that and all that, yada yada yas. But according to Quran, Allah says, we have not given you any miracle whatsoever.
Exactly. They're so desperate to make Muhammad compare to Jesus that they contradict the supposed literal words of their God that says Muhammad can't work miracles and say, yes, he worked all these miracles. Allah was just lying when he said he couldn't work miracles.
And the breaking of the moon, the Christian said breaking of the moon. Brother, the only moon that Muhammad broke was the moon of Aisha. Na'uzubillah, astaghfirullah. So yeah, nothing else. Yes,
Yeah,
brother, continue.
if you read that Quran passage, it's clearly a description of the end times. It's clearly
Yeah,
not attributed
it
to
says,
Muhammad.
and the moon has split, and the day of resurrection is near. So, by the way, 1400 years has passed, almost 1500, and the day of resurrection has not come. So, the near means what?
Well, as we'll see in my conclusion, that's a good preview of what I'm going to work on next. And that's what Muhammad actually believed about himself. And that was probably that he was an end times prophet, that the end of the world was about to take place, and that somehow his death would usher in the end times, or that he would be alive during the end times, one or the other. Not the subject today, but that's probably who Muhammad actually was. So, wrapping up, before my reconstruction of history, what have we learned today? We have learned that polemics are not fantasy writing. They are not invented stories out of nothing. The Hadith and other Islamic texts we've seen demonstrate that the Christian polemics were not invented wholesale. There was clearly an Islamic tradition of Muhammad dying an ordinary death, consistent with what the Quran claims about him. Al-Kindi especially has proven himself to draw from Hadith and contains all the details of the polemic except for the body being eaten by dogs. However, there's nothing all that improbable about the dog story, and the Kashim document, which is probably the second highest quality of the polemics, does contain that story. And what do we draw as a conclusion? Well, there's two possibilities, I guess. The Muslims borrowed from the Christians, or the Christians borrowed from the Muslims. However, it's far easier to see how the Muslim standard narrative arose
Has
in
holes
its...
in it.
Yeah, well, that too. But how the standard narrative arose in an attempt to make Muhammad look better, to make him comparable to Jesus, then the alternative, which would mean that Muslims, for some reason, made up Hadith copied Christian texts and turned them into Hadith by adding their own isnads to the story that first were used as arguments against them, doesn't really make any sense to me. So the obvious conclusion is that the Muslim narrative developed and the Christian polemics preserve an earlier version of what Muslims were teaching before the glorified version of Muhammad was created. Any comments before I wrap it up?
You are already on spot, brother. What can I
Alrighty.
comment?
So this is my reconstruction of history. The parts that are in black, these are things that I think are near certain. We could call them the Sahih portions of my reconstruction, if you like. The blue portions are things that I think are likely true, but not certain. That is that, they're pretty probable, 80% probable, say. We can call these the Hassan portions of my reconstruction. And finally, the yellowish, goldish color, these are speculations. They're not taken out of nothing. They're not, just randomly made up. And they could be described as the da'if narrations in the correct understanding of the term, which is things that are uncertain, not things that are proven to be false. So these are things that I think are, like 50, 60% probable.
Mm-hmm.
So here's my reconstruction of the real end of Muhammad, not the fairy tale end found in Islam. In either the year 634 or 635, Muhammad died a fairly ordinary death, like any human being would, probably from illness, since that's what the Islamic texts say, and probably in the region of Syria or Palestine. During his lifetime, Muhammad had preached that the end times were imminent, and he possibly believed that his own death would set things in motion. He predicted his own resurrection or ascension, depending on how you want to describe that, occurring either 3 or 40 days after his death, or most likely based on the pattern exhibited in the Quran, where Allah is constantly changing his mind. He probably preached both things at different times. At one point, he said it would be 40 days, and at a different point, he said it would be 3 days. Because he expected the end times were upon him, and because he expected that he would not stay dead, he didn't bother to appoint any successor. He didn't pick anyone to be the next caliph, even though he, according to both Muslim tradition and the polemical texts, that he saw the end coming several days in advance. Muhammad's followers consisted of both believers in his religious message, true believers, if you will, and other people who had joined his cause simply because of the political and military benefits. They had joined because they wanted to conquer people, they wanted war booty, and so forth. And most likely, this latter group, i.e. those that had joined primarily for political reasons, was a strong majority. Even if Muhammad himself believed his crap, most people did not. When Muhammad died, all kinds of chaos broke out. There was one group who were looking for riches and power, and they saw Muhammad's death as their chance to seize control. And they wasted no time pursuing that aim. They didn't even bother to bury him first. They just went straight into arguing over who would be the next caliph. And this is represented by Abu Bakr in the standard narrative. There was a second group who actually believed in the religious message, and they angrily responded, "What are you guys doing? Muhammad's coming back. Why are you fighting over who will be the next ruler? Because that's going to be Muhammad. He's going to come back, and when he realizes that you've tried to seize power, he's going to cut your hands and feet off. You have stolen his power." And this is represented by Umar in the standard narrative. After Muhammad died, his body was locked up. And while the people debated, and while some people debated who would be the ruler, and while others waited to see if he would resurrect or not like he had promised. However, after a few days, it became quite obvious that Muhammad's body was decomposing, and he was hastily buried, likely in secret during the middle of the night, to prevent any further damage from the community. Because of the hasty burial, Muhammad's body was then dug up by wild dogs and partially devoured, possibly leaving only a foot behind, because we did see the foot being of special significance in a couple of the narrations. This cover-up was only partially successful, and there was widespread apostasy, as it had become clear that Muhammad was indeed a false prophet. However, the military leaders were in the majority, and they quickly brought the rebels in line. This is what we call the Ridda Wars. The promise to resurrect was eventually overlooked or reinterpreted, and the earliest tradition recorded Muhammad's ordinary death in line with him being only a warner. Christian polemicists took advantage of this tradition, and they argued that Muhammad's death proved him to be a false prophet, based on their own traditions of saints' bodies defying natural decay and the difference between his death and that of Jesus. By the time of the Abbasid Revolution, a couple hundred years after, or nearly 200 years after the death of Muhammad, a competing tradition of Muhammad's body likewise defying nature had developed. Muslims had borrowed this from Christian tradition, and the common people, the uneducated people, began to believe that this must be what happened to Muhammad too, since he was, of course, a equivalent to a saint. But the educated class among the Muslims continued to support the older, only a warner narrative, only a warner and decaying body tradition. As part of the broad changes made by the Abbasids, the timing of Muhammad's death was moved up a couple of years, primarily to place him in the Hijaz instead of Syria-Palestine, which corresponded to their change of power. However, this had an additional benefit to them because the traditional account of his death was mostly been replaced by legend. The state sponsored a biography written by Ibn Ishaq, and this sealed the deal. This got rid of basically the last of the remaining memory of this earlier tradition of Muhammad. Muhammad's death was associated with the Khaybar poisoning story, possibly to make him a martyr, but possibly just to move his death back in time. The Khaybar story itself was almost certainly invented wholesale, most likely to foster a hatred of the Jewish people, which had become a political priority in the time of the Abbasids, despite Muhammad's own close association with Judaism and possibly Muhammad actually being a heretical Jew himself. The story of Muhammad has continued to evolve in the early days, especially in response to Christian polemics. This necessitated the creation of the numerous hadith to quote unquote prove the later fabrications that had developed about Muhammad's story, or what we now call the Sahih Hadith. This evolution has continued to the present day, to the point where even the biography of Muhammad by Ibn Ishaq is almost unrecognizable to the modern Muslims. When we quote from that source, they act like we've just made up nonsense, which is quite ironic since it actually began as propaganda designed to improve the picture of the historic Muhammad. The real Muhammad was worse than the picture Ibn Ishaq painted. The picture Ibn Ishaq painted was not good enough, so Muslims created an even better picture. And then finally, the picture painted in the Hadith has become unacceptable to modern culture. So Muslims are doing the same thing they've been doing throughout their history, trying to change what's considered reliable sources because Christian polemics continue to prove Islam false and they need something better to point to.
Amen, brother. That is such a nice presentation.
Thank you.
And with that being said, I'm gonna remove the presentation part over here. Brothers and sisters, you guys have all the sources here. You can just take the copy and you can use it. Rather, you should use it. You should use it, and it's an awesome, awesome presentation. I loved it. When I first went through the presentation, I was like, wow. And then I was like, okay, let him read through it. And I didn't. Hey, too many Marys. Come join in if you would like to. We are ending the stream. If you, I already texted you. If you would like to join in, you can join in. But I don't know whether you read that message or not. But now is the time to join in if you would like to. Uh, by the way, some people are asking, brother, will you be able to upload this presentation for the people to have it at a later time, brother?
Absolutely. My habit is to license all my content under Creative Commons license, which is just a fancy way of saying that you're free to use it. Just state where it came from.
Perfect. So if you could give me the link, I will put it in the description as well after the stream ends. By the way, guys, brothers and sisters, our brother Thaddeus's channel is Reasoned Answer. I just shared the link in the live chat as well. Plus, the link of his channel is in the description of this video as well. Please support our brother by by clicking on this link and subscribing to his channel. He has been doing this for some time already. Let me tell you guys, I know this brother for quite some time. This is the first time we are going live, but I know him for quite some time. And there was a time when I liked his videos a lot, but I never was able to contact him. He gives historical video. The best videos that he makes is historical videos, FYI. Okay, that I like personally. So for me, the best contents videos were his historical videos, and I loved it. So if you would like to see some historical videos by him, this is the time to go to his videos and check these out. um, by the way, we have somebody joined in. I do not know who that person is, so I'm going to first cover the screen before I could invite him. By the way, I gave the link for our sister Too Many Mary, but I don't know who that is. I'm gonna add him right now. Yes, Mr. Salvador, what would you like to say?
Hi. I didn't hear the whole thing today.
Hmm.
I just like the topic. I just read the topic, and it's on the death of Muhammad. Correct?
Yes, by the way, please, if before you continue, is it possible for you to tell us if you are a Muslim or a non-Muslim?
I was a Muslim before, but I'm not a practicing Muslim.
Oh,
So
was
I'm
a Muslim. What do you mean by not a practicing Muslim?
or
Are
n-
you still a
I
Muslim or not a Muslim?
I'm not a Muslim, like you can say that.
Not
I'm
a
not.
Muslim. All right,
Yeah.
Mr. Salvador, what would you like to say, my friend?
So my question
Welcome.
is why my question is that what is your analysis on Muhammad as a figure? Do you think it was based on like is this character based on someone
Brother,
else, or it was like glorified like 2 months, like was one person and then we made, like anything, like we make up stories on that person.
okay,
That's
okay, so there could be so many opinions, but let me just tell you my opinion, then Thaddeus can give his opinion.
yeah.
According to me, there must be a guy like him. Okay, he might not be in the location that he would
So
not.
your voice is breaking.
Sorry, I'm sorry.
Your voice is breaking.
Is it still breaking?
I At least I'm getting it broken. Like I'm not sure if everyone else is.
Thaddeus, am I breaking? I don't know why I'm breaking. I have a very good internet. Guys, am I now?
It's still not good, Adam.
Oh my goodness, I am so sorry. Let me fix that. All right, guys. What about this now?
It's good. It's good. It's perfect.
It's good now.
Yeah, perfect.
All right. So there could be many opinions, and Thaddeus can hold his opinion, and certain other people can hold their opinion. If you ask my opinion is that there was a guy named Muhammad. He might not be in Makkah and Medina. He might be at a different location, which was associated with
Do you think
location.
it's more northern Arabia towards
I think
Petra
he would be
or
more
Negev,
southern of Arabia. I think he would be more southern Arabia, not
meaning towards
northern
Yemen,
Arabia.
towards Yemen?
Yes, yes, I hold this opinion much higher than him to be in the northern side because of certain historical facts. For example, the fact of the because in the history it clearly says that Muhammad was born after the year of elephant, and the year of elephant has happened historically, and there are historically evidences for that. And the elephants to attack Kaaba cannot come in the in Makkah, traveling 1,000 kilometers in the desert. It's not possible. Hence, Muhammad has to be down south where the elephants are in Yemen, right?
But they
And plus, you will see. I'm
but they
giving.
weren't elephants at that point. I'm just asking because they're not anymore now.
There aren't anymore, but they were there. Yemeni elephants are known to be there. If you look at the history, there
Okay.
are Yemeni elephants. You will see historical evidence of Yemeni elephants. Okay,
No, no, I can see that because I've been in East Africa region. Yemen is really close, so
exactly. So there are evidences
it's
of
not.
Yemeni elephant.
Yeah.
Second evidence is that the largest manuscript of the Quran you can find in Sana manuscript, which is also in Yemen. Okay, that's the like the oldest and the largest manuscript copy of Quran you will find in Sana, which is just 40 kilometers away from the supposed Kaaba where he attacked as well. So then you will see the Asra al Miraj. You will see the whole story in the Ardavera, which
But that
is a Zoroastrian book, which is the book of people of fire book.
yeah.
So if you ask me personally, okay, don't try to give me a fight with Jay Smith, okay? Please don't do that.
No,
So
I'm not giving a fight. I'm just asking. I
yeah,
just want to get your opinion, and I just want
yeah.
to like
So
understand why are you basing your opinion on that? Yeah.
that's why I'm basing my opinion on that, because of all of these scenarios and the culture which Muhammad evolved. All of these things points me towards the Yemeni origin, and plus in the Kaaba you have a Yemeni corner even now as well, and Muhammad Hadith says that your religion comes from Yemen. So all of these things points me that Muhammad might be coming from down south. But at the same time, I cannot say that there was no Muhammad and he was a fictional character. I have to believe that there is a Muhammad, whether he was in a different location, maybe in a little bit of a 20, 30 years of a different time frame,
Yeah,
but there
that
was
is
a
meaningless,
Muhammad
even
in a
if it's a different
different,
time frame.
yeah.
Yeah, but I
And
have a question. I have a couple more questions. So Muhammad name is was
Muhammad is not
us.
a name, by the way. Let me
Oh
just tell
yeah, I
you
know
that.
it's a title. It's a title. I
It's a
get it.
title. Yeah.
Yeah, yeah. No, I understand that. So the title of Muhammad, it's is it based on your understanding was also because if you look in the Syriac language, I
Hmm.
think Muhammad was close to Jesus or Isa as they pronounce in that
No,
language.
it's not
Is
Isa.
it true or
Let me answer
Jesus?
you.
Yeah,
Yeah, let me answer. Before you ask the question, I already know your question. So
yeah,
Muhammad simply means the praised one.
yeah,
Okay. And the praised one is always God. You do
yeah,
realize that. So no
yeah,
no human can be a praised one, right?
yeah, yeah.
If human
Okay.
cannot be praised one, then who is a praised one? God. So if there's the only human who is also human and God is Jesus, right? So Jesus' character and Jesus' title is praised one as well. So if you look at the four Quranic verses where Muhammad is mentioned, and if you literally translate the word Muhammad into the praised one, you will see that all these four verses absolutely 110% can be fit upon Jesus without any doubt.
No, no, I get that. So, but okay, then my question is that do you think Islam started as a sect of Christianity, the
No, I
Gnostic
think
sect of
Islam,
Christianity?
yeah, Gnostic. So Islam started, no, once again, okay, let me just fix that point. Okay, my brother, look at the Makkan verses and the Medinan verses. Okay, you have to divide the Quran between Makkah and Medina. Okay,
Yeah.
so when we look at the Makkan verses, you have no mention of Abrahamic religion. Do you see any Abraham name of Abraham in the Makkan verses? No.
Okay.
You see the name of Abraham from the Median verses. So Median verses is the location where Muhammad interacted with the Jews, not before. Okay, so that's when you start to receive that there is an Abraham, and Abraham is Hanifan, and we
But
follow the religion of
no,
Abraham.
no, no, no. I completely
Before
understand
that,
that.
before that, just give me a sec. You will have your answer. But before that, Muhammad sent his people to Habasha. That's another
But do you think
hijrah.
that's a real story? Because
No, brother, I do not, brother, I do not think all of these stories has a real in that sense, but yet it is written in the Islamic scriptures. So I'm just interpreting them. So where did they happen? How did they happen? Which city did they happen? I do not know, but I'm telling you what they are saying. So think about it. There was Habsha. Just assume it was an X city. Muhammad sent some people to Habsha, an X city, because his own people were persecuting him supposedly, quotes in quotes. Okay, then if they were persecuting him, then he should be going with them rather than just sending them, right? But supposedly they went there. Over there is when they said that our prophet told us that Jesus is the word of God and the spirit from him. And the Habashan king said, oh, this is what we believe. Now look at the deception, because the Christians believe that Jesus is the word of God and the spirit from him. So they actually accepted, okay, yes, you are not blaspheming our God. But so you have certain things that you see that are evolving in the Islamic scripture because of Christians.
no,
Now
I
then,
yeah, no. Again, like if you look at the coins of Muawiyah, they do
mhm,
have Christian symbolism on it. The
exactly, and
cross,
that's a heretical
and,
Christian
yeah, and they have like the language is
cross on
Greek
the
as
other
well.
side. Yeah.
Yeah, yeah.
So let me answer you that on that. So I have a video called Origin of Quran. Okay, so if you look at the origin of Quran, it is talking about a heretical sect of Judaism slash Christianity. They believe in Yahya, John the Baptist. Okay, and they say that Jesus Christ is yet to come, and they have a book called Sabi'in. They are called Sabi'ins, and the book is called Kinzarabba. And I showed the Kinzarabba that the word Tawheed is written in Kinzarabba, And in the chapter of Tawheed, all the 80, 70 different names are in that chapter. Okay, this video is called Origin of Quran. And then in that book, it says that the angels are made out of fire and of nur. And the Quran says Allah said to the angels, bow to Adam, but Iblis did not bow down to Adam. And then Iblis is made of fire. Now imagine, brother, you ask Muslims, hey, Iblis is not an angel. When Allah said to angels, Iblis was not supposed to bow down to Adam because Allah only sent it to agent, not to the jinnis. Jinnis are made of fire in Islam. The confusion gets cleared in Kinza Rabba, because in Kinza Rabba, only 3 angels are made of nur, i.e. light. The rest of the angels are made of fire. So Muhammad was stealing these things from a heretical sect of supposed
But
Jew
s-
slash Christian, because they neither believe in Christianity nor in Judaism. They believe in John the Baptist, who
but s-
is just proclaiming the pathway to Jesus.
but Quran says about the Sabians a lot. So do you think
Hmm.
wasn't it that from Mani?
They're not a lot, 3 times in the whole Quran.
Okay, but still, it mentioned Sabian more than like let's say Hindus or any other religion. It was
Quran doesn't
Christians.
even mention Hindus.
Yeah, I know it does not mention. I'm just giving as an
Hmm.
example. Like it does not mention anyone outside Jude. Kuffar. It mentions Jews and Christians, and the Sabians is the only other I would say sort of like religious sect that they mentioned. Then, but wasn't Sabian by Mani?
No, Sabi'ins are the Sabi'ins. They are the ones who are heretical sect of Judaism, who believes Jesus has yet to come, but has not come, and they believe in John the Baptist, the Yahya.
Okay, sorry.
So
Okay,
it's like that's why I'm saying go watch my 2 hours long video, Origin of Quran, which is on the book of Sabi'ins called Kinza Rabba. So you can connect it with them, and you will see that Islam is a mixture of so many things. Islam is a mixture of Judaism, Islam is a mixture of Christianity, Islam is a mixture of Sabi'in, Islam is a mixture of the fire
Zoroastrianism.
worshippers,
Yeah, yeah,
Zoroastrianism, and
yeah.
Islam is a mixture of Babylonianism. So
But
you combine.
all aren't all religions like that? All stories are like
No,
maybe
absolutely
recycled.
not, absolutely
Okay,
not.
I
they
know
they are
we're not
all
discussing
different
Christianity,
stories.
but I don't want to go into Christianity. But like,
No,
I
let's
just want to
just,
focus on
you don't
Islam.
have to, you don't have
Yeah,
to,
I just want to focus
like
on Islam. But based on my understanding, like I feel like all the religions are based on other ancient traditions. If you start peeling the onion, but I do
okay,
agree
let's
with you.
peel the onion. Okay, no, let's peel the onion. Let
Hey,
for
Adam,
the sake of, yes,
Adam,
sorry,
before you go there, can I give my opinion on those 3 questions?
yes,
Before,
please, please.
so
Yes,
the first
please.
question was, was Islam started by Muhammad? And I'm going to say yes and no. Yes, in the sense that there was, well, first of all, there definitely has to be a military leader, right? I mean, you can't go on conquest without a military leader. So there's to at least be a military leader. And if you go back to the start of this presentation, you'll see the very early sources written within a couple years of the conquests associate a religious system with the person leading the military. So whether his name was Muhammad or not is irrelevant to me. There seems to be a combination political and religious leader. But I say and no because what he was teaching probably has very little to do with what's Islam today. But it was founded by a person, which we'll just call Muhammad. Now, the second question was it, is that his name or, yeah, I think that was the second question, right? Was he really called Muhammad?
No,
Or,
I said that like Muhammad was the title of like if you go into Syriac language, older like it says that it is somehow related with Jesus.
yes.
So
Yeah.
so so Muhammad was like sort of like in that language and Adam said that maybe there was some similarity because it was called the praised one and only the
Yes.
God. Yeah, yeah,
Yeah. So it definitely can stand as a title. Sometimes titles can be adopted as names, so it doesn't completely rule out it being a real name. But yeah, I definitely agree with Adam that the Muhammad in the Quran at least seems to be a description of Jesus, or at least the stories, that are clearly the same as the Christian stories about Jesus. So it
yeah.
makes perfect sense that that's what was actually intended by the text. Which, if that's the case, that would suggest it's probably not the prophet's real name. So then your third question was, did Islam start as a sect of Christianity, and I'm actually going to say no. It started as a heretical Jewish sect, actually. And the reason I say this is twofold. One, the source texts of the Quran are primarily Jewish texts. There are a couple things from Christian literature, but they're primarily Jewish texts. And they're not just ordinary Jewish texts, they're rabbinic commentary and they're quotes from the Talmud. And the Talmud's the rabbinic law. This isn't the
Yeah.
kind of thing that, was just going to be discussed by people telling stories in the desert. A
But do
lot of
you
the
think
sensational.
yeah, but do you think it was from the region in Iraq right now? Like in the
Uh,
Kufa region, like the Jews living there had a big role to play?
I don't
Because like
really.
if you look at the script, sorry, if you look at the script, initially there was a Hijazi script, then there was Kufi script, then there was like there was multiple iterations of the Quran that we see now is there, and there was a lot of like solidification, or how do you call it in the books? What do you call it? Like you're compiling, and it seems a lot of like was taken from Judaism because it was a Kufic script from I'm presuming from Kufa region. Is that correct understanding or not?
Uh, as far as I know, what you said is correct. The problem is that I don't really have an opinion on location because there's evidence for various different things, and I think probably the reason why is because uh, the religion developed at the actual religion of Islam, not the proto religion that Muhammad taught, but the actual religion developed as a way to unify the territories that the proto Muslims had conquered. So they took things from, they took things from the Iraq region, they took things from the Jerusalem region, they took things from the Yemen region. So which came first? I don't really have an opinion, but I think that the reason we see all these, strong influences is because uh, Islam started. Well, first it started as a Muhammad personally was probably a heretical Jew. Like I said, he quotes the Talmud, which is not something an ordinary person would have access to. So he probably had some rabbinic training. He had a background of a Jewish rabbi. I think he was probably kicked out, and his views were heretical. But from that, he got this idea that maybe he was the Messiah or something along those lines. And then as the movement started to grow, it became an ecumenical movement that was just accepting everyone. And, it's just the message is you believe in one God, we believe in one God, let's go conquer some lands. It wasn't, like a super strong religious tie. And then after they'd conquered all this land, they're like, oh crap, everyone is saying different things. We got to come up with a way to bring it all together. And that's Tawheed. That's the unification of all these different various ideas into one religious system, which is kind of incoherent, but that's what we get when you're joining incompatible beliefs together. So I don't know. I don't have an opinion on which came first, but I think there's definitely
Okay,
multiple different influences.
All right. So
understood.
now let's go back to the other thing. Before we go back to the other thing, I need you to take a shahada. Please take a shahada that Muhammad is a false prophet and Allah is a false god.
How do you do that? Like I don't
Just
care.
state the same thing. Like you bear witness, same thing, whatever.
Like,
You
look,
claim.
look, like
You
look,
cannot bear
I
witness.
don't
Sorry,
even
my bad.
believe.
You claim that Muhammad is a false prophet and Allah is a false god.
I think I think yeah. I have no opinion. I don't practice Islam, so for me, it doesn't really matter. I'm just because I was born in a Muslim family, so that's why I'm a little interested in the history.
I will do
That's
that,
all.
but that's what I'm saying. So please claim that Muhammad is a false prophet and Allah is a false god.
Muhammad is a false prophet and Allah is a false god.
Amen. All right. So now let's go back to your peeling the onions. How would you like to peel the onion, brother? Mr. Salvador, you are on mute somehow. I did not mute you, FYI.
No, I'm just saying which peeling are you looking at?
Because
I
you
don't
said
get
that
it.
you stated that something about the peeling of the onion, and if you peel the onion, something goes back, something like that.
I'm just saying all of these historical religion, like if you, all these religions came in
Mm-hmm.
because of, if you peel the onion, there's some
Mm-hmm.
historical context to all of them. And look, my knowledge is not on Christianity, so I'm not going to dive.
Mm.
Like I'm not that knowledgeable, so I don't want to discuss that part at all. I
Forget
was
that.
just,
You
so I was
do
just
whatever you are
discussing
doing. Like you peel the onion. I want you to peel the onion, brother.
like what onion. Like okay, I just gave it as a metaphor. I did not.
Mm-hmm.
Um, Like I don't have like any topic to peel on unless you have something and we can discuss it.
Okay, so
No,
because
but
you
first of
you
all, you're the only
okay.
one. You're the only one that is saying on that Muhammad was from Yemen. I have never heard that thing before. And okay, maybe you said the elephant ear, and you said that it could be, but why are you the only one? And
Okay,
maybe if, even if
let
the
me
biggest even if the
let me
biggest
answer you before. Let me answer you before you even say further. I
okay.
have 5-part videos called the religion of Muhammad. Okay, part 1, part 2, part 3, part 4, part 5. 5 part. Each and every part is 2 hours long. Some of the parts are longer, but because of the debates. But in fact, they are 2 hours, and that's it. So basically, 5 twos are 10. It's a 10 hours long
No, no, I
information.
understand, but my question is that
May I
if
may I finish? May I
yeah,
finish,
yes,
please,
please,
if you don't mind, brother?
yeah.
In that 10 part, I have given sufficient evidences, and Brother Lloyd did extensive study on that, and you will see why I'm claiming that.
But
I know what J. Smith says. I know,
no, I'm
but
not looking at
the
Jay Smith.
evidence,
I've looked at other
yeah,
historians. Like if you look at
the
Tom Holland from the Oxford University, I think he teaches there. There are others. There's a professor at the University of Chicago that also thinks so. There are many others that think their origins seem to be Northern Arabia than Southern Arabia,
yeah, I know
and so
that, and
that's why I was
yet
just
I am
asking.
saying,
Like,
that yes, they took a lot of things from the north as well, but like more than 50% of the things are coming from the Yemen. And if you look at the history, you will see that. So for that, you have
so,
to
so,
watch that video.
so then my question. Okay, I understand. Okay, so I will look at it later, but then I just want to know, like, if you're putting in on Yemen, do you think that these tribes were already there? The names of these tribes, can we
Yes, you can see a
can,
lot of tribes.
can
You can see a lot of tribes
but there
right
were tribes
there.
called Lakhmid. I don't know how do you pronounce it in
So
English.
there are multiple tribes which are up north, okay, and there
Yeah.
are multiple tribes which are down south. And that's and brother, let me tell you something. Let me ask you something. What is the largest population of Jewish people in the world after Israel before 1990? Can you please tell me? It's Iran. The
Iran.
largest, yes, Iran. The largest population in Iran, you have areas which are Jewish areas even till right now. So when Israel started to become in power in 1940 something,
I would
they started
disagree
to
with you
move.
because the largest Jewish population was in Russia before America swarmed in, and after that, before 1990, was
No, no,
America.
in that area, in the Asian area, brother. Come on, please be reasonable
Okay, in
over
the
here, brother.
Asian area, in the Asian
Yeah.
area,
So
okay.
you will see that
Yemen,
it's in
sorry,
Iran.
Morocco had a lot too. Morocco had a
Yeah,
lot
but
too.
like Iran has the largest one. Even till right now, there are areas that Iran has the Jewish population. And in go back 20 years, 30 years, and you will see the population number even more
Yeah,
up in Iran.
there are a lot of Persian Jews living in LA right now, so I understand that what you're saying.
Yeah, so but like look at the Asian area and you will see Iran. So Iran had Jewish people. And when you say tribes of Jews, 7 tribes of Jews, in that region, because we are talking about the region of Muhammad, where can you see the most people of Jewish tribe? In Iran. You will see that in Iran. So
So
that's what
what
I'm
does that
saying.
have to do with it? There are a lot of Jews in Yemen too. There are a lot of Yemenite Jews.
That's what I'm saying, brother. That's why Iran, Yemen close by. So that's why I'm saying. So Yemen, Iran is very close by. So that's why.
But you also got to see that where Mavia came in from, how those things came in as well. Personally, if you ask me, because
Okay.
Mavia seems like he was from northern Arabia, he was not from southern Yemen
Mhm.
region, as far as my understanding goes. And
Okay,
yeah,
when did Muawiyah came into play, brother? So you had the first caliph, the second caliph, the third caliph, the fourth caliph, the fifth
but we
caliph,
don't even know
and
those
then you have
caliphs.
Muawiyah.
But we don't have any historical evidence of those caliphs. That's a
Exactly,
problem.
but at the same time, you are actually crossing 40 years almost, right?
Yeah. So I am
So
saying
now,
because
when you are crossing 40 years,
no,
now,
okay, I'm
no,
crossing it because we don't have historical evidence. If tomorrow there comes
exactly,
up, I
so,
would
brother.
consider it.
That's what I'm saying. Then you have a different story coming in. So certain people, now you come in north. Now you are coming in north. Okay. Now you are coming in north side. So all of these people are taking the historical narrative from the later history after 50 to 60 years after the death of Muhammad, supposed death of Muhammad, and they are looking in that, and that you can find in the north. But if you look at the time of Muhammad, you will not see anything in the north about Muhammad. You will see mostly things down south about Muhammad. So there is now the connection, the gap is still to be connected. So you see there's a gap, connection gap, which is still not connected. The piece of the puzzle in the middle of the puzzle is still missing. But you see Muhammad down south, and you see 50 years later something is happening up north, and then you see these connections. But what is the middle part? You still do not have the answers. This is such a historical mess,
No,
quite frankly.
I agree with that. The initial history of Islam is a black hole.
Hmm.
No, unless like we can find historical evidence in the and we can find proof of it, meaning archaeological proof. We cannot agree with that, and there's just too many loopholes. I mean,
Exactly. You're right on spot, and that's why like I said, I can hold my opinion, and this is my opinion, like I said,
no, but
and
yeah, I was just asking because why is your opinion like every opinion needs to have, but like okay, you have your opinion is based. I understand, but do you have any archaeological evidence for your opinion?
none, none, none. Just the historical evidences and the linkage of the history of what Muhammad's hadiths are saying versus where they can be versus the history before Muhammad of those people and all
But
that, but
but
nothing more.
Adam,
because
if you
because
go
you do
for
know
hadith,
because you do know wait, one of the most important part is that Muhammad's grandfather tried to sacrifice Muhammad's father in front of a Baal, right? This is the most historical, this is the maximum quoted reference before Muhammad, right?
I'm not fully aware of it, but
That's a Babylonian Baal, right? And
yeah.
it was right there, Yemen, in the Yemen. And so Muhammad's grandfather tried to sacrifice his son Abdullah in front of a Baal. He wanted to give a sacrifice to the Baal as his son. So you see, there are so many connections of the down south that are unbelievably evidential to the down south as
Th-
well.
then my question is that how did Makkah came
Okay,
in the
Makkah.
middle of nowhere? That is the key question
Now
because
that's where J. Smith comes in, and he described that very
no, I know
clearly.
he does, but like, do you agree with the theory that it was because of Ibn
I
Zubair?
do not fully agree with it, but seems like there is some pieces of puzzle missing. So you see, the history is history is so much confused over here because they destroyed every evidence, and there was no historical evidence. Like for example, for Jerusalem, you have so much historical evidence. Even if right now you dig something and you will find something, and they are finding left, right, and center things. But Makkah, they don't even allow you to dig. You do not have anything to find out, and they have concreted everything. So you have nothing to find out as far as the history is concerned. So you have
No,
to go by the narratives only.
yeah, even the narratives does not make sense because they describe a city from where thousands of camel could come in Makkah. Nowhere inside there could come even 1,000 years
Exactly.
back. There's no water, so we completely agree with that.
But
But
down south you had everything. Down south you had the greenery. Down south you had the Kaabas. You had like three Kaabas down south in Yemen. Okay, and one of the Kaaba was attacked outside the history of Islam as well, which I have shown in part two of the origin of Muhammad. And down south you have the elephants as well. Down south, like a lot of things are happening down south, and plus why there is the Yemeni corner. Can you please describe the Yemeni corner in Kaaba?
uh, I do not know.
Nobody
But
can, right? Nobody
yeah,
can. That's the problem. So Muhammad said, whoever touches the Yemeni corner and the black stone, like the Hijra Aswad, their sins are forgiven. Can you please tell me why Yemeni corner is so much important? Okay,
why don't
let's
why don't you tell me?
exactly. So go watch the series that we did. It's like a 10 hours long series, brother, not a short series. So so now this is the problem. That you see these things happening there. At the same time, why Kaaba is why the black small box have three pillars in it, and why when Muhammad was alive he had six pillars in it. So when Muhammad was alive, it has six pillars. Now it has only three pillars. And Muhammad was worshipping his God Allah uh, between the third and the fourth pillar. Why? Because it was the noon prayer. Why? This is
But
so many narratives.
isn't this prayer taken from Zoroastrianism?
Sabines, yeah.
Yeah. So
Yeah, so
okay.
Sabine, where is the Sabine right now? The 5,000 to 10,000 people of Sabiines, where are they right now? They are down
Uh,
south in the Yemeni area.
which part of Yemen? Adan or Samarkand?
I don't remember right now, but in the Yemeni area right now.
But they're still there?
Yeah,
Like,
there are
are they
5,000 to 10,000 population of the Sabiines right now in this world at this moment.
really? That's so surprising. I did not
Yeah,
know that.
very few. Yes, very few, but they are there, man. That's what I showed in my video called The Origin of Quran.
So my question is that then these surahs like Surah Rahman, for example,
What is Rahman? Who is Rahman?
yeah. So Ar Rahman Alam al Quran, it does not seem like it's to a god. Do you
No,
agree with that? Do you think it's a
it was to a
tribal?
god. No, no, it was to a god.
Sorry, it's
But
not
God,
Allah. It seems not
so
Allah. That's what I mean. Not
no,
Allah.
it is a god of the Yamama. Musaylima al-Kazab used to worship a god named Rahman. It is in the Asbabul Nazul of that ayah as well. That people said to Muhammad, Muhammad, you used to worship only one Allah. Where did the Rahman came into play?
So
So
Adam, my question from you right now is that all these questions are being raised. All right, some people even in the Muslim world are like someone like me, who came from that background. So there are other people that are listening to it. What do you think is the narrative that the Muslim side have to counter the claims that are being put forward right now?
they don't. They blocked. So I'm a Pakistani, as you know, and I was a Muslim for
I
a very
can
long time.
I recognize from your accent, so it's
Okay,
yeah.
so I'm a Pakistani and I'm a Muslim for a very long time, and I used to go into madrasa in Pakistan as well. So I'm telling you, the only thing they can do is to block these websites. Like right now, 21 of my videos are blocked in Pakistan. Why? They don't allow these people to understand and comprehend. They don't give the answer. There are four muftis in Pakistan who created a fatwa against me that they want to kill me. They don't want to answer me. They just want to kill me. One of them is Fazal Hamdard, and the other one is from the Indian Mufti, who is actually living in Chicago in United States
Which one?
right now.
Which one?
Okay,
Can you say the name?
Mufti, forget that, and
Okay.
and and it's in my Urdu channel. So I don't even remember these idiots' names. So there's these are idiots. So but like they are giving fatwas
No.
left, right, and center. Why
wh-
why
Why do you
they are
think
blocking
people
my
like
channels?
Or Yasser Qadi, what are they gonna how are they gonna counter?
Okay, let's talk about Ghamidi. You know how many people accept Ghamidi in Pakistan?
Fewer, but there are a lot of following outside India.
Exactly.
A
And
lot
you
of
know,
following outside
Ghamidi, I
Pakistan.
used the article of Ghamidi to show that Muhammad was born 40 years after the death of Muhammad. And the Mufti said, here, Ghamidi is stupid. We don't even accept Ghamidi. So when it comes to Ghamidi, nobody believes him. Like there are just a few people who believes in him. And then
But,
if I use something of the Ghamidi, it is refuted left, right, and center. Hey, we don't accept Ghamidi. So they only accept Ghamidi when he gives the narrative which is good for them to tell to the others that Islam is good. When the
but
Ghamadi's references are going in against them, they don't accept it. This is Islam is a pick and choose, brother. That's the problem with Islam. It's
no,
a religion of
I
pick
get
and
it.
choose.
I get it. But Adam, what do you think? Like I understand what you're saying, and I agree with you that there's a lot of picking and choosing. There's a like even Gandhi, I do not understand him, like what his philosophy is. But my point again is that there needs to be a cohesive effort from the Muslim side to counter this narrative because it's gonna become a problem. So or you think they're just gonna just rub it off?
They are okay.
So,
So what
so
are they
Adam,
doing?
can I
So
can I say something?
just 1 second, Tyrus, because probably you do not know about Ghamidi and Pakistani history. I'm sorry.
No, no, go ahead and say what you want to say, and then
Yeah.
I want to
So
tie this into
what
Christian
happens is,
history.
brother, let me tell you, in 2011, there was a debate done by Jay Smith and Shabir Ali. And this debate is called the classical debate. Just search in the YouTube classical debate between Jay Smith and Shabir Ali, okay? And you will find so many of them. No matter which channel you watch it, just watch it.
Okay.
After this debate, Quran was debunked that it was preserved. Okay. What did the Muslim Ummah did about that? Nothing. What they
So,
did was,
but the
what the,
Saudis already agreed that there are 8 different versions of Quran on the Saudi government website. So they
yeah,
already this is something that is told in India,
28,
Pakistan, maybe.
not 8,
I don't know the
28.
exact number, but
In
I get it.
Pakistan, in
In
Pakistan,
Pakistan, they set a false narrative,
yeah, in Pakistan,
or maybe
they
in
have
India. I
banned.
think I don't know that.
Yeah, let me tell you, in Pakistan,
Mhm.
they have banned every other Quranic manuscript except Hafs.
Yeah, which was done in 1920. We all understand that, but
And
like,
that's how stupid it is. So in Pakistan and Iran, they are just using a danda. You know what danda is? I don't know which part of the world you are coming from, but danda is like a stick.
no, I get it. I come from, like, I'm from your part of the world, so
Okay,
I
so
understand what
they
you
have a
say.
danda. So they
Yeah.
give the danda and they say, hey, accept what we are saying, or bam bam on the buttocks, right? So that's what's happening, brother. What can we do and what can we say? So if they are, if no, I have challenged every mufti of the Pakistan to have a debate with me, and they said they don't want to debate with me, but rather they want to cut my throat. If this is the narrative they can't even defend, then what's the purpose of being a mufti or a scholar?
For sure, but I don't think so, because there's so many holes in the narrative that anyone is going to debate it, because it's so easy to debunk historically. And also, like, there's mistakes, scientific mistakes, and in their historical mistakes. We all know that. But I was just thinking, if I'm a mufti of Islam, I would be really trying to come up with a narrative to protect this thing,
Brother,
so
in
that
Pakistan, how much is a parado cost?
I don't know the price now.
Okay,
Maybe
5
2 crore.
crore,
I don't
5
know.
crore, 5
Okay.
crores, right?
Okay.
Approximately. So when these muftis goes out, they have a couple of parados, land cruisers, which is
But
far more than any human being's capacity in Pakistan.
but
Yet they have that.
what about guys like Yasser Qadi in the US?
Okay, Yasir Qadi. Let's talk about Yasir Qadi. How many people believe in Yasir Qadi? If a Muslim comes up and I show one of the video of Yasir Qadi, you know how many will reject him right here
But
and now?
there's a lot of massive following of Yasser Qadi, at least in the US, and there's a lot of
Okay, I'm
US
talking about
Muslims.
US. I'm talking about US. I have debated with many
I
people
know
of
quite
the
a
US
lot
and
that
the UK,
like him,
and they
and they
hated
follow him.
Yasir Qadi. They say he has gone astray. May Allah guide him.
But
You know that. Come on, there. Look at my debates, man. I don't know how far old you are following my channel, but I have shown Yasser Qadi to many of the people, and they say Yasser Qadi has gone astray. What should I do? So the problem is, I show them Tibri, they say Tibri is bad. I show them Qurtubi, they say Qurtubi is bad. I show them Ibn Kathir is bad. So who is right? So you are telling me that 700, 800 years after the death of Muhammad, everyone is bad, yet somebody coming in the 20th century is the right? Because it that verdict that you are showing fits the 20th century scholar. If this is how the Islam is right now,
but but
then
but,
that's
but,
a version of Islam
Adam,
that
it happens in Christianity too. Things that were wrong in Christianity are now being accepted. We cannot deny that. Okay, in Christianity, you
perfect.
still have
Okay,
a
let's talk
loophole
about
of pork and
Christianity.
other.
Forget Islam.
Hey, Adam, can I answer
Yes.
this question?
Hmm?
So yes, the history of Christianity is actually going to be very illustrative to your question of how the Muslim response is going to evolve in response to these polemics, these facts, frankly, that were discovered about the history of Islam. In the 18th and 19th century, academics began to investigate the historical origins of Christianity. They began to
Yep.
question whether the Christians actually had the correct story. And early on, the church didn't have any proper responses. And the response that developed, and I think this is the response that's going to develop in Islamic communities by and large, is we don't need evidence, we have faith. Christianity has since done the research, realized that the truth of Christianity can be um, argued for on historical grounds. Islam, I don't think it's going to have that option. I think they're going to have to say, we don't need evidence. We have confidence. We have faith. We believe in Muhammad, and I think you see that in the Yasser Qadi, or I'm sorry, the crap. What's his name? Who
Gandhi,
debated Jay
like the
Smith?
other scholars we were discussing, yeah, Gandhi,
Yeah.
Yasser Qadi.
So in the debate with Jay Smith that Adam was referring to, what does he do? He goes and says, Well, there's all these 19s in the Quran. There's all these 19s. And, it's not a response to the argument at all. It's just a statement of faith. And I think that's what they're going to have to rely on. They're going to have to just avoid the argument entirely. I don't think that they can really develop
How do you pronounce your name? Thaddeus or Thaddeus?
Thaddeus. Yes.
Thaddeus. Thaddeus, I have a question. Do you think, or an Adam to you too, do you think these scholars know the real fact and they're just lying
Okay,
to
let me just tell
themselves?
you. Let me answer
Okay.
that first.
Okay.
Though two things, and the topic was a little changed because I wanted to talk differently right now. But fair enough, no worries.
Okay.
Um,
Yeah.
19, the miracle of 19 has already been debunked. You know that, right? Because to accept the miracle of 19, you have to remove two verses of Surah Toba. Number one. Number two, when the chapter of Noon comes in, you have to write Noon as Noon Wow Noon rather than just the Noon to collect the 19, and then so many other narratives have a problem in there, but that verdict has been already debunked, and 19 years later that guy was killed in somewhere because of his false narrative, because he finally proclaimed to be a prophet. Now forget the miracle of 19. Okay, that has nothing to do with Islam
I
whatsoever.
wasn't arguing for the miracle of 19. I was saying that this kind of position they have to fall back on. They can't argue from
Yeah,
the
that's
actual
what
evidence.
Shabir Ali did at
Yeah,
that
yeah,
particular
yeah.
debate
That
in that
Shabir
debate.
Ali went away from the actual discussion, the actual subject. He just talked about something else. Like, I know the Quran has to be true because as it has these 19s. Well, he doesn't need 19s. He can say it for some other reason. I know the Quran has to be true because it's so beautiful. It doesn't matter what the evidence says. And I think that's what they're going to argue in the end. I don't think that the Yasser Qadis of the world who try to make a coherent argument, I don't think they'll be widely accepted in Islam, and I don't think they'll actually be able to come up with anything coherent either.
So perfect, appreciate it. So now, my friend, this is the whole narrative. At the end of the day, what does Islam has to come and say against Christianity? Which narrative has evolved? Can you please tell me that? I want to know that.
Look, I told you beforehand. For me, I don't believe in any religion. For me, pretty much all of them are same. But I'm not going to
Brother,
argue.
I
So
understand that. But I understand that. But once again, you first you said peel the onion. Now you said Christianity has evolved as well. So I want to know which part has evolved as well. So
no,
you see, when
like
you when you
like
make a state, brother, I'm sorry to say that, but like when you are making a statement, you have to tell me something so that I could answer you on that. But if you won't even tell me something, what will I answer you on that? You know what I mean?
no, but my understanding on evolving was like I gave as an example of the story of Noah as an example that came in my mind when I was saying that, and that because
Hmm.
the story of Noah comes from the earlier Babylonian stories. If you go
Okay,
back into the earlier Babylonian stories, there's a story of a flood. So I'm just
okay.
that was the thought, and the same stories
So okay, let's
in
talk about
in
that. Let's
Bible
talk
and
about
in
that
Quran.
first. Let's talk about that one
That
by
was the
one,
only thing
brother,
that
one by
came in
one.
my head right at that moment.
Yeah, brother, one by one. Babylonian
Yeah,
story. Okay,
yeah, yeah.
Is Babylon comes in the Bible as well after Noah? You know
I
the
don't.
Babylon is in the Bible. You know that, right?
Yeah,
Okay. In Babylon they worship Molech. You know that, right?
I do not. I don't know it.
Okay. Let me tell you. It's in the Bible as well. They worship Molech. So Babylon, if there is a Babylonian story in the Babylonian scriptures, some time of a flood, it is not actually rejecting Bible, but rather it's approving Bible because the Bible proclaimed it beforehand. You see what I'm saying? So we are talking about Mosaic Moses proclaiming about the Noahic flood
But
way before Babylon actually said that. Wait, brother. Just let's talk. Like we
okay,
don't have
one.
to be hasty,
I have a question
Let's
now.
do
I have
one
a
by
question
one.
on Moses. I have a question on Moses.
Okay,
When did
Moses.
when did Moses come in based on your information?
So Moses is approximately 2,500 years before Muhammad.
So that means 2000 BC, roughly. That's what you're
No,
saying.
2,500 BC, approximately.
Okay, that means which language did Moses speak?
Hebrew, according to what we know.
But there's no. I'm just telling you. Unless you can prove it to me, there's no historical like
Perfect.
evidence of Hebrew at that time. There was no written Hebrew that we can find.
Okay,
I'm just giving
perfect.
as an example as linguistics.
Perfect.
We're able to find inscriptions on rocks or some,
My
especially.
friend, my friend, perfect.
Yeah,
Perfect,
yeah.
perfect, perfect question. Now, can you please tell me which language they were speaking?
I do not have an idea 2,500 years back what
Okay,
they were speaking.
perfect. That's the thing. That is the thing. Now, you can question me that Hebrew was not there at that particular time because you do not have an evidence of Hebrew inscription. But at the same time, you do not have an evidence of any other inscription of that time as well. So once again, this argument is a falsified argument. Unless you
I'll
provide
give you
me.
an example. Like if we go back to the story, he was in Egypt
Hmm.
as an example. And look, I've not done research on this topic, and I'm not even trying
Hmm.
to debate with you on this. I'm just
We are not
discussing.
debating, we are just having a talk. No
Yeah,
worries.
yeah. But at that time, there were like Egyptian language. What do you call it? Hieroglyphic graphics. The
Hmm.
name of the language. You can see the imprints on the pyramids and other stuff in Egypt.
So that
But
we know that Moses, yeah, we know.
there's none of Hebrew at that
Yeah,
time.
we
That's what I'm
because
trying to say.
there couldn't be, because Hebrews in the Egypt back then were what? They were slaves. They were actually doing the bidding of those people. They were slaves. You know that. That's what the Bible
But
tells you
there's
as
no
well.
archaeological evidence of even the exodus from of Moses or from Egypt to that. They try to find it. We have not seen any archaeological evidence.
Okay, so
I'm not gonna.
what? No worries, no worries. Wait. When you say something, just wait. I know these. I know these arguments, and I'm giving you these arguments an answer. Let's look at it. Let's look at it with an open mind. Okay,
Okay.
there is no archaeological evidence of a language at the time when the Hebrews were enslaved. There couldn't be, because Hebrews were supposedly doing the bidding of Egyptians at that time, making their biddings of pyramids and stuff like that, whatever you may like to call it. Now, coming back to the second point, you said there is no archaeological evidence of Exodus. Now, once again, what is an Exodus? In Exodus, what did they do? Did they build cities? No, they did not. They were walking
I,
through
I
some.
I'll give you an example. When you have such a
May
massive
I finish, please?
no, please, please,
May I finish,
Adam,
please?
please, 1 second.
Allow me to
When you
finish. Then you can answer. I know what you are going to say next. Trust me. I know
what
what
am
you
I
are going
going
to
to
say
say?
next.
What am I going to
I
say?
know what you are going to say next. So let me finish, and then I will going to say what you are going to say. Okay? How about that? So when they did the Exodus, they did not build anything. They did not build houses. They did not build anything. They were actually traveling in tents, one way to another, and then they were actually moving. And at that time, if you know the Bible, they were actually provided manna. They were not even doing the kheti. They were not even
Yeah, but look,
plowing
that's just a
fields
made
or
up
anything.
story.
Hold on,
They were
hold on.
given
Let me
faith in
finish.
God.
Trust me. I will give you your question as well in the end. Trust me. I'll give you your question in the end as well. So they were not even building their landscapes for their food and all that as well. So they were moving from one place to another, and they were getting the manna. Now your question is that we cannot find any archaeological evidence of these people when they did the when they did the Exodus, while they were actually moving from one place to another, while they were not even building the houses. So how can you find an archaeological evidence when they were not even building the houses? They did not build the city. Please, that's your question, right?
I'll give you why. I'll give it
Okay.
when you have such a large movement of number of people,
Hmm.
you leave stuff. For example, if there is ever a fight, for example,
Hmm.
that's happened 2,000 years back,
Hmm.
you if you dig the ground and if there
Hmm.
was a fight, you can still find artifacts of
Hmm.
that. Even though people when they are in a war, they
Hmm.
assemble for a short time, they live in tents and they leave. So
Tell me
that's
which
what
fight they did. Tell me which fight they did in the Exodus.
I'm I'm not discussing as a fight as an example. I'm just telling you as
No,
an
I'm
example.
telling you, brother. That's
I'm telling you, leave behind
my
evidence and
friend, my friend. That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. They did not build houses. They did not fought. They did not do anything, and they did not even did the agriculture, because God was providing them the manna. Now imagine if this is
but
happening.
this is your
Assume,
like Adam, you believe that God was providing the manna. I don't
brother,
believe
let
it.
me. You don't believe it. That's what I'm saying. It's absolutely fine that you don't believe it, but I'm
Hmm.
saying it, if this is exactly what is written, okay, if this is what is written, and God is providing them the manna, they are not doing the kheti. How can they have the evidence? Whether you believe it or not, it's irrespective. According to Bible, this is what happened. Okay, if this is what happened, then how can they have any archaeological evidence? They did not fight. They did not build houses. They did not created food from the ground. It was provided to them. So which evidence can you find if has happened? So imagine back in those days, either the writer was so clever that he thought, okay, I'm gonna write all this, because 2000 years later somebody will say archaeological evidence, so I'm going to write this so that they will not be able to ask archaeological evidence. That would be, I think, very very strange phenomena to say, because you have the biblical scripture from very old. But once again, I, what is written in the Bible, if you go by that verdict, there couldn't be any archaeological evidence. How could there be? Please tell me. Yeah, we are going by the verdict. I'm not saying you have to accept what the Bible says. I'm saying by what is written in the Bible as the historical event.
I could see.
How,
I'll give you an example. If such a
hmm,
big migration is happening, based on Bible, how many people were there? Thousands? I think hundreds of thousands. I don't know the number. What is the number?
how many? Theodos, please correct me if I'm wrong. 400,000?
Yeah, a literal reading of the text might suggest 400,000, but the Hebrew word for thousand is also the Hebrew word for group, so it's probably less. The text can be read as 400,000, but it's probably a much smaller number.
Okay, whatever. Let's just say even 100,000. That's pretty big number as well. Okay, whatever. Okay, this much. What would you like to say, brother?
First of all, I know that you believe in the manna that was flying
No,
coming.
forget that. I don't
No,
have to believe it. No,
my
no,
point
I
is
don't
that
have to believe it.
100,000 people, when they move, they will leave
Hmm.
it. There's no
Okay,
evidence. You can
what,
even go
my
right
friend?
now where in subcontinent where Porus fought with Alexander the Great. The fight supposedly, you can still find some evidence. You can
My
go and
friend,
find evidence
my
of
friend,
archaeological evidence
hold
of
on.
wars that happened
That's
to
the
those
problem,
days.
brother. That's the problem. That's the problem with you. You are telling me fights happen with the swords. Sword is made of iron
So
or
you
some
think
other material.
no one died during that time?
Brother, can I please
There's
finish?
no
Can I
animals
allow
dying that is carried
allow
by
me to
many
fin-
people.
can you
You think
please allow
none?
me to finish? Can you please allow me to finish?
There's no
Okay.
cattle passing on the way.
My
We
friend,
can.
cattles have theirs. So hold on. Let's just relax. Okay. Now,
I'm okay. I'm just saying, like, I don't even want to. I'm more interested in
brother,
Muhammad topic, not
hold
even like
on,
the.
yaar. Hold on, yaar. Hold on. Please, for
Okay.
the sake, like, if you are having a talk, let's have a reasonable talk. You are not even a Muhammadan, so I don't know why you are getting hyper. I have no idea why you are getting hyper. I'm not even
Okay.
asking you to accept Christianity. Did I ask you to accept Christianity?
No, no, you did
Okay.
not. So
So
I gotta give
then
you
why
that.
are you
Yeah.
getting hyper, man? Come on,
I don't know.
please listen.
Maybe
Please
the
listen to that.
Pakistani me is coming out, Adam.
Okay. So
Yeah.
just calm it down, brother.
Yeah.
I'm not
Yeah.
asking you to accept Christianity. Okay. No, I'm not doing that. Okay. It's up to you. Whatever you do, okay, you find the truth, and you will find the truth only in Christ. I know that, but forget the rest of the part.
Okay.
My friend, according to the Bible, which tells us the historical events and history as well, there was no fight in the Exodus as per the Bible. None. Number one. Number two, people died. Yes, people died. Cattle died. Yes, cattle died. Now you are telling me 5,000 years later, you would be able to find some people, cattle or something like that in there? Yes, you still have that. You still have cattle's death, bones, and etc. etc. But how do you connect it to the Exodus? You cannot, because there is no evidence of the houses or their things which were being created at that time. There was no creation, there was no carpentry being done, because they were traveling and they were traveling and they were traveling. And supposedly, I'm using the word supposedly because that's written in Bible only, and you cannot provide an evidence on that, and I cannot provide an evidence on that. Hence, this is not where I collect my faith at. I do not collect my faith from the Exodus. I believe in that it has happened, because this is what Bible says. Now, you
But
can
that's a
ask
belief.
me
That's not that.
you can
Understand
ask
that.
me you can ask me why do I believe all of that. Now, that's the question. Why do I believe all of that? Would you like to know that?
Sure, please.
Okay, let's assume that certain historians provide the evidence of Exodus as well, but forget all of that. In the Bible, there are prophetic words about Jesus Christ. Do you know that?
Like what?
Prophetic words, where he will be born, when he will be born, what he will do, which path he will take, how he will die, how he will be betrayed, and all of that. There are approximately over 300 prophecies of the first coming of Christ in the Old Testament. Do you know that?
First of all, I do not know. I did not know it, and I really do not believe in prophecies. I believe these are all made up
No, you
stories.
don't have to believe in it. I'm just telling you. Do you know that there are
Okay.
over 300 prophecies of the first coming of Christ in the Old Testament? You don't have to believe in that. Do you know that?
I did not know it.
Okay, perfect. No worries. Now, do me a favor. Do me a favor. Go search in the Google prophecies of the first coming of Christ. Very easy, and you will find many websites. Okay.
Sure. Okay.
Once
Thank.
you once you Google them, check them out. Okay, check them out. You might be able to remove maybe 150 prophecies by saying, according to the text, it doesn't look like it. Okay, you might be able to, but still you will have over 150 odd prophecies which will be fitting 100% according to the narrative of the New Testament. Okay, based on that, it is not possible for people. I'm not even going to say prophets. Okay, I'm going to say people. It is not possible for 30 odd people to state something about a coming of a person who will be called Emmanuel, who will be called mighty God, who will come and who will going to fulfill all of them as is. And then this actually gives a much bigger verdict. Now, after that, you have so many other things. For example, the the building of the first temple, and in the old we did not had all the evidences of that. Now we do have them, and then you have all the rest of the things which are biblically accurate in the so-called current archaeological world, which proves Bible to be accurate. Okay, now based on that, I think Bible has the much better authority over any other book in the history that is written about history. And plus the prophecies proves that there is some divine being. So you can go and search on that. You don't have to debate with me on that because you said that you already do not know that. So I'm not going to debate with you on that. But just search on that and research. And maybe you can have a talk with me sometime later.
Okay, I will look at it. Adam,
Ca-
I have a
Can I
question.
make a
Like,
brief comment too?
yeah, yes, please.
Yeah. So I would say that, well, first of all, people generally way overestimate the amount of material from the ancient world that has survived to the present day. So when people appeal to archaeological evidence is usually not a very good argument. History is known primarily through documents. It's not known primarily through archaeology. But that's actually irrelevant because similar to what Adam was alluding to,
No, I agree.
um,
I agree with your theories, but is there parallel history on that, as an example? Yeah, I would agree if there's a parallel history.
yeah, yeah. To answer your question in brief, yes, not every event of the Old Testament can be proven from other sources, but there are parallels of some events in the Old Testament. But what I'm actually going to say is it's actually irrelevant because our faith is not based on anything in the Old Testament. If we were Jewish, it might be highly relevant to us. But as Christians, it's not highly relevant because our faith is based on the resurrection of Jesus. I'm actually going a completely
But
different
reason
angle
reason
of
that's you cannot give the faith argument to a person who does not believe in faith. So
right, right.
I
But
have to say that. Okay.
yes, I have a reason for saying that. Um, so if we can establish that Jesus resurrected from the dead, then whatever the Old Testament says is irrelevant. If we decide that the Old Testament is an accurate history, and I'm not saying that's actually my belief, but even if we decide that, that just means that it wasn't intended to be that. So I think it's the wrong question for two reasons. One, it's the further back in history you go, the harder it is to prove something, or even argue, for or against something because there's just so little information that survived from ancient history. And two, at most, our interpretation of the Bible would change if it was, say, proven that King David didn't exist. All that would mean is that our interpretation of the story changes. It wouldn't mean that our faith is destroyed. And I obviously am not going to argue it for it now, but actually, I studied Christianity, arguments for Christianity for 20 years before I got interested in talking about Islam. And the reason I got interested in talking about Islam is because, unlike just about any other religion in the world, a few exceptions, but just about any other religion, Christianity and Islam stand alone in that they are based, or at least claim to be based, on historical events. Of course, Judaism being the as Christians, we believe Christianity is the completion of Judaism, so obviously it's included as well. But you look at something like Hinduism or Buddhism, the fundamental claims aren't really testable. They're not based on history, they're based on propositions about the untestable spiritual world look like and so forth. That doesn't mean they're false, it just means they're untestable. Whereas Christianity is said to have been based on a historical event, the resurrection of Jesus. Islam is said to have been based on a historical event, the prophethood of Muhammad. So those are testable things. And believe it or not, the resurrection can be tested. It can't be proven. Nothing in history can be proven in the absolute sense. We can't even prove that the world existed 100 years ago. We can just say that.
No, we can. The rocks prove it.
Well, but our
respectfully
interpretation
disagree
of
with
the rocks could be incorrect.
No, it
I'm
cannot.
making a philosophical
Because
point.
we know how much carbon comes in, the carbon 12, carbon 14. We really do know a lot of the stuff. We know that the universe is more likely how many billions of years
Yes,
old.
and
So
I don't actually deny any of that, but I'm making a philosophical point. The world could have been created 100 years ago with apparent age. That's a logical possibility. So we have to not just, and we can dismiss that because, well, why are you saying that? There's no reason to believe that. Well, yeah, there's no reason to believe it, but it is a logical possibility. So we can never establish logical proof of anything in history. That's the wrong standard. The standard is preponderance of evidence. And we see multiple independent lines of evidence that point to the fact that Jesus' resurrection is the most probable explanation for the evidence. I'm not going to argue it now. That would be a 2-hour show at minimum on its own. But that is why I'm a Christian. I'm a Christian because I looked at the evidence, and the evidence holds up to scrutiny. I look at the evidence for Islam; it doesn't hold up to scrutiny. I mean, I don't expect you to just take my word for it, and I'm not afraid of the evidence. I'm not afraid of people investigating things because I think Christianity is the truth, and I think that when people honestly look at all the evidence, they'll be led in that direction. They might not be 100% certain or 99.99% certain, but I think it's by far the most probable explanation for the evidence.
So the initial Bibles, which language were they written in? By Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John.
So the Gospels were written in Greek.
Why?
The forms we have them.
Because that's the official. Brother, hold on. Let me answer that. What kind of languages are spoken in Pakistan, brother?
Urdu, English, okay, we know.
Okay, let's talk about Punjab. Punjab only. What is the major language of Punjab?
The name Punjabi.
Punjabi. But what language is spoken mostly in Punjab, brother?
Punjabi. I know you're gonna say
Urdu.
Officially Urdu.
Urdu.
Only in big cities.
Official language of Punjab is Urdu. Okay, let's talk about Sindh. What language is spoken in Sindh, brother?
Sindhi.
Okay.
Sindhi is an official language.
What is the official language of spoken in Sindh, brother? In the major cities?
But
in the major cities, for example, Karachi, Hyderabad, which language is spoken?
Karachi is Urdu because a lot of people came
now
from the
let me now connect it back. In Jerusalem, which is the major city of that particular area, Jesus is from the Nazareth, but all of his ministry is done in where? Jerusalem and around the Jerusalem, in the major cities. What language was spoken at that time around the Jerusalem and near Jerusalem and all those? Greek, not Aramaic, Greek. And this is historical. So which language do you think that these manuscripts will be written in if you want to reach the masses? Aramaic or Greek?
I'm okay with which language they're written.
Wait. So basically in Pakistan, if I want to reach the whole Pakistan, should I write manuscripts in Punjabi or Sindhi or Pashto, or should I use Urdu to reach the whole Pakistan?
I get it. You should do Urdu. That's
Okay,
fine.
now secondly, oh, no, 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 it doesn't end here. In the Greek native does not end here. Now, if you have certain people from around the Jerusalem, like the Romans, and Romans are the most biggest occupiers, which language do they speak so that I could reach masses, not just the Jerusalem, but everywhere around the area? Which language should I use?
Maybe Greek.
Exactly, brother. That's why they are written in Greek, my friend.
I have a question. I have a
Yes, sir.
question. And I know it's a very dumb question. Maybe we have heard it a million times, but like, I just want to know what is your opinion on the floods and on the Noah's
Flood of
Ark?
Noah.
Yeah. What is your? How do you justify it?
What do you mean? Okay, okay. What is okay? When you say opinion, it's a different thing. When you say justify, it's a different thing. So, what do you? What is your question? Do you want me to justify flood of Noah, or do you want me to give my opinion on the flood of Noah?
No, I just want to understand like how do you justify the story of the Ark? That's all. I know it's a very basic question, but I just want to know how do you do it?
Okay, I have
Like
no idea.
some
Can you please elaborate the question, because your question has.
the Noah's Ark story in which the animals come in all over the
Hmm,
world, the whole world
hmm,
was in water. That story.
hmm.
How do you? That's my kind of question. I thought like you got my question based on my like
Okay,
yeah.
so you think Noah's Ark never happened?
No, I asked you how can you tell me that it happened?
You do realize that you have Noah's Ark already archaeologically discovered, right?
How big is it?
It is pretty big. I don't know, but like where it is already discovered in the
But
world. Can you please Google that Noah's Ark,
I
discovery of Noah's Ark,
I
and
I
it is
I
exactly
have
there on the
I've
mount
seen those
of
Hey,
Mount of
on the
Ararat or
mount
something.
of Ararat. It's
Yeah.
already there, and they have archaeologically proven that it is Noah's Ark. So quite frankly, when you
So,
have
so do
archaeological
you,
evidence of Noah's Ark, because
but
previous
do you believe that all the animals came in on it?
I
That
believe that there would be significant amount of animals in there which was required to be in there, and then I don't know, species might have evolved or what. Like all the animals does not means like every single animal, because you don't need to put every animal there.
so as an
can I
example,
answer this,
like
Adam?
Australian, like I just want to know. I'm just trying to understand. So you don't think the flood was in the whole world, as an example? So the Australia did not have a flood, as an example, or
I have
Antarctica was not underwater.
I have no idea whether Antarctica was underwater or Australia was underwater or not.
So what part?
Wherever there was humanity, it went underwater, because God did not want it
The
to.
humanity was in Australia because Aboriginals were living there. Humanity was in America.
Not birds were not humanity. Birds
No,
are not
no,
human.
humans were living in Australia. The Aboriginal people, the Native Australian people were living there. The Native Americans were living there. So, my question is, do you? So, if they were living in Americas and supposedly living in Australia, do you think
I
that
do
part
not
was flooded?
think. I do not think.
We have evidence that the Native Americans have been for 15,000, like roughly 12,000 years. Australians have been living there for 35 to 40,000 years.
No, you have not. This is not an evidence, by the way. This is a. Okay. This is
Adam,
this is.
can I answer
How is
you?
this
Yes,
not an
please.
evidence?
So there are three different Christian positions. I'm not going to argue for one. I'm just going to explain to you how all three of them can be justified. The one that you're referring to, the quote unquote traditional account, but not necessarily widely argued for in old Christian literature, but the one that is generally associated with traditional, that the flood is global. So this can be justified on a couple different ways. We see flood stories in the cult in the oral culture of peoples from all around the world. This suggests that perhaps there was a
But
global
but, but we,
flood
we know
event.
we know
Brother,
that
allow him
why
to
there's no
finish,
flood
brother.
stories.
Brother, allow
No,
him
Can
to
we
I can
know.
I
finish.
just
Allow him to
I'm
finish.
not arguing for this position. I'm just telling you
Okay,
how different Christians view this.
okay.
So they say that there is evidence that people all around the world have different have the same story. So this suggests that there was a time where all these people were either in the same area or that it was global. The second position would be that, and this can be justified from the Hebrew. The Hebrew is not unambiguous. It doesn't necessarily mean a global flood. So the second Christian position would be that it was a local flood. It only covered a limited geography, and that this was probably before the time where people were spread out wide. Um, you're thinking that the text or
So
that the story
what
can,
time are
can
you referring at? Like how many what years are you referring at?
so right. So the and either of these positions could be compatible with a young Earth or an old Earth view. I will say that I definitely don't think the Earth is young. I definitely am in the old Earth view. But there's substantial evidence within the text that there's gaps in the genealogy. So you can push this back tens of thousands of years potentially, and it still be literal because the genealogy is not intended to be complete, and we don't know how many generations. We don't know exactly when the flood took place. And then the third possibility would be
But Thaddeus, we do know how the flood takes place because whenever there's a big flood body, like you're from the U.S., correct?
I'm saying that we don't know from the Bible. We don't know when the Bible is claiming it occurred. Is what I meant by that
Okay,
statement.
okay, understood.
And there is evidence of there is geographic geological evidence of a local flood around. Uh, I don't want to quote the date, but it's somewhere around 10 or 20,000 BC. There is evidence of a widespread flood in that particular geographic
But
region.
we do know why there's a flood stories. Most likely is because of the ice age ending. So
No,
the
brother, that's
glaciers
that's
recede.
that's that's
That's
another. What did you just said? Most
again.
likely.
I'm not arguing for any
No,
of
it
these
is
No, no.
interpretations.
likely.
Okay,
No,
okay,
when the ice age ended, there were massive floods. It's not likely.
no,
It
no.
is factual.
Okay, now here's the thing. You said most likely, but you are accepting a most likely scenario because
No,
it's most
I'm not
likely.
accepting a most likely. I
Brother,
know that
let me
there were
finish. I
massive
don't
floods
know why
when
you
the ice
don't
age
let
ended.
me finish. That's the problem with you. You
No,
don't let me finish. What?
I just said most likely
Okay,
because
okay. Tell me. What did I do to
as a
you?
play on word. But we know that
Okay,
when ice age ended, there were massive
okay.
floods.
First, tell me what did I do to you that you are not letting me finish my sentences?
Because you're saying I don't know. I'm saying most like I'm just saying there's a factual evidence that ice age ended and there were floods. That's all
Okay,
I'm saying.
so now, hold on. Now, allow me to finish, please. I'm not rejecting your argument, okay? Trust
Thank
me, I'm
you.
not.
Thank
I'm
you,
not.
Adam.
Okay.
Thanks,
So
Adam.
now, what I'm saying is, if you are taking the position of most likely, why can't you say that most likely thing is actually mentioned in the Bible?
I think there were floods, and it's just a vague statement, and there were floods. I'm okay with it. I'm sure there were floods around the region where supposedly Bible originated, and I can
Okay.
see people saying
Okay,
that. I have
so
because
so
So
the
can
now,
way
now,
it
now the
mentions
same
any
question applies. Now, that's absolutely what I'm saying. When you are actually agreeing that
Mhm.
there were floods happen at that particular time, at that particular region, why are you not? You are accepting it, yet you are not accepting the Noah's flood. Like when Noah collected all the people and the animals of that area and put it in an ark, you are not accepting that. Yet you are accepting that floods did happen at that time. So, my friend, it just
I have nothing against Noah's flood theory. I do not believe. I do not know. No, I do not believe. I know that there was not a global flood, like every land was underwater, because that's factually incorrect. So
so
I'm okay.
take the narrative which says that. So basically, you have like Christian narratives which says the flood was not global. It was
So I have a question on that part. When
okay.
did that narrative originate, Thaddeus?
We do not know that. We cannot establish the timeline.
No, in your in your study, when did the like it was a
We
localized?
trust me. I'm saying
And my
you.
fine and my final question, I don't believe is because our story does not make sense because animals could not be on there. Number one, not full animals. Even I would disagree with the animals in a big geographical area like Middle East cannot fully
And
come.
that's what I'm saying, my friend.
Yeah.
We do not have an exact timeline stated because when Moses wrote this, okay, this is Genesis. You know, the most difficult part is to defend historically evidences of Genesis. We cannot, nobody can.
So
Because
you,
the
so you,
Genesis part,
so you're
Genesis,
taking it as faith,
yeah,
like
because we don't have to defend that because
so Muslims are
there
doing
are
the same as
so
well. They're just subjective.
once again, listen. to accept a narrative, you do not have to defend the whole narrative. Okay, if you have 50% of the evidences, the rest you do not have to accept it. That's what I'm saying. Because if
I would say
50% is
I would
correct, the
disagree with you.
previous would be correct as well. So can you give me the origin of the world with something? Can you give me that? Nobody can give me that, right?
We know that how the world came in.
How?
We know that how
How?
our solar system originated.
How? How?
Because of collision of the stars. There was a
No, you don't know that.
no.
This is a
Can I
theory.
can I tell you how
So
you
This
this
is a
is
actually
not a
know?
theory.
theory because when the universe was formed, there was hydrogen. So
My
any
friend,
other
this is a
rare element.
theory. My friend, my
This is
friend,
what
go
you
check.
believe. I don't believe,
My
but none
friend,
of us
my
believe.
friend,
None of
go
us
check
believe it.
every scientist. It's called a theory. You can
This- Adam,
you are talking about a theory.
now you're doing Zakir Naik's point. Oh, theory of
No,
evolution.
I'm
That's
not. I'm
nothing.
not.
That's a
I'm
theory.
telling you exactly what it is. It's a theory. So nobody can,
So so
nobody
you
can,
so you
nobody.
think evolution is a
Can,
theory
can
too,
I can
correct?
I can I can I jump in?
Yeah,
So,
please.
the reason you quote unquote know this, and I'm not saying it's wrong. I'm just laying out the philosophical groundwork here. The reason you know something is because the mathematical models of the origins of the universe, the ones that are accepted are the ones that best fit the most data,
Yeah,
which is the same thing as what we argue from a historical standpoint. And you didn't actually let me tell you the third idea of
yeah.
what
Sorry about
Genesis
that.
means. And the third theory is that Genesis 1 through 11, i.e., everything that happened up until Abraham, is not intended to be read as history. It's been intended what we would call history. It's not intended to be a literal description of events. It's intended to be a symbolic history, a representation of ideas, but not an account of human history.
But
And
Thaddeus, I have a question. When did this idea came in that it's just symbolic?
No, it's
Because
not.
if we go back to
No, no.
go
When
back
did
to
when did theater said it's symbolic? He did not say that. My friend, you need to realize one part. You are talking to us from the 40 different authors, books written by 40 different authors. Okay, and you are talking about one book, and you want us to prove one book rather than ignoring all the rest of the books written by 40 different authors. That's the problem. You are going back to the origin where even anyone, even mathematical, even scientists, they are giving theories. Okay, not evidences. Yes, there are evidences of the theories, but not solid evidences that then they can, everyone can say, okay, yes, this is exactly what happened.
I
So
like
so
Adam.
can I
Adam,
answer?
1 second, please. I'll give you an example. So there's something called string theory in physics, all right? And there's something called theory of relativity. Let me finish
hmm,
first, please.
hmm.
In string theory, we do not right now is facing is facing a lot of trouble in the physics world because it's not been proven experimentally. Theory of relativity, as an example, has been for the last 100 years being proven again and again. And
Proof from the theory of relativity, the creation of the universe. I know the theory of relativity.
no,
I have
I'm just
studied
giving as an
physics. Prove it.
example. So I'm just giving as an example, like how in science, how theories are,
Hmm.
what is accepted and what is not is accepted
That's what I'm saying.
on proof.
By the theory of
For example,
relativity, which is proven.
evolution is proven
No,
on.
no, I am not rejecting evolution. Please try to
No, I'm just
understand
giving
that.
as an
When did
example.
I
I'm not saying
reject?
you are. I'm just giving as an example. You can put forward a theory. Theory does not mean that it lacks nothing. It
Salvador,
has evidence. That's why.
Salvador, you're not understanding what I'm saying. When did I rejected theory of evolution? Can you please give me one
No,
moment when I said
I'm
I
not
don't
even
accept it?
saying that you did. I'm just discussing a point. I'm just discussing a point. I'm not saying you did
So
anything. I'm
my
just
my
discussing
friend,
it.
so then that's a lame argument because it doesn't take us anywhere because I'm not
Yeah,
even rejecting it. So
No,
now
I'm just
please,
saying. I'm
can
just
I
saying.
can I can I jump in here?
Yeah, please.
So you want me to answer when a Christian first came up with this theory of the text, but you don't quite see the irony here because you're supporting later scientific theories that are relatively new inventions because they better fit the data. Well, what if these theories, which actually aren't necessarily recently created, that not all the church fathers believed that Genesis was literal history, but even if they were recent inventions, we got to look at what the preponderance of the evidence tells us. The theory was came up with is irrelevant. What's relevant is what the data best fits. And actually, most academics think that Genesis is not intended to be history. I know that probably most of the Christians watching will not agree with that. Certainly, the majority position in Christianity is that it's intended to be history and is literal history in some fashion. But most academics who've studied the text, and I'm not saying Christian apologists, I'm saying academics who are in many cases atheists, they think that the author of the text didn't intend it to be read as history. And if the author didn't intend that, then it's kind of irresponsible to say, well, why doesn't this history match up if it's not even intended to be history in the first place?
I would say that when you describe an event, for example, like in Quran, it says, as an example, and Adam must know it, Adam knows Quran very well, that there's a fact that, for example, sperm comes between
From the
your
backbone
vacuum.
and the ribs.
Yeah,
I
and
know it.
as an example. Now, I'm sure that the author did not mean it literally and figuratively, but like once you know that, okay, this is read in Quran. So the author did not know, for example, that it came from the testicles, as an example. So it clearly shows that the author supposedly is not God. Because if there was theoretically a God there or Allah, he would know where
Okay,
they.
my friend, let me answer that. Let me answer that. Hold on.
Muslims can say now say a lot of Muslims say that, oh, we have to look at symbolically and stuff like that. This
Okay,
is
forget Islam right now, brother. You are out of Islam anyways, so forget Islam.
no. I'm just giving as an example. So once you
Okay,
write something in it, even if it's not meant for
my friend,
to take it literally,
I'm
but
telling
once you
you,
write it, it
I
can be taken
I've
as
told you,
if it's wrong.
brother,
Yeah.
brother. Hold on. I told you many times, and I have said that in my Urdu channel as well, in my English channel as well.
Yeah.
Proving Genesis to be true is not a faith. And number one. Number two, historical evidences till the time that we have discovered so far, David and all that previous, all of those locations, all of those historical events corresponds to the Bible. And you know that. Everyone knows that. Okay. Now, all the events so far that we have calculated is
Yeah.
corresponding to the Bible. The only locations that we do not have is where the science is also giving theories. So why are you going to a place to define Bible when you actually have theories? Once again, nobody can define with certainty of 100% of the origin of this world and how it got originated. They have theories. There are multiple theories. And once again, I'm not rejecting the theory of evolution. I'm not even rejecting that. Now, origin of the the universe and the floods, there are theories and theories. And flood, you already defined it happened. But for how long and how, we do not know that. So why do you actually go back to Genesis? Why don't you go to the location where you have archaeological evidences? For example, start from David. You know, from David onward, you have the historical evidences. Now from behind David or before David, you have very less evidences. For example, what can you find in the Exodus? Bones of the animals? Yes, you have so many bones of the evidence in the Midian, but bones of the evidence does not define anything, right? So so you need to come to the place where the world has archaeological evidence and you can see whether this is what is written in the Bible or not. So if you have maybe, let's say, 70% of the Bible historically accurate, what makes you think that before that might not be an accuracy in some way or form? Some way or form. I'm not saying absolutely, but some way or form.
I would, from my basic understanding, I think Bible, for example, I can just reject, from my understanding, I can just reject Bible based because I cannot. The idea of Adam and Eve is an incorrect idea. I can just completely debunk Bible based on the Adam and Eve. But I don't want to go into it. But what you're
Okay,
saying,
let's debunk it. Debunk Adam and Eve from the basis of science. Debunk
evolution.
it.
Yeah, we know.
Okay, evolution. Let's talk about evolution. I told you I agree evolution, but did you ask me what part of evolution do I agree and what part of evolution I do
I'm
not agree?
sure you're the base of intelligent design. But evolution is such a like a thing. I don't even want to go into it because it's a topic that's been discussed too much, and it's
Uh,
not.
can I just
before you have
jump in with a
done enough
quick
research.
comment here?
Yeah, yeah.
And,
Yes, sir.
and the Bible at least purports to be history. The correct tool to test history is the historical method. These debates over the scientific things is not really relevant because
What is the
Christians
historical
don't
method?
take the same view of the biblical text and have never taken the view of the biblical text that it's the literal speech of God. We believe that it was written by human beings under the inspiration of God. We believe that God was conveying a message of salvation. He
Yeah, yeah.
wasn't intending to convey scientific facts. Uh, and he justifiably probably didn't care whether people had the exact right science. He's not intending to tell us things about science. That's not to say that there isn't anything in the Bible that could be judged on scientific standards, but it's not really the correct test. The correct test of the truth of Christianity is based on the historicity of the New Testament. If we get the New Testament, if we get Jesus being God incarnate, then we get the Old Testament for free, so to speak. So you're asking the wrong questions. I understand where the questions are coming from. Don't get me wrong, but you're asking the wrong questions because you're asking about the things that are the most hard to prove, the things that are most ancient, the things that are most subjective, and ignoring the things that are most objective. Even if you only want to look at the Old Testament, like Adam's saying, we can look at the more recent history and we can see that it is congruent with what we find through the normal historical methods. It's not to say we can prove every detail, but what we can test holds up to scrutiny. Um,
Like
and since
what?
we don't believe it's the
Like
literal
what?
speech of God, we don't necessarily
No,
care if there's
I
something
think
that's
that is
judged as
good for.
scientific error.
Yeah, I think that is good for Christianity that you don't take it as a literal word of God, because that
My
gives you more
my
chance
friend, but at the same
to.
time, just did you listen to what he said? He said
Yeah.
you can look at till the location where it is historically verifiable, right? So what is historically verifiable right now? Till the time of David. And you have all the historically verification till the time of David. Before that, you don't have historical verification of it. Hence, you have what? Unknowns, right?
Okay.
That's what I'm saying. So, what we have historically verified, is Bible accurate according to what we have historically verified as humans in this world at this time? Yes. So now, if that is true, then once we can go back and do the historical verification, if it is not true, then you can raise a question. But if right now you have theories against something, you know,
I don't have theories. I discussed, like I told you, I cannot fully, like you said that you have the Noah's Ark on the Ararat. I just think it's just impossible for all the animals in that area to be, even the pairs of them to be there. It just
and
makes
once again, is it global or local?
so I told you, if it was global, that makes no sense. No kangaroos jumping out of Australia or penguins.
I never said that the flood was there in. Did I
No,
ever said
I
the flood
agree
was
with
there in
that.
Australia?
No, I agree with that. So my point is that's why I asked
So the
Thaddeus that, like,
Bible actually clearly says that there were, if you read the verdict, it clearly says that there were people at that location where I forgot the word, who were very bad, and their lineage was actually going very bad. I forgot the word
but,
in the Hebrew right now.
Adam Thaddeus said that it was would like the flood
There
came
are
wherever,
there are
wherever there
there are
were
three
people.
verdicts. Sirius said there are three verdicts.
Yeah, yeah, that's what Thaddeus said, that a flood came in wherever there were people. So that's why I said the floods that we have is based on the Ice Age, as an example, which is a historical event we know happened, and
Exactly, and then you
there were
agreed with
people
that.
all over the
So
world.
let's take that narrative. I don't know how to prove that. You do not know how to prove that, but we know flood happened. Floods
No,
happen.
I know how to prove it because Ice Age ended and there were
Okay,
massive floods because of the glacier
whatever.
melting.
Ice age ended
And
or whatever, there were masses of floods. Now it happened. Perfect. So fair enough. We
or
can
there could be some other, yeah.
once again.
I
Why are you going back to Genesis, my friend? Why don't you stay at a location which we can historically critique? Can you critique anything till the time of David on the Bible?
like my knowledge of Bible is really very minimal, so I don't even want to discuss it because I'm just
Okay.
gonna be honest with you. I don't know about Bible much.
So once
And that's
again,
fair. That's fair.
that's fair enough. Let's remove that part because I'm telling you, I accepted it from the very beginning. there are certain things in the Genesis which we cannot prove. And the same goes to the other side of the argument. You can provide an evidence, hey, evolution happened in a macro level. Okay, once again, for that to happen, there are so many things to happen in a specific way, in a specific time. And that is why even the scientists are saying, okay, we don't know. It has to
The
happen in a this
scientists,
way.
like 97% of the scientists believe evolution happened. We know that we came
No,
from East
excellent,
Africa.
excellent. No. They 97% of the
90.
scientists agree on a micro level evolution, not on a macro level of evolution.
What do you
Please
mean by
realize
micro?
that.
What do you mean by micro and macro?
Okay. No, so like I said, I believe in evolution. Okay. I believe in evolution. So once you are living in a certain location, you evolve based on that location and your body adapt, and then your sons and the sons and the sons and the sons and the sons generation evolves on that. For example, when you live in somewhere near where you have fishes and you have to do fishing and you have to go down, your lungs become stronger and bigger because you are diving in. So evolution does happen in
Okay.
this level, but I
Understood.
do not perceive an evolution to happen somehow that something happened and a carbon start to breathe, and that one single cell started to evolve into multiple cell
Um,
organism, and
but
that multiple cell organism started to become intelligent, and so on and so forth,
we do have the
to an
proof of that.
extent.
Like the thing that we have not created, but the evolution does not care about origin. It cares how we evolve. Number
So
one.
if
Number
evolution,
two.
I agree.
No. Plus, number two,
Evolution, I agree.
we have proof that there were unicellular organisms 3 billion years back, and
Do you
all
believe?
multicellular
Okay, let me
organisms.
ask a simple question. Do you believe that humans comes from chimpanzees?
Yeah, for sure. No, with the chimpanzee, so
Can you provide me an evidence that humans comes from
humans
chimpanzees
and
with
chimps
100% surety? No, no,
humans
no.
and chimps have a
Well,
common
forget. Tell me.
ancestor
Don't tell me about the
6 million years back.
DNAs. No,
Humans and
my
chimps.
friend.
No,
My
but
friend.
evolution is proven on DNA. Period. Like if it's like you're saying
My
that don't
friend.
believe in
My
Bible
friend. Hold on.
genetics. Yeah.
Do
So
not
evolution.
tell me about the DNAs. Tell me that evolution from you are agreeing that humans came from chimpanzees. Are you 100% certain according to your scientist? Are you sure about that
Humans
100%?
and chimps had a common ancestor 6 million years back. Yes.
Sorry, can you
Right.
please repeat?
Humans and chimpanzees have a common ancestor 6 million years back. So we
Okay.
chimpanzees are and bonobos are our
Who
closest
was the
cousins.
common ancestor?
I forgot the name of it. You can Google it and you will
Okay,
know it.
now that ancestor had a good mind, a sane mind. Okay, he was not a chimpanzee. So, so once again,
No, that ancestor was brain was not evolved like our brain.
but it was evolved pretty good. So now coming back to the same point,
It was you can say it was
chimpanzees
evolved.
did
You can
not
say it
become
was maybe
humans.
evolved less than a chimp or something like
Chimpa-
that. I don't know. I have,
excuse me.
but the brain size was smaller.
But once again, so chimpanzees did not become humans, but rather it was a different species.
Because when species happen, it's based on evolution happens that it's like
So
we
in
know a common
evolution, did chimpanzees came
so we are
first,
from
or
one branch. So meaning like
did
we're
did
Homo
chip?
sapien. We have
Okay, I
we're
know, I know
from
Homo sapien
underdog.
argument, my friend. Listen, I have been a science student. Trust me, you don't have to explain me much further than that. So what you are telling me that we came from chimpanzees, or did we came from the human before chimpanzees?
So I will again reiterate my point that we
Hmm.
humans and chimps had a common ancestor 6 million years back. So chimps, there
Okay.
was an offshoot. So the chimps evolved and humans evolved. There's a separate line. For example, we evolved from Homo erectus, Homo habilis. We have
Mm.
all those chains that goes back.
But once again, so we did not evolve from chimpanzees, correct?
We evolved from a separate line. We had a
Okay,
common ancestor.
thank
We had a
you. So
common
we
ancestor
evolved from a
over
separate line.
about
So now,
25 million years back.
my friend, so we evolved from a separate line. Now, once again, coming back to the same point. So that line, now see, now you are coming to the point. So that line of humans, which is not chimpanzees, but they were actually humans, Can you tell me that they had a brain equal to us, but not as bigger as ours? Yes or no?
Throughout the evolution process, the
Hmm.
brain became larger and larger.
Perfect. Yeah, I agree with you on that. Brain became larger and larger, and we
There are
started.
multiple factors to it. The number one is that we were able to to produce fire and control it, like, and that happened like roughly.
My friend, I understand that part, but
Yeah.
that has nothing to do with our discussion. So basically, what happens is you are telling me that we are a different species. You already agreed with me on that because we did not evolve from chimpanzees.
We evolved from a common ancestor, so
Okay,
it doesn't
so
really
we
make.
did not evolve from chimpanzees, right?
Okay, we didn't evolve from chimpanzees. I don't know what
Perfect.
point doesn't
Now,
even make a difference.
50 years from now, we were evolving from chimpanzees. You know that, right? Rather 30 years. Just if you go back to 1960s, 70s, they were saying and claiming that we evolved from chimpanzees, correct?
First of all, I do not know about 1970s, and the good thing about science is that it corrects itself if there's an error in.
Perfect. Thank you so very much. So basically,
So
like I said, this is a theory. It is
it's not a
evolving.
theory because we have a DNA and
My
genetic evidence.
friend, it is a
The thing is
theory
that
and
we
it,
didn't
you
have
just said
the genetic evidence. Now we have it,
th-
Adam. Please, like, I please, we really have a
you
very, we know the genetic evidence, and you can say with me, oh,
Salvador,
it is still a theory.
Salvador,
It's
you
not a
agreed with
theory.
me.
We have so much
Salvador,
evidence on it. That's
Salvador,
what I'm
you
trying to tell you.
agreed with me. You just agreed with me. You just agreed with me that we did not evolve from chimpanzees, number one. And I told you back in the old days,
I
it was
said we had a
stated.
common ancestor. So from that ancestor, chimpanzee, so we had a common, like a father, as an
Okay, how
example. You
would you?
can say.
How many times will you
So
state this
one of that
sentence so that
father,
I could? Okay, let
one
me
of
tell
his
you.
sons became a chimp.
Okay,
One of became human, as an
I will
example.
give you 5 minutes to repeat your comment again and again so that I could answer, put my answers over here.
I
Just
am just
repeat it
saying
for
that
five
we
minutes.
and chimps had a common father.
Okay,
That's
say it
all.
again, please. Say it again,
Me
please.
and chimps had a common father. From the father had like children out of those that line. If you want to look at just very on a very basic level, chimps
Okay,
evolved, bonobos, and humans evolved. And
one
but we
more
have
time,
common
please.
ancestors like Homo erectus, Homo habilis, and we even had species Homo neanderthals were living with us 30, 40,000 years back in
Perfect.
Europe.
One more time, brother.
Yeah.
No, no, one more time because like I want you to you want I want you to say it again and again so that when I am speaking, you won't be able to answer. So say it one more time.
Adam, I'm just telling you what it is. And I know that you're gonna again come back to the
No, no,
point that
no. Say say the same sentence again so that you will not have to say it again. So again,
no,
please.
I have said what I've said, so it's already
Okay.
recorded.
So
So
now
I don't need to say it again.
may I reply now?
Yeah, please go ahead.
Okay. So previously we had this theory that we were evolved from chimpanzees, which is debunked right now. And the new statement is we come from a common ancestor, uh, which is not chimpanzees, but rather some kind of a intelligent being. And those intelligent
It is not
being,
an intelligent being.
again you started saying something. Again you started saying something.
I said our common
See,
father was not
see,
intelligent.
I
Sorry.
told you to say it 10 times. Okay, say it again one more time so that when I'm speaking, you won't say anything.
So we had a common father, and I know you're gonna point, but the point is that our brains slowly developed over the course of next 6 million years to form Homo sapiens, 2 to 300,000 years back.
Do you have to say more?
No,
Are you sure?
I'm sure, but like I
110%,
just you're
110.
twisting my word, and then you're saying that
Are you
intelligent.
110% sure
We
that you are not going to interrupt me this time around?
No, Adam. But the thing is that we had like our brain size was evolving through like
Okay,
the erectus, and the other
okay,
Homo species was getting
okay,
bigger and bigger, and we have
okay.
evidence for that.
Perfect. I agree. Now, may I say something before you
Yes,
interrupt me
please.
this time around? Or do you
No,
want to say something more?
I will not interrupt you. I will not.
Thank God.
I'm
Thank you,
sorry.
Jesus, for this guy to not say anything this time around.
I'm muting, so you can
Okay,
say.
perfect. So now, like you said, we are not evolved from chimpanzees, thank God. Uh, and I agree with you on that. Okay, at least we have one thing in common. Now, we evolved from something else, and chimpanzees came from from that so-called common ancestor. That common ancestor had some kind of an intelligence being in him, which was not as intelligent as chimpanzees, thankfully. Okay, thank God. Now, there could be a later theory which can define, could be, which can define this to be a different than what it is right now. But once again, I'm not saying that I do not accept your theory 100%. I'm going to put it on the side. Why I'm putting it on the side? It's a theory. It's a theory. It is not something which has been proven 110%. So that's why I'm telling you again and again and again. Why are you going back to Genesis to prove Bible? Remove Genesis to prove Bible, because you cannot prove Genesis. We cannot prove Genesis. You cannot prove with certainty about the Genesis. So why are you going there to prove Genesis? I agree with the micro level of evolution. I do not disagree with the Genesis. Sorry, with the evolution. But Genesis is not where I actually go to prove the Bible. If 70% of the Bible is approved, Genesis is what? Less than 5% of the whole Bible? Okay, now let's take the Deuteronomy, Leviticus, and Exodus out as well. How much did you take removed? 10%? Now the rest of the Bible is archaeological proven. Why do I have to? So if I have like 80% of the Bible archaeologically proven, historically proven, why do you have to take the 20%? Hey, it's not approval, not going to take it. Remove the 20% as the approval part and take it as a faith. That's why I believe in the Bible. You do not want to do that, fair enough. I'm not asking you to accept Christianity or Judaism. I never said that. That's your belief. My belief is the whole Bible is written for Christ. And the Christ came and he said, love each another. He said, I'm going to die and I'm going to resurrect. And he did that. And the Old Testament gives the evidences of the Christ to come. That's how we believe Bible. The mic is all yours, my friend.
Can I say just one thing
Yes,
real
sir.
quick?
Please.
Adam made a great point, actually, that Jesus declares that the entire Bible is written about him. So when we read it as being, about a scientific debate, historical debate, whatever, we're misreading the text according to Jesus, who says that it's actually about him. Whatever it appears to be on the surface, it's actually ultimately all about the story of salvation of humanity. And I'll just quickly add that there are plenty of Christians who believe in evolution. This isn't a matter of importance to whether you're a Christian or not.
Thank you. Thank you for your answer, Adam. I think I do not need to discuss further on that point.
Appreciate it, brother. God bless
Thank you.
you.
God bless you too.
Thanks a lot. No, whether you believe in God or not, but I appreciate your comment, my friend.
Thank you. I was about to say universe, but then I said no. I should be
Okay,
respectful.
you can give me any kind of blessing, but you said God bless you, and I appreciate that. That's
Thank you.
your
Thank you
that's
so much,
your
Adam.
big heart.
Yeah,
That's
thank
your
you.
big heart.
Yeah, thank you, Adam. Thank you. Like it was really informative discussing with you on the Islamic origin. I think that's very like let's go back to the topic it's a very, I think, an important topic that we need to give as many points as possible, because I think this may be one of the biggest problems that the Muslims have ever faced, because it will completely, once you reject like the story of Muhammad is incorrect, then everything else falls apart. So yeah, so it was very informative, and thank you for
Absolutely, brother.
sharing.
Yes,
Thank you so very
thank you
much.
for joining us. We
Thank
did
you.
get way off topic,
Yeah,
and
yeah, we did.
but
Thank you for
I'm
for
glad you came. And
yeah.
I would just say that I'm a Christian. I've investigated the evidence. This has been my life for 20 years is looking at evidence. So I just encourage you to look at the evidence.
All
And
right.
put what you can't test very well aside. Put Genesis aside. Don't worry about that.
Yeah.
Start with the New Testament. See if it holds up to scrutiny. Listen to arguments from Christians, listen to arguments from atheists, and see, because Christianity stands or falls on the truth of the claim that Jesus rose from the dead, and everything else ultimately is irrelevant. I mean, it's important as a Christian, but it's irrelevant to deciding the truth of deciding the proposition of whether Christianity is true or false.
Great. Adam, one final question. Do you think, are you open for a debate with, I'm not sure if you know this guy, Ghalib. He's from Pakistan as well. He's a Christian. He was an
Yeah, I know
ex-Christian.
Ghalib. That's
So
not a
would you
problem.
want to
I
have
know
a
Ghalib.
debate with him on Christianity, or this is not a topic
Why
of
should
interest?
I? That's the thing. My main problem is not with Ghalib at all. My main
Oh, okay.
problem is with Islam. That's the best. That's the problem. So when it comes to Ghalib, he needs, if he wants to have a debate on Christianity, he can debate with Jay Dyer, who speaks with atheists, specifically on those topics. I never debates with atheists. When you said that you are not here for a debate, that's why I started to engage with you, because you said you are not here for a debate. I don't debate with atheists. I debate with Muslims. That's what my basic
Okay.
area is. So
Understood. No, I was just I was just thinking like maybe.
that's why I gave you the answer. So
Thank you.
if you want Ghalib and he
No,
wants to
I
have
was
a
just
debate
thinking
with
that.
Jay Dyer, I can arrange a debate with him and Jay Dyer, because he is the guy who can speak on a philosophical level with him on, because I saw certain his videos. I'm not the right guy to have a talk with him. Jay Dyer is. So if you think that you have some interaction with Ghalib, let me know. I will arrange a talk with him and Jay Dyer. Trust me, I will.
Okay. No, okay. I was just thinking. Okay. I thank you so much. Thanks,
Thank
Adam.
Thank
you, my
you.
friend.
Thanks, Thaddeus. Very nice talking. Thank you for listening to me, and thank you very much. It was really nice talking to both of you.
Yeah, it was.
Same here.
I don't usually talk to atheists because, to be honest, I usually find the conversations very boring because they're always the same. But this was actually a pretty good conversation. So thank you.
Thank you. Bye bye.
Thank you, brother. God bless you. And we have Kohram as well, and we have Xavier as well. Xavier, your device is not connected. It is saying that your device is not connected. Your mic does not have the permission. So you need to go back and give permission to your browser for your mic and camera, and then you can close your camera and then come back in. Xavier, if you are listening to us, Koram, welcome, brother. How are you?
Yeah, hi Adam. Yeah, man, that was an eternal wait.
I'm
And
Yes,
sorry,
Salvador
brother.
sorry.
Dali.
I did not want it to.
And
I thought
Salvador
Xavier
Dali,
was.
that's an interesting name. You know that. I was just waiting when the eggs would hatch. If you got the joke,
Yeah, I got the joke, but he
Salvador
was.
Dali's eggs.
Yeah, he was a nice guy, and we were having a
He's
very
a
nice
nice guy. Yeah,
discussion.
he's very
And
nice. I
instead of
agree with
having a shouting competition, we were having a nice guy. So it's a nice talk. So yeah, yes, my friend. What would you like to say, brother? On our
you.
current
No,
stream, do you
not
want to
much.
talk about our current stream or something else, brother?
No, I really don't have. I mean, I didn't come here to pick a bone with you guys. So it's just that a few things that we should clear before we speak on something or before we have a meaningful conversation, because you guys made it very clear that this entire thing about Christianity is about faith. It's not about science. So I don't know why should I come here and speak about science in the
You
first
you
place. But
No,
you
did I get it
misunderstood.
Karam.
right? Sir?
You
Karam, let
misunderstood.
me clear that something. Let me clear something over here. Maybe you misunderstood something. There are a couple of things over here. I said clearly, Genesis we cannot prove. Nobody can. So we have to take Genesis as a statement of faith based on the fact of certain things that we can prove. Historically, Genesis we cannot prove historically. That's what we said.
Right, right.
That's point number one. And I like, you know me from my Urdu channel as well, my friend. So
No,
you
no, I
know
know you. I know you from the Urdu channel, and you have an English accent, man. You have
ex-
a Punjabi accent to the
Punjabi
English.
accent, right?
Yeah.
So you
It's
know me from
interesting.
my,
I don't
yeah,
know
from
whether
my,
traders would understand this or not, but
yeah. So
I'll do
my
my
whole
best.
my whole point is that Genesis is how much of a whole Bible? 5%, right? Goram bhai,
right. Got it.
right?
Right, right.
5%. So let's say Genesis, Exodus, Leviticus, Numbers, Deuteronomy. If we take
Mm.
these five books out, you still have so many other books. You have Joshua, Judges, Ruth, First Samuel, First King, Second King, Second Chronicle, Ezra, Nehemiah, Esther, Jobs, Psalms, Proverbs, and so on and so forth. And then the New. Testament comes in Matthew, Mark, Luke. You have so many other things where we can actually have some archaeological evidences, right? So why go to an area where we cannot do archaeological evidence? Why can't we accept that area as
Archaeological
a statement
evidence
of
is
faith?
merely an evidence, Adam. Actually, archaeological evidence is only an evidence. It's not proper science. You can't say that
Yeah,
archaeology is a science. It's only an evidence
exactly.
because since you are from Punjab, I'm sure that you know about the Indus Valley civilization,
Yes, I do.
Harappa and Mohenjo-daro. So there is an
Yes, I do.
interesting artifact there, which is called as a dancing doll.
Yes, I
Now,
do.
this it's a dancing doll, but what do you make of this dancing doll? It's just a dancing doll. Now, the
Correct.
historians would make a story out of it. So that's how things develop, and that's the reason why I hate history.
Okay, now here
That's
is
the
the
reason
Well,
I
problem.
then, I mean,
it's a joke,
Christianity
man.
is history. Christianity
No,
is
no, that's
making a
the reason I
historical
hate
claim.
history. So it's a joke, and it's just a sarcasm. So don't take it seriously. So that's the
I'm
whole
just
problem with
saying.
history. You know that it's not based on hard facts, because you know that scientific theory is not merely a theory. It's a lot
Okay,
more than theory. It's
so I'm
confirmed
gonna get
through experiment and
philosophical.
observation.
I'm gonna get philosophical on you. So science is based on assumptions, just like history. They're different.
Not
They're
really,
different
sir.
fields.
Not really. It's not based on just assumption. There is a theory. There is a repeatability in it.
No. Can you let me finish? So fundamentally, I'm not saying the assumptions are bad. I'm just saying you have to understand that every piece of knowledge is based on a series of assumptions. So the first assumption that science as a whole makes is that your observations of reality are accurate. This is a claim that, say, Buddhism would just deny outright. It would say that the world you observe is an illusion, that you can't rely on your observations of the world. But this is an assumption that science relies on. I'm not saying it's a bad assumption. I'm just saying it's an assumption. So you have to understand that there is no such thing as logical absolute proof. And I don't actually disagree with much of the scientific
Observation plus
consensus.
experimentation also. It's not merely observation. It comes with
But
experimentation also.
but
So
an experiment, you observe the results of the experiment. I'm using this in a very
uh,
broad term.
we don't observe the result of the experiment.
Of course
Anyways,
you
we are
do.
getting in.
You observe. You have your
Too
measuring
many
device.
semantics here. So I'll come to my point actually, because I did not come here to pick a bone with you guys. You enjoy your faith. So I just want to ask you the importance of faith. Why do you want faith?
Okay, now that's a very
Let's
good
come to the
question.
serious philosophical questions, because see, we can speak on science for eternity. That's not the case here, because since you guys are very clear about science, and your faith is not based on science. Your faith is based on historicity, as just Adam was talking about. So with the Salvador
Yes.
Dali. So
Exactly.
I want to know why faith.
Okay, perfect. That's a good question. Why not faith?
Uh, that's proving a negative, Adam. Come on.
Okay, perfect. Now, let me answer you and let's see if you can reject it. Okay.
Right.
I have given him the same analogy and I'll give you the same analogy. And this analogy is proven by the words of Jesus. Okay.
Hmm.
Jesus said, look into the Old Testament and you will find me. Right? The Old Testament is written about me. Okay. Now, there is a guy who comes to me and he says, look into 32 different people writing different books at different times, and you will see the prophetic words about me. And they came absolutely true as is. How do you perceive that notion? Is that mere coincidence or what?
You're talking about predictability.
Yes, I'm talking
The
about predictability
predictability
versus
is awesome. Is
yeah,
just perfect. You know what? You know, Simpsons did the same thing actually about
koi
Donald
masla nahi,
Trump. I think
koi
there is
masla nahi. You tell me, you tell me
Star
about
Trek
that.
was pretty good about that. Star
No,
Trek
no,
almost predicted mobile
no,
phones and
no.
a lot of
That's what
other
I'm saying.
scientific technology.
That's what I'm saying. Now, mobile phone Star Trek does not gives you that. At this moment in time, you have certain people who says claims that somebody is going to be born because you look at chapter of Daniel. chapter number, I think 10, if I'm not mistaken. It gives you the exact number of days, rather weeks, when Jesus will be born. And the Daniel book of Daniel has given you so many prophecies. The wall will be demolished, and this and that. Right now, I'm not prepared on that. But Quran, if you want details, I will go into that and I will prepare you a whole uh, prophetic words on that, on the book of Daniel. And it describes that after X amount of days, weeks, somebody is going to be born. That guy who is going to be born is proclaimed by Isaiah as well. And he said he will be called Emmanuel. And certain people do not take Emmanuel. And I understand that as God with us. So in another verse, 7:14, it says, he'll be called Mighty God. And then you have a virgin. Yes, I know certain Jewish rabbis do not take as virgin, but rather a very young girl, but does not matter as well, because Maryam was very young, Mary was very young as well. So no matter what, but he will be called Mighty God. Then that's the birth narrative. Then comes the narrative that he will be betrayed, and he will be betrayed, and he will be sold for 30 pieces of shekel. Then comes that he will say, "Go take that small donkey, baby donkey, and bring it to me." And exactly that location, there was a baby donkey, and so on and so forth. There are over 300 prophecies which were described in the Bible, in the Old Testament, by many different prophets. And Jesus came and not just fulfilled, and certain things are not fulfillable by a human if he has not studied. Like, how is he born? Where is he born? That cannot happen automatically. Now you are going to say a because somebody read it and then wrote it later, right?
I won't say that. I won't say any of that thing. You know, even if I take it on face value, what you're saying on face value, that's not a big deal, man. Prophecies. If you're talking about prophecies, have you read this Alvin Toffler, The Future Shocker?
Yes,
He
I
made
have.
some startling revelations. I
You
mean,
know, the
about the
prophecies
future
has
world.
three things to be accurate. You know that, right?
What are the three things? I mean, can you elaborate
They
on it?
have to be exact, number one. They cannot
Okay,
be vague, right? That's point number one. They cannot be vague. They have to be exact,
right.
right?
Okay.
Number two, they have to be according to the time frame that has been described.
No, that's a claim actually, but because I haven't delved deeper into the
So
prophecies
yeah.
that you're talking
Now the
about.
Daniel, the
Now,
prophecy Daniel, when he
how different
describe
it
a
is
certain
from
number.
Simpsons predicting Donald Trump as a
Oh,
president. That was
Simpsons
accurate.
no Simpson brother,
How different.
Simpsons did not predicted Donald Trump,
They
right?
almost predicted,
Simpsons
man. It was a
Simpson
prophecy. It was a prophecy. Come on, I mean, it did.
Simpsons, my friend, Simpsons did not predicted Donald Trump. Simpsons did not predicted
President of
Donald.
United States. I'm talking about president becoming the
Yeah.
president of United States. That
So
was very much a prediction. Russia attacking Ukraine was a good prediction. I mean, they know something,
my
man.
friend,
They got something.
It wasn't
but
even
like,
intended as a prediction.
but
The new
300,
religion,
but
Simpsons.
300 different prophecies to coming true in one single person. You know how they describe it? Your scientist and the mathematicians describe it in this way. Let me answer you exact quotation. Okay. They
Right.
say, take what do you call 1 cent in America? Pennies. They said, take pennies and put them 5 feet high in the Texas. You know, that's the biggest state of America. So 5 feet high pennies in Texas, and then put one penny with a mark and drop a person on the helicopter, from the helicopter, and take and cover his eyes with some clothes, and ask him to pick up the coin penny which has the mark in it. That's how they describe it. Your mathematicians, that these many prophecies to be coming true by one person. So how will you answer that, my
The
friend?
claim
Please, man.
is a super accuracy. Come on, I mean that super accuracy. You whatever it is. I mean the argument itself is very preposterous, man. In the end of the day, it's only a prediction, man. It's only a prediction. I
Exactly.
predicted scores. I
So
predicted cricket scores correctly.
now
I
once
didn't bet
again,
on it.
no,
That's
no,
my that's my
score is
problem.
one
I
thing,
would have made
my
money.
friend. Score is one
Score
thing. Now
is prediction,
now
man.
you are
80 runs
telling
all
me
out India against West Indies. They were all out for
you
80 runs.
I understand, but
96.
Now understand this. Now, can you predict that on the fourth ball of sixth over, it will give a four? Number one. Number two, on the fifth ball of the 10th over, it will do a sixer, and on the second ball of 15th over, it will do a out. Can you do these three predictions and they will 100% come true?
Prediction itself. I mean, prediction should inculcate faith is, I'm sorry, not a good argument.
That's
It's
not
not
what I
such a
asked.
great
That's not what
argument.
I asked, my friend. You
It's
do
not a
know
good
that, right?
argument.
Right. When I gave you a question with a question, you said no, that's a circular one.
The
Now I
probability,
asked you a
maybe the
simple
probability
question.
I could be.
Koram, I asked you a simple question. Can you tell me yes or no now? Like, come on, I'm asking you the same kind of a question which you asked
I
me
don't know
earlier.
the match, man. You just give me a match. Maybe Andrew Russell is
Perfect.
playing,
So
perhaps.
that's
Very
not
much
possible,
possible.
right? That's not possible, right?
No, it depends on the players. I mean,
Okay,
it
now
depends on who's
whatever.
playing.
Okay, you
So the
fit the players,
predictability.
my friend. You fit the player the way you want to. Okay,
Okay,
you fit the player. So you have an Indian team and you have a Pakistani team. Okay, and you
I'll take
say
IPL. Sixes are mostly in IPL,
IPL.
T20.
Okay, IPL T20. So you fit the
PSL.
players the way you wanted to, and then you are claiming that on the fifth ball of the fifth over, a four will happen, and on the ninth over, the second ball of six will happen, and on the 12th over, the fourth ball will going to give him a bowled out. Can you predict that no matter
No,
how you arrange the players?
that's not how you could even predict it. But what you're claiming, what you've just
Exactly,
claimed, that it is such a super
exactly,
accuracy, then I have to check if it is really super accurate. Because
exactly,
you said
exactly.
that 70%. Yeah. So because I have
That's
to
why
check
I
whether
say,
it is so
that's why I
super
say,
accurate, so super accurate.
that's
Come
why
on.
I say, my friend, that's why you need to go and read the book of Daniel. Okay,
Okay.
the book of Daniel gives you predictions, and those prediction came as is, and it gives you the time frame as well. It gives you
Okay.
the time frame in weeks. Okay,
And what about the future prediction?
that's future prediction. Huh? Book of Daniel is talking about the Jesus. Book of Daniel is
Okay,
written
so
before
the
Jesus.
upcoming
Okay,
10 years of prediction, what does it talk about in the next 10 years? And what about pandemic,
no, it,
coronavirus,
it does not,
2020?
it does not go
Does
this
it
far
say?
out. It does not go
Oh,
this far out because we are talking about Jesus. Okay, the
okay,
prophecies
we are
which are
talking about
about
Jesus because
Jesus.
if we can
Okay,
predict, if they have the ability, the accuracy, the super accuracy to predict things, then why not
no,
coronavirus? Is
it
there
was not.
anything about
Yeah,
coronavirus?
let me answer that, because the Old Testament is not written for the coronavirus. The Old Testament was written for Jesus. Okay, that you will
Okay.
find Jesus,
So
so that
Jesus
Jesus.
related, everything Jesus related is there. Judeo-Christian and Jesus related is there. Accurate, super accurate. Is that what you're saying? So
Yes,
the center of the universe is Jesus. So
never.
whatever the
I never said
prediction
that.
is,
I never said that.
no,
When
no,
did
no.
I said that?
I'm not saying it in a sarcastic way. Don't take it as a
No, no.
sarcasm. And
Even sarcastic and non-sarcastic way. I never said Jesus is the center of the universe. I never said that.
no, no, no. I'm talking about the story where Jesus is the center, and all the
No, Jesus is
predictions.
not the center. When did I say Jesus is the center? That's what I'm saying again and again. When did I ever claim that?
You're saying the entire story revolves around Jesus. So whatever predictions
No,
are there.
no. That the Old Testament gives you all the historical events as well. As I told you, if you go to the history,
Okay.
you can actually find the archaeological evidence till the David. But but the Old Testament describes the coming of the Jesus. Now that's point number one. Point number two is, who is Jesus? We believe. You do not. I understand that.
Including even Moses. Am I right? Even Moses, because Moses, I don't know where that Pharaoh was, who that Pharaoh was.
Forget that.
Moses told me.
Forget that part, because we don't know where he was and you don't know where it is. So forget that part. I'm not even
Okay,
going back, right? I'm going till David, not till
okay,
Moses. I'm not even going till Moses. Okay, I'm staying till David, right? So now,
right, right.
coming back to the same point, we have certain predictions about the coming of the Messiah, which came as is, right? And there
Mm-hmm.
are over 300 prophecies. And I can tell you right now, while speaking with you, because I was an agnostic at one time, I rejected over 50% of the prophecies. I personally. So now
Okay.
I have 50% of the prophecies that I accepted, which means around 150 prophecies that I accepted. So if you literally go and look, you'll say, okay, even 150 prophecies to be accurate 100% as is
Hmm.
means there should be some divine power which is giving them something, because it was not said by one person, it was said by many person.
Some divine means how much divine? I mean that. I mean, like, I'm not getting the
Who
predictors
knows the
here.
future? Who knows the future? Somebody who knows the future as is
Man,
to
this is
happen.
a very slippery slope. Actually, this entire prediction game is like, I don't know. Maybe I'm not able to comprehend it. But
Yeah,
anyways, did they actually speak about the evil person who would be born in 600 AD something, 580, 680?
there
You
are
know what
so
I'm
many
talking about?
prophecies of, yeah, there are so
I'm
many
talking about
prophecies.
that evil person
Yeah,
who
yeah,
just who
yep,
created the cult called as
yeah, yeah.
Islam.
I know what you
Is
say.
there a
I
prediction?
you don't have to say that. Yes, there are predictions. There are predictions that
There is
that
a prediction of
there,
of
no, there are predictions of multiple evil personalities to come, not just one.
And this evil personality is special, man. This evil personality requires a lot of attention. 1400-year-old
Mm,
cult. Come on. I mean,
mm.
if
And there are so many predictions about that. When I'm talking to these kind of people, they
who
say
who
that we
actually
can.
predicted? Is there anything that you can throw light on this person that I'm talking about? I don't want to make
Jesus,
it a blasphemy.
Jesus said, so let me just make it generic for now because you don't want to play that. Jesus said there'll be
Okay.
many false prophets who will come after me. Many, not just
Okay.
one. Many false prophets who will come after me. And they will proclaim, okay, they will proclaim that they are sent by God. Okay. So now you actually have not just one, but you have Baha'is, you have Ahmadis, you have so many false prophets which proclaims to come from this particular religion, not just Muhammad.
Okay. So why didn't Jesus create an assassins group, man? Just in
No,
future,
because
send them
Jesus
and
is
just
not
get
coming
them
for
hacked to
assassination.
death.
Because
He
Jesus
should
is
have
not
created an
coming for
assassins group.
assassination. Brother, that's the whole thing. Jesus said love your enemies. He said,
Oh my
so
goodness, that
he
is
said,
too.
even he said, love your enemies. What should I do?
Man,
You know the crusaders.
fatal love,
You because you know
fatalistic love.
history. I know you know history. You know how many consuls happened for the crusaders to fight against Muslims. 28 crusaders happened,
Yeah, yeah, I know
and you
about
know that,
crusades. Crusades, yes,
right?
crusades are fun.
28,
And
28,
very
and they were
exotic.
not agreeing that they should start fighting with Muslims, right? Because of
No,
what?
no,
Because of the
no,
New
I'm
Testament.
talking about destroying the thing in Inception. Right from the date, right from his birth. Somebody just poisoning
No, you
something.
cannot,
I know it's
brother. You
very dark.
cannot.
I'm getting
Brother,
dark.
if this is what is supposed to happen by God, okay, look at
Yeah,
this. Look at this. This become Islam, because Islam says when the kid was just young, kill him. Right? That's what Hizr did. Right?
okay.
Hizr in Islam did that. He killed a baby because he said this baby will going to grow up and he will going to do this with his parents. So Hizr killed a baby, and Hizr was that's Islam. We don't believe in that. When the Lot was the cousin of Abraham. Lot was not a prophet in the
Yeah,
Bible,
no.
FYI.
How may
Right?
Luth
Lut,
you're talking.
right?
Okay.
So the daughters of Lut did adultery with Lut, right? And
Yeah,
they created Ammonites and Midianites, Moabites, right? Midianites
yeah,
and the
yeah,
Moabites, right?
yeah,
God
yeah.
could have killed both of the sons, and Ammonites and Moabites would never have happened, right?
Yeah.
But then what would you have said? What kind of a false God you have? They kill the God killed the both of the child. What was the fault of these child?
No, no,
These child
I don't
should
have a
not have been
problem with
killed.
Lot, man. Lot
No,
is
no, no,
fine.
not
I
the
mean, he's
child,
just
not
a
Lot. No, no, no,
homosexual.
not Lot, not Lot. I'm talking about the adultery of the Lot and their children. So listen to what I'm saying again. Think about it. The daughters of Lot did sex with Lot. That's having sex with father, right?
Yeah, yeah, that's terrible. Yeah, I
Okay.
know.
That's terrible. That's terrible. Thank you. We
That's
agree on
terrible,
that.
but
That's very
that's
terrible.
terrible, but that doesn't require to be killed. Okay, fine.
Okay,
That's
perfect. So they created a kid named Mo and the other kid was Mo. I forgot
The
I forgot the
incestuous,
names. I forgot the names. But
incestuous. You're talking
Mo's,
about incestuous.
yeah, Mo created Ammonites and Mo created Moabites. I forgot the names of the child right now. It's not
So
in my
you,
mind.
so you're saying that through incest relation, all this came in, these people came into
I
existence.
no
Is
no
that
no wait, my friend. Just stay with me for 1 minute, okay?
okay? Okay, well.
If God was like the God of Allah, he would have killed both of the children, correct? Because that's what
Yeah,
Hizr
yeah, I
did.
mean, he's a
That's what
terrible god.
Hizr
Yeah,
did. But God did not do that.
yeah, yeah, he
God of the
didn't.
Bible did
Yeah,
not do that.
unfortunately.
God of the
Yeah,
Bible gave them 480 years. And they said, okay, let's give them a prophet, let's give them something, let's try to change them. But they were doing what? They were doing incesty, and plus they were doing what? They were doing sacrifices to the Molech. They were doing sacrifices to the Molech of their own children, and they were
no,
insisting. Yani कि means
incest
they
is
were,
terrible. Yeah, I can understand.
yeah.
Incest is terrible.
And
Doesn't
then
matter.
480 years later, God destroyed them. God said, "Okay, go finish them now. I have told them their whole lineage has gone bad." And you know, right now, per science, when these kids are created by the incesty, their whole
Ah,
bloodline
there's a lot
goes
of
corrupt.
problems. I mean, there's a lot of
Thank you
problems.
so much.
Even I consider cousin marriages also incest. So that's I
Perfect.
have my standards are even higher.
My God, you are so good right now. So,
I
so then,
consider
then
cousin
when God
marriages shouldn't be allowed. Incest.
Perfect. So when God said, "Go finish them off," because this is the thing I have commanded them not to do, they are yet doing. Go finish them off. Muslim comes up to me and say, "Hey, look what your God did." But if my God was supposed to be the God like Allah, He would have killed the both kids beforehand. He did not do that.
Hmm.
So the Bible is in a sequence of events where people were given time to repent and do certain things and get out of that sin. They did not. Then God do something. Same goes to everywhere else. I do not believe in this God because of just faith. I believe in this God because this God has proven to be a God who loves us. Number one. Number two, I have read Romans chapter number 2 for you or certain other people as well. We are trying to tell everyone this is what my God is. But if you do not accept our God, and we are not able to convince in a better manner to you guys, your judgment will be according to Romans chapter number 2. And I have read that. I think you were there in my Urdu channel at that particular time. So my God is loving. He is very merciful. I accept him. You don't accept him, that's up to you, my friend.
Yeah, yeah, that's fine. You know, they say a hateful God and a loving God both are overwhelming.
You don't even like the loving
Loving
God,
God
man.
is the
Seriously.
problem.
You don't even like the
Loving
loving
God
God.
is a problem. A hateful God is a double problem. So,
No,
so
loving God.
life without God is quite interesting.
Okay, that's up to you. But for me, a hateful God is bad, man.
And
Loving
I'm
God is
not
good.
judging you guys. Don't take it that way. I'm not judging
No,
you guys.
not
You
at all.
have your way. So I respect that way because my mother is also a believer. She prays 5 times a day. She's a practicing Muslim. So I don't have a problem with people's faith. It's their choice, and that should be given. That's the reason why we have secularism.
Yeah.
So people should have the choice to follow what they want to follow, but you cannot impose them. You cannot have those Sharia laws. You can't beat them, or you can't just impose your faith on everyone else. So if you want to follow something, that's up to you. So you have to respect people's faith. That's
So
fine,
while you
but
are
it's
here,
just that you can't really accept crazy ideas in the name of faith. That's also a point.
so while you are here, what do you have to say about the death of Muhammad that we showed? How dramatic it was.
Ah, that was something, man. That should be made into a series, man. That should be. You should make something in Punjabi and there's some Punjabi bhangra. What do you say? I don't know.
I'll do that in Urdu as well.
Oh, wait. We have Raj with us, so Raj can make a movie out of it. What do you say? Rasool ke pakode and yeah, we'll do that in English and something like something very similar to that. It's quite dramatic. I mean, somebody poisoned her. A Jewish lady poisoned her. something like that, and then he
Yeah, and
died.
there's Shia says Aisha plays.
Iota was there's something that iota. I'm right. I got the word right.
Mhm.
Yeah, can't even say that he's a poor guy. Can't even feel bad.
All right, brother. I would say thank
Anyways,
you.
Adam, nice to talk to you, man. So we'll get in touch through Discord, and you remember, fine. You remember about the Mutazilas and all that. Don't forget.
Yes, brother. I will. I will. I will come back to
Nice
you on
talking
that.
with you.
Nice talking
Yeah,
with you,
nice
brother.
talking, man. I didn't get your name, man. What's this? Thaddeus was.
Thaddeus. Thaddeus. That's one of Jesus's 12 disciples. It's also actually my real name, but that's where the name comes from. It comes from Jesus's
Okay, he's one of the
disciples.
disciples. Okay, okay. He just keeps those name that we subcontinent people can pronounce, man. It's such a difficult name. I was just thinking, what the hell is this? Thadu, or something.
Hey,
English is not
Quram.
our
No,
native
no,
language, man.
that's inappropriate, brother. Come on, yeah. That's
No,
It
I'm
would be
inappropriate.
just kidding.
easy.
I'm kidding. I'm kidding, man.
I
Sorry.
know.
Come on, man.
It
But
would be
I
easy.
know we cannot pronounce. I can. I have hard time pronouncing his name, but once again, that's like kind of a little inappropriate. I'm sorry to say that, but yeah,
no,
that's his
I'm
name.
just kidding, man. Sorry. Just kidding. Okay.
And hey, no worries. It would be easy to pronounce if you're from Greece, but you're not.
Yeah,
So
that's what I'm saying, man. It is something like Greek and Latin to me. That's what I was about to say. So sorry about that. I guess I forgot what to say. So I was saying that it's Greek and Latin for me.
and it is actually Greek because it comes from the
It is
Greek
Greek.
New
Yeah, yeah.
Testament.
Nothing
So
like that, Adam. I was just kidding. Okay, don't take my.
Yeah, yeah, I understand, Brad. I
It's
understand that,
just,
brother.
it's just a joke. Anyways, man, thanks. Nice talking to you, Thaddeus. Thanks.
thank you.
Thank you,
Nice
All
talking
brother.
right,
with you.
then.
God bless
Thank
you.
you.
Bye bye.
Thank
All right, we have Xavier. Xavier, you came in like 5, 6 times, but unfortunately, unless you give permission to your camera and microphone to your browser, I cannot add you in. That's a problem, unfortunately. So I can't even add you in because StreamYard does not allow me to add you in. And how can I add you in when you don't even have the permission? Once again, you came in again, Xavier. You have not given the permission to the browser for your camera and microphone. How can I add you in, my friend? You came in like 10 times. I can't add you in unless you give the permission to camera and microphone to the browser. So, Brother Thaddeus, any last comments? I think we're gonna end the stream now.
Yeah, I think we can end it. We're over 5 hours. Just review. Uh, the truth of Christianity and the truth of Islam is based not on science, it's based on the historical method. Today, I applied the historical method to look at what we can determine about the death of Muhammad, and we found that the actual historical probability has almost nothing to do with the Islamic narrative. We haven't discussed it today, but I have complete confidence based on my own research, based on studying the historical arguments for the truth of Christianity for many, many years, that Christianity holds up to scrutiny. Islam does not. Go with the evidence and accept Christianity as the truth.
Good. Thank you so very much, Brother Thaddeus, for coming in and giving us this nice information and connecting it with the non-Islamic sources. Appreciate that, and I thank you for that. God bless you, and God bless each and everyone in the live chat. Today was the first time I actually had a chat with uh, atheists in a way. That is good. So praise Lord for that. So thank you everyone. Have a blessed day, evening or night, wherever you are. Thaddeus, I'm gonna tell you something to say. You have to say Yeshua
Yeshua,
Akbarul Azim.
Akbar al Azim,
MashaAllah, you are said it right. So once again, Yeshua
Yeshua
Akbarul
Akbar al
Azim.
Azim.